And a warm welcome once more to get another day, albeit the final one of high stakes action from here in Paradise Triton Super High Roller Series. Ali Najad alongside Randy Liu, and pleased to have you guys with us for those that have set their watches, no matter what the time zone is, to soak up this final day where we're going to crown not one, but two winners. Randy and I on hand, of course, for the third day of action in our 100K main event. What a trophy that one's going to be. XL sized and obviously coming with a World Series of Poker bracelet. Now, let's dive right into it, Randy, if you will. Players did their best to make it down to the FT last night, but did not quite get there.
Yeah, there's still 11 players remaining, so 2 away from the official final table. But, 39 people did make the money, and it was a bit rough for Nick Showman, who was the direct stone cold bubble.
He did have the choice not to take the initiative. No criticism whatsoever. He lives and dies by his sword, but he had an ace-queen suited in the big blind against a Stephen Chidwick Open, both of them with roughly 20-odd bigs. I think there was at least 10 players with fewer chips, and Nick decided that he wanted to 3-bet jam from the big, and of course, just ran into it. Dealt with it gracefully, but I could tell he was pretty hot under the collar as he moved off that, that bubble. It's so painful. It happens, but you win that pot, or if you snack right there and you continue to amass, he's going for the win. And there are some characters that we're accustomed to seeing do things like that. Now, footnotes, 7 former Triton main event champs made it into the money.
Yeah, and 5 of them have busted already. And, Talal went out, but Isaac Haxon won the PLO tournament in Jeju. That's pretty cool because we used to call Isaac Haxon the best without a title.
Right.
So he's no longer there in that category. And we lost Roman Hrobich. Foxen, defending champion.
Yeah.
He's out. And Stephen Chidwick.
Yeah. All right. So do want to talk about best without a title, but we're going to put a pin in it ever so briefly. 2 of those main event winners are still in the hunt. More on them in a moment, as well as we sink our teeth into a first glimpse at the chip counts, where we're going to find none other than Latvia's Alex Ponikovs up top with that boss stack. And the interesting thing about Ponikovs is now with Ike having won the title, he's the man, Randy, that at least for me is the one to watch.
Yeah, because, Ponikovs is the guy who is ultra aggressive. He won the poll on likely to be the chip leader.
Okay, the fix was in on the poll yesterday, despite producer James's best efforts. But look at Ponikov's efforts, $13.25 million. And he, too, not unlike Nick, who unfortunately happens to be outside of the money due to his approach, is very much cut from that same cloth of go for it.
Yeah, and that allows him to get those very huge scores. And, when I think about Ponikovs, we'd say he doesn't have a title, but he has $19.5 million in Triton earnings. All of his really big cashes are millions of dollars. I'm looking at the app real fast. He got Jeju 2, he got $1.4 million for a 5th. You scroll down, Jeju again, $3 million for a 2nd place.
Look at the silver medals, like right there. The 40K Mystery, the 150K 8. He's been within sniffing distance. 50K in Monte Carlo, and just hasn't managed to close. Reminds me a little bit in that respect of Kiat Lee, who was always the bridesmaid, never the bride, so to speak, or groomsman, never the groom, if you will. And, I think perhaps, I don't want to make the commentators curse, but I think perhaps Ponikov's time has come. I know he went to bed yesterday, and he's thinking now, finally, at long last. And when you consider, Randy, as you pointed out, 13th all-time in Triton cashes, all of the other 12 ahead of him, they all have titles. So he's in the on-deck circle, if you will. Runner-up right now in terms of chip counts, one of the Brazilian delegation, Padilha.
Yeah, Padilha. This is actually the second event he's played. 2 cashes. It's a final table, 2nd in chips. He could more than double his career earnings here with a win today.
Yeah, he's been impressive, and we all know they like to samba when it comes to some spicy pre-flop decision-making. How about Adrian Matteos? There's a name that's far more familiar than Padilha is to these fields. Of course, El Conquistador has been with us for a very long time. Perhaps, I think, maybe arguably some might want to talk about Ido, might want to talk about Prado, but I don't think it's really a debate that Matteos is the Spaniard that reigns supreme.
And the thing is with Matteos is that, he is chasing his 3rd title. And if he does win this tournament here in the main event, he actually surpasses Ivy and Negreanu on the all-time money list.
Wow. I mean, we're going beyond the Triton borders. Obviously, within them is where a lot of damage gets done toward that overall money list. But making those leaps, not so easy, especially if you're battling against other active high rollers, because the likes of Jason Kuhn and Stephen Chidwick who are in there are not going to let you catch up the pace at which they are amassing their victories. How about Wang Ye? This guy continues to amass attention here. The Chinese delegate showing up. Number of times on which, Randy, we've seen him at the top of a chip count. Here he is in fourth.
Yeah, in fourth place, and he is kind of. At first, he was one of those unknowns. We're not really sure how strong he is, and he consistently puts up big scores in the big buy-in stuff. So Wang Ye,
all
not
right.
bad.
I want to keep it moving. We just have a couple of minutes left. Ellis Parson, and normally a 4-card sniper, Randy. Here he is, fifth in chips, making moves in 2-card.
I mean, he is one of the guys known for PLO, but I've known him kind of always dabbling in no-limit hold'em terms, so cool to see him in his 100K.
Yeah, one of those guys, by the way, who has a main event victory of the two that are left in this field. Of course, it came in PLO. How about JNT? Mr. Main Event himself. Don't try to explain it, guys. I know you're sitting back going, come on, this is not a pro. For whatever reason, this dude knows how to get down here in the mains.
Specifically in the main event. He was a runner-up twice, and I kind of feel like he should have won one of those.
100%.
I've got all-in pair versus pair against Timothy Adams for all the chips, and Timothy Adams spiked the 2-outer.
By the way, curious as to where Tim Adams is. Haven't seen him at this particular stop. So TBD, maybe we'll ask around, find out where he's at. How about Kerber, another one of these Brazilian newcomers, part of that squad, the Samba squad, that we've kind of gotten to know a little bit, but maybe some advantages due to being a mystery man.
Yeah, I feel like the Brazilians they always send out new people out here that are big crushers, and I kind of miss some of the old names, but here he is.
Yeah, first foray into Triton. Jason, sixth or better, going to see him, Kuhn, of course, surpassing 70 million on the all-time money list. And, that's well within reach for Kuhn.
And the thing is, if he actually wins as well, he actually tops the 2025 all-time money list with a top 2 finish, actually. He doesn't need to win.
Would this be like Jason's 5th main event win if he won this one?
You want me to tell you something special?
Yeah.
If he wins this one, he has the Super Trident. Do you know what the Super Trident is?
No.
It's
Producer James literally just drained the life out of Randy's face as he wanted to give us that factoid. And James popped into our headset and goes, No, he wouldn't. He doesn't have pot limit Omaha.
Should we move on to the next guy?
I thought he had pot limit Omaha. That was fantastic. But I was so excited. I was waiting with bated breath on that one. All right, Clemens Reuter, he won his first bracelet this summer. Obviously a chance to win his second, given that we win a trophy and a bracelet in this one, not to be overlooked. Manuel Fretz, compatriot of Reuter, that Austrian flag, always flies strong. He too in the mix. And then Wang Yang, Randy.
Wang Yang, he used to be a race car driver, and he's using his aggression to get him into the top 11.
Already has set a new best with this score, regardless of his finish. 8 cashes so far, as yet no FTs. Just a couple of bust outs away from that. Going to need to do a little bit of work. So let's get down into the arena as we're going to take you straight through to the final table and a champ here on this third day of this main event and this final of this Triton Super High Roller Series. Abbreviated festival from Atlantis, Paradise Island in the Bahamas. Action brought to you in part by GG Poker. And there is the trophy and the bracelet. Randy, I do want you to, just so you have the opportunity to explain it, because James cut you off so brutally. What, pray tell, is the Super Trident?
The Super Trident. Okay, the regular Trident is if you win a short deck title, a PLO title, and a no-limit hold'em title.
Okay.
The Super Trident is when you win the main event version of all 3.
Oh,
but he already has a no-limit hold'em main. He's got a short deck main. I got this mixed up to PLO. I'm a little sad.
Super Trident.
It's a good name.
I like it. Yeah, for chewing gum.
You don't really get many chews out of Trident anyways.
That's true. Wang Ye, 5.5 million. He's going to be boss at that red table over on the blue. You have Alex Ponikovs, 88 bigs. When you look at the distribution of the stacks as we get things started, incredibly fortunate is Wang Ye to be a boss stack over at his table, isn't he?
Yeah, because this is the part where players are trying to get to the final table. You can accumulate chips. I would say in terms of table draw, amazing for Wang Ye.
And not so great in turn for Padilla and Matteos, who would have much preferred to have been boss stacks. Instead, they have to live in the shadow of Ponikovs. Things going to be rough on them. Early shout out to the chat. Get a look at Wang Ye's stack. Let us know where you're streaming from, what time zone you're in. I want to know who's up at like 3 a.m. right now, just with a bag of popcorn. Set their alarm, made sure that they didn't miss this final day of Triton coverage where 2 winners will be crowned. First this main, and then, of course, the 150, which is nothing to be scoffed at. Scoffed around to Reuter. Small blind, out of position against Kuhn. Both of them looking up at the tournament clock to get their bearings. Clemens quite comfortably binning the Queen 3 to Kuhn.
Yeah, it's always scary to limp into Jason Kuhn's big blind.
Man has 12 Triton titles. And, you know, nobody at this table is unaware of that. They know that they're dealing with Triton's most decorated here, which points to the fact that he's a closer. Knows how to get it done. 21 bigs, of course, not the deepest of stacks, but we know he's going to operate soundly with that stack. Now, here is that former race car driver, Wang Yang.
He's got ace jack and a stack that can jam. 10 bigs.
Ace jack. Starting his engine. Oh, no.
He might be crashing out.
Yeah. Ponikovs. Flatting 10 bigs always puts you on high alert, even if he is the big stack. You see Matteos quite happy to bin the 6s, and Wang Yang's going to be very unhappy once they get on their backs here. They are pausing momentarily to ensure that action is complete at the other table. JNT wants a peek. He's like, did we get a ladder? Merci beaucoup.
Yeah, this is a bit rough for Wang Yang. It's like the start of a race and you start 1 lap behind.
You forgot to pump gas. You're like, wait, what? Why is the motor sputtering? Stranger things have happened with 3.4 in the middle. Then Ace King losing to Ace Jack. It looks improbable here, though, on a 9 high rainbow board.
Exactly.
Yeah, the sweets are not sure, but the 985. Yeah.
This would be a wonderful start for Ponikovs to get on the stone final table bubble and pick up a decent haul of 10 bigs. But a board pairing turn now creates opportunities for Wang. 9 or an 8. Carve it up, re-rack a jack, and give me the whole thing. And there is a 9.
Wow. Pump the brakes. We're still on 11.
So,
Guess he was able to jumpstart it. Randy, you ever jump-started a car?
I don't really know which cable is supposed to touch what.
You know, it's so funny, and I'm a car guy, but every time in my life I've ever done it, I've been terrified of somehow electrocuting myself or starting a fire.
Yeah, just here lies
You know,
all
I'm
your
like,
shine.
which one are you supposed to do first? The positive on the car that's jump-starting, or the one that's dead, and then the negatives? And anyway.
Yeah, I don't mess with that stuff.
I mean, I haven't had to in a long time. At this point, I feel like I would just rather call whatever the 24-hour roadside assistance is and be like, yo, you guys come deal with it.
I once drove to Vegas, and then I got a flat tire, and I had to,
On the way?
yeah, and
Okay.
I was in Death Valley or something like that.
Wait, during the day?
Actually, it was during night, I believe, and I tried to call someone, and they wouldn't come for a long time, so I went to go.
Wait, time out. Let me just back this up really quickly. When you say call someone, like your friend Bill? Or
No,
like,
I think I tried to call AAA.
okay, so you tried,
But-
and then what, they refused to come?
No, I believe they did come, but it takes a while because it was like one of those one-lane roads each way. It was super backed up.
You're in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, and
Okay.
it took a long time, and all they had to do was just change my tire because I didn't know how to change a tire.
The spare in the
Yeah,
back.
the spare in the back.
These days, a lot of cars don't have a spare tire, though. They have these weird mobility, like, kind of temporary inflatable. Or some cars will have the run flats.
I wasn't exactly driving a nice car back then.
What were you driving?
It was
Randy?
a 95 Corolla,
No shame in it.
but no power windows, no power locks.
Okay, Randy, come on, spring for the packages, buddy. If you're going to do the Corolla, let's not go with the manual. Even the seat, right? You had the little handles?
Yeah, it was pretty busted.
Wow.
Times were tough back then, trying to grind in Vegas.
These Del Taco days? Padilla. It's been tough throughout the course of 2 days of main event action. Bringing King Jack forward from the hijack. Ace-5 for Ponikovs can defend.
Yeah, he's up against other big stacks, so more likely to just call rather than inflate, try to attack pre.
$875 in the middle. Swing and a miss for both parties. Couple of overs and a hard-working jack for Padilla.
The C-bet might be just enough to down to ace-5 with no backdoor hearts. $250. Nice. Always feels good to take one from chip leader.
Sure does. Especially when you know how sticky Ponikovs is capable of being. Not on this occasion here. Well, how about sticky in terms of ensuring that he doesn't miss any Triton coverage? And I'm talking about Calvin Kwok. 3 a.m. in Hong Kong right now, and he's up watching. Shout out to Calvin. Wax and Slabs apparently in the 3 a.m. time zone as well. Clear where. I'm guessing Carlo Morales out in Cebu. Also not exactly midday. Shout out to those of you in the U.S. We're busy 9 p.m. in Finland. Okay, winding down. Rooting for your man Parsonen, along with Millionaire Work. Grandpa Diesel in Iceland. Yikes. Stay warm, my friend.
Have you been before?
You been?
I have.
Really?
I forget how to say the capital.
Reykjavik.
Yeah.
Reykjavik.
Okay, you know it.
Yeah.
I've been there.
Did you go to the lagoon? Did you get into the geothermal pools?
The blue? No, I have not done that.
Wait, time out, Randy. The only reason, the most famous reason people go there is to get into that spa, that geothermal spa in the middle of the snow, and you skip that?
Yeah, man.
What the hell? What did you end up doing then?
I went to the mountain.
Did you go see an active volcano?
They have those?
What, the whole island is practically an active
know.
volcano.
Yeah.
Randy, you went to Iceland and didn't do the top 2 things to do in Iceland.
You know what I saw? I saw a Lucky Chewy there.
625.
He was there while you were there? Stop it.
So random. I'm not
That's the most insane. There's no poker tournament taking place?
No.
Ponikovs raised and take with the 7s here. Randy, your stories are actually unbelievable. There's a point at which some people are going to begin to think you're lying because it's so outrageous.
Yeah, but why how could I make up that story?
I mean, Chewy is a nature lover. I could see him wanting to be in Iceland. So you were just there looking for a Shake Shack, or?
Yeah, they didn't have it.
Did you have a burger while you were there?
No, just sandwich, I think. Yeah.
Reindeer sandwich?
Oh, I don't know if I should say this.
That immediately makes me want you to say it.
I tried the shark there. They had like fermented shark or something like that. It's a thing in Iceland. It's terrible.
Ooh.
And I've also had, I had baby puffin.
Baby puffin?
I don't know if it's baby.
You scoundrel.
I'm just saying. Should I have said it? Maybe not.
What's going on here on the small blind of Padilla? It looks like a queen jack suited. Does not puff it up. Limps dominating Matteos. Involuntary participation for the Spaniard. No connections for either on this ace-high rainbow board.
Yeah, these are the deep stacks. They have a lot of incentive, actually, to not play multi-street pots. They kind of like very happy with their 10 million chip stack. If you see bets, they usually just come in 1 stabs.
Check, check on the flop, bringing a gut shot to Matteos' doorstep.
Let's see if Matteos wants to stab with the gut shot. Although with the queen side card, it's not unreasonable to just take another free card. Feel like if he had 9-3 off or 10-3 off, he's more likely to stab, given it's hard to show down. Those hands, as played, it's nut no pair versus queen high.
I think we're just hunting cheap showdown, not thin value. Unfortunately for Padilla, I think Matteos is going to be quite happy with the strength of a queen on this board to just see if that 450 belongs to him, which of course we know it does not. Check, check. Take it down, Padilla.
Yeah, I think it's certainly well played by both. Might be jack high.
Can't quite clock whatever the club is from that track jacket on Padilla. I'm sure it's a football club. I was tempted to say the Netherlands just based on color, but I don't believe that's correct. Johnson in the YouTube chat, as you saw, Wang Yang folding, had advised that, unless I'm conflating with Wang Ye, give me a second, I want to make sure here that he's top shelf stuff in the cash games in Asia. But let me just verify that. Do you know Wang Yang to be a cash game player, Randy?
I don't know much about it. Probably does play, but I know for Wang Ye, it's 100%.
Wang Ye, yeah,
It's 100% Wang. Yeah.
Got my signals crossed ever so briefly as you see JNT with the big blind jam over the top of the Ponikovs open. Take it. He's gone from FBI to police today. A real law enforcement fetish on JNT, by the way. Unclear. I think it is a good friend of his, right?
That's what you told me.
I mean, well, maybe I'm just making up things like your Corolla story in Death Valley. By the way, you know, breaking down and then looking up at the road sign and realizing you're in, quote, Death Valley doesn't exactly lead one to feel comfortable.
Also, I'll just add one more little story to that. When I made it to Vegas, I went to like the Caesars in Vegas.
Okay.
And then I parked on the rooftop. So, you know, it's like outdoors. It's really hot.
Wait, but why did you drive all the way up to the roof? Was there no parking on any lower floor?
I believe so, yes. So I went to the rooftop. I went to go shop around the shops. I came back and then got in the car, and I couldn't get the car going because I locked the steering wheel, and I've never heard of this in my life. So I was calling all of my friends, like, how do I get the car going? And I was trying to touch the steering because you're supposed to, like, push it up a little bit or something like that.
To unlock it, you got to kind of kink it.
But it's burning hot, so my hands are burning, so I'm trying to do it on my Corolla.
Yeah. Well, you live in Vegas long enough, you understand that that's not the play.
Yeah, it was a tough day.
Yeah, wintertime it's all right, but summertime the sizzle is real. Especially if you're driving a stick shift, you got to always grab the, oh God.
Yeah, it's so nice having the bigger stack. You can see small blinds are just outright folding rather than trying to limp at this stage.
I mean, and realistically, it's what they should be doing. We didn't touch on it, but the 4.75 million up top that we're not so far removed from. Right now, 415, the on-tap payout. There is no jump from 11th to 10th. So we're not hunting a pay ladder right now, but we are hunting the opportunity for the trophy, the bracelet, and near $5 million. And, of course, the ladder, when it does come, once we get to the final table, will be worth 80K. Nearly a full buy-in.
Yeah, so ICM is very relevant right now. Perhaps that's why we see a lot of cautious play at the moment. King 7 for Wang Yang, got a fold. Ponikovs in with the limp. Even though he outchips Padilla, Padilla is very threatening with a 10 million chip stack, so it's not like he can just race blindly into him.
These two guys are going to tread lightly against one another, is my guess as well, because with this many chips, it's not an unwritten agreement, so to speak. And by the way, Ponikov's not exactly signing the dotted line in these regards, but we can coast into a very deep run here if we just snack on the other kids on the playground here, as opposed to other bullies.
Right.
150.
150,000.
No sooner do I say that than Jack High leads at an ace-ace-5 board.
You just want to contain a pre-flop and then take it post-flop where pot's more contained. Queen 8, I don't really expect to fold, mainly because Queen High could be good. You've got backdoor clubs, 2 overs to the 5.
Peeling with nothing more than that backdoor club and Queen High, which happens to be good still on this turn, is Padilla. So, I mean, perhaps my speculations that these two gentlemen are not going to get after one another are dead wrong.
TBD.
Check back from Pedro, and no change on the river here.
Kind of don't think that Ponikovs ever thinks Jack High is good as played. Wonder if he'll bluff at this. Trying to shake out King and Queen Highs.
1.3 million.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
It's not small, is it, Ali?
No, it's an overbet into 700.
A big overbet.
Yeah, we're talking about almost 2x pot. This is so gangster, man. I know, you know, it seems so straightforward and Queen High bins it or whatever, but just ask yourself, this is catastrophic potentially for Ponikovs. If you relinquish the chip lead to the man to your direct left and then obviously come off your high water mark, never mind get caught with your hand in the cookie jar and then maybe table image gets bruised moving forward as well. But this is precisely how he winds up in these situations.
Yeah. I think it's really nice, too, that I think Ponikovs wouldn't really do that bet if the river was a king or queen, because a lot of king or queen highs would have called a flop bet. But the river 10 doesn't rate to hit a flop calling range, and I think that's a really nice move from Ponikovs, and basically was saying, you either slow play an ace or you're folding.
Yep.
And he folded.
And by the way, you would have folded a lot more than just Queen High, I'm guessing, at that price point. Although TBD, whether or not they dig their heels in against one another at some point. Digging into the chat, I do find that multiple people have stepped in, as generally is the case, to give us the advice we seek, that the jacket on Padilla is the Brazilian club team, Corinthians. So showing his support, for no doubt, his rooting interest. And of course, in turn, the Brazilians in the chat have been rooting hard for their delegates. They've got more than one out here. Kelvin Kerber on the other side. 9-0.
How much?
Oh,
Same opponent?
well, it was a carve up last time. Going to be tough for that to be the case with these two holdings, provided that Ponikovs is ready.
Oh, he's definitely ready. And he should just be calling rather than click, because Padilla is behind with a big stack.
Yeah. The message that you send with a flat is, dare I say, equally as strong as the one you would with a 3-bet.
Yes.
In fact, I almost think the 3-bet reads a little weaker, because you're desperately trying to evict other people from getting involved in the pot, and they're going to look up and be like, why would you do that?
Right on.
If you were up in range. So now Wang Yang with the best of it here. Locking horns once more with Ponikovs. 3.7 Denda Tickle. Oh, and the set of 9s. You see Wang Yang can get behind it. Ponikovs has the queen, but it would have to be runner, runner, disgusting, disgusting. And not going to happen here. No club to worry about. And it's a decent haul. You see the other table coming over. Oh, really, buddy? You doubled? Look at the disappointment as they all turn around.
You know who they were rooting for. Nice one for Wang Yang.
Yeah, wasn't that man, was it?
Starting to be Ponikovs' nemesis.
Can you play?
No. Now you want change from me?
You don't
You
want
took
one.
my chips?
1.5.
Let's take a peek at the other table.
Reuter peeking down at 5 deuce. Uninterested.
Oh yeah, pocket kings.
Yeah, pocket coons.
Yeah, coon.
350.
3.5. Oh my goodness.
Ochi burger.
Brazilian delegation could be thinned out in short order here as Kelvin Kerber off of 3.8 million could easily wind up with all of it in the middle, and way the worst of it is thinking about how best to proceed. Going to start with a 3-bet to 1 million. Pretty big investment. If you're Coon, Randy, in position, do you get cute, or the kings are particularly vulnerable to some of the ace-X stuff and you'd rather force them to make the decision pre?
Yeah, I'll be jamming kings in the spot. If I had aces, I would even consider a slow play. But with kings, they are vulnerable to 3-bet bluffs, which is ace-X. And you want to get max from queens and jacks without some kind of scary run out. So there's all in. And the call.
As we expected when we first glanced up at this collision. Such an unfortunate one for Kerber, but stranger things have happened throughout the course of this Triton Festival.
It's coming.
Where big pairs
I really think
not
it's
held
coming.
on.
I got your suits. I got one suit. I hope it doesn't come. I really hope it does.
Well, honest declarations from both camps as they root for themselves here. And, well, it did come.
Yeah, it wasn't mine.
Maybe some sweat on the turn.
Triton, there's always a sweat.
Yeah, exactly.
No, no sweat this time. Drawing dead on the turn without the tenor jack that was needed is Kerber.
300,000.
Silver lining, of course, that he did have Kuhn ever so slightly covered, but 575 is 4 bigs, Randy, and
You are
a lot of work to be done.
No better.
Yeah, clearly the shortest stack of the tournament.
Yeah.
Big smile for Jason Kuhn.
Deck is rigged.
3-3? Yeah, I emailed him last night. I said, guys, it's time, you know.
Yeah.
It's time. I haven't. Hasn't been going well for me lately.
Well, didn't you win a Triton in Montenegro?
2.
But he hasn't won. He hasn't won a main event in a while, so.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Tell you what, you're not going to let on, but you are very disheartened to see Jason Kuhn now work his stack up to almost 50 bigs. 20 big
got some
blind
chips.
range.
We've all-
Maybe
we've
he's a
all
little
came
bit
back
more
from
shy.
that stack.
Oh, from worse.
Yeah.
Well, Kerber's on the button, so he gets a round of free hands with his 4 big blinds. Jason's going to be first to speak in this one. I step aside.
There was a lot of rooting interest, by the way, in the chat during that particular pot. Some queen keys on some keyboards got mashed pretty hard.
It's King 9 for Kerber.
575.
Decides this is good enough. Now Parsonen. Does he want to reach for a badge?
I think he should be continuing with Queen 10 suited. It's a solid hand for this price. See, Reuter behind him has 13 bigs. He's going to push.
Whoa.
Oh, and a snap reshove.
A good
Maybe.
I don't know if you heard the whisper from Jason Kuhn, something to the effect of if Ellis shoves, Clemens is going to call. Maybe he picked up on something, some sort of
Not
read?
all on GP Wizards,
Maybe.
you know?
You heard it, right?
I thought I did hear the whisper.
That's where you'd go.
Yeah.
That's remarkable.
Queen. King. I'm in good shape. No, I'm in good shape. No, I'm in good
That's
shape.
a very good shape there.
Parson and covers, Reuter with the ace-king, best hand.
Flush like less like.
Side pot bigger than the main here. Between Parson and Reuter,
my
Kerber
situation.
plays for a triple and
I
cheese.
have your hand.
Should be way worse.
Good luck, guys.
Okay. An ace on the flop would be nice.
Parsoning gets there. It's final table time.
You're so right. And he's got 38% equity. Could very well be bringing us in that direction, but the flop will bring focus. Burn down, 3 off the top. What have we? Ace in the window. Reuter sitting pretty, but time out. 2
Jack of
spades.
diamonds always. Jack of diamonds all day, you know?
Give me something. Come on.
Yeah,
Eight.
eight.
So that Kelvin has a sweat too.
Everybody picks
I'm
up
here to
outs
play
on
as
the
well,
8.
guys.
Yeah, what are we talking about? 8, of course.
F5 at least. I don't know.
Oy!
Oh my good. Ask and you
said
shall
it. We had to
receive.
work
The
it out.
sweatiest of cards for Reuter. The 8 now giving Kerber an open-ender. Gutter for Parsonen to go with the spade draw. Is Ellis gonna go 2 birds, 1 stone here? Can Kerber connect? None of the above, and Reuter
GG, bro.
is gonna claim 1 pelt and a massive pot.
He's got 4.3 million. Parson on 2 million, and Kerber's out. Just like that.
That turn card was from outer space.
Everyone
Might need
had
a new
hope.
T-shirt
Yeah.
after that sweat.
Oh, running good. Running too good this year.
Big smile on Clemens' face, who cops to the idea that he's running too good this year. Got to admire the humility, and you got to admire the effort, too, here at his first Triton for Kelvin Kerber. 11th place finish, $415,000 headed home with him. Payout static as just 10 remain here in the main.
I mean, it's pretty nice given that this is his very first Triton event. Good game, sir. I'm going to play 5 and 5-handed. Hand for hand, I would assume.
Yeah, and outside of a final table, that's as short as you're ever going to find yourself playing in a 2-card at Triton.
This is a 16 big blind stack for Manuel Fritz. He's just going to push most of it in. Ace Jack for Wong Ye. Ooh, this is a tricky one now, because I feel like he would attack if he was up against like a min raise, but here he's basically being asked for 16 big blinds of Wong Ye's 33. Kind of think he should pass in this spot. Yeah, that's a great fold from Wong Ye.
That is top class. Consider just how much hand that is playing 5-handed poker. Well,
Hank
what
was
an
very good for you.
important find.
That Hank photo was
It
good.
didn't feel good.
Okay, so now we are hand for hand. All in 4, please freeze the action and keep the cards facing.
You want these?
Thank you. Red time banks are now no longer in play. Can I check the red time banks, please?
Love it.
No more.
Also
All
now we
right.
have the
Fast
what,
action
again?
system being called off
Whatever
here.
the normal is.
Yeah.
I think it's, 23, 30 post or something. 25 on the flop, 30 on the... I have no idea. I just listen to them.
Hand for hand, that's
Ace
the
jack.
reasoning behind the removal of the fast action system.
Ah. That call I take.
Close or
Stalling not a thing, of course.
suji I call.
Run it. Gamble.
Yeah, it's button I call. Terrible.
Too good.
Seems like Wang A told him he had ace jack. Suited, he calls her button.
Matteos chewing on more than 10-7 as lunchtime is upon him. Wang Yang
320
now with some chips to tinker. Finds the Jack 10 open. Padilla with ducks.
I think this might be a reshove spot. Opponent can't really raise call too much of their range off of this stack. Yeah, I like this so much.
Yeah, because Young's got to find so much hand to dig in for the remainder.
Yeah, and even some of the bigger pairs just going to fold like 3s and 4s if they do open.
Nothing exciting taking shape around a Padilla. 7-4 suited, worthy of participation.
Jack deuce offsuit. We'll take 3. Kind of feel like Padilla's got the worst seat draw. He's got sandwiched by Matteos and Ponikovs with big stacks, so he always has to play tough blind versus blind confrontations. Here, though, he's got the best hand.
Middle pair versus bottom pair. Check, check to the turn, which brings Matteos into the lead with trips. And the kind of card that could leave Padilla losing a few.
Yeah, you're going to feel really good about the 4. You might even bet it yourself.
I was thinking the same thing, 450 out there, but nicely done by Pedro. Finds the check. Matteos, I would imagine, wouldn't mind.
Oh, he's going to bet.
Speaking up now.
He can bet quite sizable. Probably gets looked up by ace high as well. There we go. 3 hundo.
Pedro remains intact, as to be expected. Pot grows to 7 figures. Oh, and he finds the 4 on the end. My word.
Sorry, I almost threw up.
He snap checked it, Randy. I wonder if Matteos is going to make anything of that. You have to find a target. You have to know worse can call or better could fold. In this case, better folding is not really a thing, but
Yeah, he's got a value bet this deuce, I would think, as played. There's
targeting the 5.
5x will pay
1.5
off.
million.
Ace high. Oh, he's gone
What a
huge.
dream for Padilla that Matteos has chosen this sizing, the over bet, and you can kiss that 1-5 goodbye.
I wonder if he even read into the snap check as never a 4 and got greedy with the deuce. Might cost him those extra chips with the size up.
This is going to be in the, like, deep down in sort of the nuance, but is flatting ever a thing here just in case 4-5 or 5-5 are lurking, given the B150?
It's a thing because of how deep they are. Because if you actually are up against 5-4 or 5-5
or quad deuces,
it's a huge mistake to lose all those additional chips. Now, when you probably raise in the spot with the 4, I guess you got to ask the question, will my opponent call the deuce? If they will at some percentage, then you need to raise. He thinks it's possible.
I'll tell you what, when this 5.5 gets declared, there are some against whom you just know you're dead. But I suspect that Matteos versus Padilla and that Brazilian banner isn't 100%.
It's the Brazilian banner. Everyone from there loves to get aggressive post-flop deep in tournaments.
And in spots like this where it requires so much moxie.
Good fold.
Yeah. Bad outcome, of course. Not so much for Pedro as Team Brazil, with their final runner, is looking good for a run at the title in this one. Don't lose any sleep, Adri. He had it.
There's a chance he saved himself money because he went with overbet. For his opponent to check raise there seems suicidal, you know? So maybe he bets small and he gets raised, he ends up calling more than 1.5. Possible.
Possible. We'll never know, of course, as that's not how it shook up. Or shook out, rather. Back at the other table.
This again? You know, the half mystery.
Oh, no.
Watch him take it post flop, too.
Okay. Small blind limp. That jacket is fire on Ellis. I like that Burberry Snuggie, too, that he wears. The blue one.
That's
It almost
cozy
looks like
one.
a Team Finland kind of piece. As we see Wang Ye with the only piece across the 3 known cards. He'll speak. And that should bring the conversation to an end.
Nice. All right, scan the other card. Oh, hey, scan it. Come on.
That one's all right. That one is like, no biggie. It's where there's some huge pot with multiple raises and calls, flop, turn, whatever. And then they just leave us hanging. Those are the ones that tilt me.
Parson is the shortest stack at the moment with 12 bigs. Fritz in 9th with 16 big blinds, and he goes to 20th. I'm not 20th, but 20 big blinds for J and T. Okay, what about this, Ali? From 1 black card to 2 blacks.
You did this, by the way. When you acknowledge the semi-mystery, now they're really trolling us.
All in.
Oh, and then all in. Well, okay. I mean, Reuter's not going to make the call.
We don't know what he's jamming with.
But hang on.
We actually do not know.
Come on, dude. Seriously, cut it out.
No. This one's more tilting, yes, and less?
Yeah, slightly. I mean, there's a chance that he just forgot to scan it, right?
What's more likely, he forgot to scan it or you're getting trolled?
I think at this point, whoever this intern is in the control room, that's just been really...
Oh, he's got chip tricks.
Wow.
Oh,
Okay.
it looks like a hacky sack.
It did look like a slack line for a chip. You ever try hacky sack,
No,
Randy?
it's like 2 left feet.
You ever try slack line?
I actually don't know what that one is.
That's like a little piece of tape between 2 trees, and then it's actually super stretchy, and people will like do flips and then land on it somehow. It's like balance beam kind of.
Have you tried it? You
One
seemed like
time,
you would face plant.
I was absolutely ready to break a femur. It was not pretty. Ace 3, this one's scanned, but not registering as an open for Parsonen versus Reuter and Kuhn.
Again.
And you
Queen
did point
Jack of
out that he
diamonds,
is
I
the
think.
shortest stack. But 14 bigs, a few too many.
Yeah, I guess he felt like he was too deep to open jam,
At least you get
and he
infinite
didn't want
credits
to.
now if you do have a bluff
Oh
raise
yeah, he's
or
gonna
something
hit me
now.
with the 9 deuce off next hand.
I had a chippy V limp, but not
yeah,
quite enough
yeah,
for ice gambling.
yeah.
What do you mean ICM? Playing for bracelet up top, you know?
Bracelet.
That's all it
Triton
matters.
triffy, bro.
Here's a little peek at the updated State of the Union. Parsonen, 2 bigs back of Manuel Fritz, as the 2 shortest stacks happen to be at that red table. That is not where the chips are. Padilla, Ponikovs, the 12 million chip men, and the drop off to Matteos, who had a bite taken out by Padilla. Wong Yong and JNT neck and neck as we go to 75. 150.
They're cool. They're rose gold.
Guess we were already playing 75, 150. Oversight. Ponikovs overseeing Jack 9 off. Dominating is Padilla. King 9 suited. Let's see 3. Like his table presence. Randy, there's something menacing about that man.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to sit across the table from him.
Ace 10 7. No pair anywhere. Gutter for Alex. Last time they squared off BVB, it was a lead on the Ace 5 board, I believe. Rainbow.
Yeah, this has got more texture to it.
150.
Flush draw, straight draws, immediately stabbing. No diamond in hand for Bedelia. Still undeterred. Calls a king 9 high.
Three of diamonds. Neither player with the flush draw here. And I would imagine Ponikovs isn't necessarily going to have follow through on his mind here after Padilla did call that 150.
Yeah, he would prefer to have a diamond in hand to have additional backup. I think check would seem all right with king 9. Can just show it down, hopefully. That's a board changer.
Yeah, 4th diamond out there. Does somebody want to rep the flush?
And given it's a limp pot BVB, you can value bet a very baby flush if you want to and try to get called by 1 pair. So I think Ponikovs might go for it. Gives up. Maybe King 9 needs to turn itself into a bluff now as played. Or is he just confident with Black King 9 on this texture? It is good. He's trying to figure out if he can show down King 9, and he thinks he can.
And he's right.
And he's got the chip lead. Pedro, Bedelia.
And he strikes me, not unlike Ponikovs, Randy, as one of those guys you don't want to give the chip lead to. Some maybe like to sit back and admire that stack a little bit more, not risk it. Not this man. If I didn't know any better, I would have thought this was his 10th Triton final table. You know, just completely unflustered, totally focused and in the moment.
He's in the zone.
Mm-hmm. JNT in his element as well, Mr. Main Event. Just one bust out remove from the FT. Pocket sixes here.
It's got a hand off of 20 bigs.
Min. Matteos is going to defend with the ace-8. So we're going to take a flop here. Couple of overs. And 2 8s show up on this board. And unfortunately, that actually makes it slightly more attractive for JNT for these sixes. The follow through, just 300.
Yeah, I would feel good about sixes at the moment. Makes sense to bet this hand. Protect against counterfeits. Does Matteos want a fast play or not? I think I prefer calling against JNT. Maybe JNT catches up with king or ace, but he's going to play it fast. He's trying to make it as small as possible to make sure JNT continues. Oh, he's gone all in. This is terrible timing. Snap called.
I confess I didn't see this coming.
It's a Matteos factor. I kind of wish JNT just called and maybe decide on a turn if he wants to move in.
I mean, I think objectively, that is the way forward. And JNT immediately knows it. You know, when you get away with that move, you don't think anything of it, and you're positively reinforced into thinking, okay, this is what we do here. But Matteos just has better than sixes with decent frequency. Can JNT find mercy? Yes! Oh my God.
That pot is worth so much money to everyone.
This is insanity. Now, Matteos still draws live to an ace-jack or 8, but this is incredible, or incroyable, as I'm sure his friend Fred, looking on in the background, is thinking. 6 million in the middle and no resuck available for Matteos.
Wow. This Lapland guy jinxed it.
There's Fred.
Just came as like sixes.
J'ai pas eu un problème de la journée.
This is reality, right? Distorted?
Yeah. Distorted is one way to describe Matteos' stack after that one. That is so unjust. And I'll tell you something. There is no amount of respect that you could consider excessive for Matteos in the face of what just transpired. You want to talk about things that make you top class? Taking that turn card on the chin like he did just there and showing no reaction whatsoever that would lead anybody to believe his cage is rattled, that takes a lot.
Nope, nope.
He's thinking about how can I move forward. I've got 4.8 million. It's enough chips to continue. 32 big blinds. You just got to move on. There's so much on the line here.
32 bigs is the kind of stack that he would happily hope to have with 10 left on the hunt for a title, but he had so much more than that moments ago. And he was such a big favorite. Well, when it comes to poker gear, Triton merch, definitely fan favorite. And with the holiday season around the corner, why not treat yourself to some for 15% off? Today is the last day that TPS WSOP 15 will get you some of our exclusive apparel, high quality stuff, designed and manufactured by our Triton team.
Should we buy something for Matteos? I don't think he's feeling too great.
I don't think there's anything in the merch store other than perhaps a shot of hemlock that's going to leave him feeling any better. That is. That knocked the wind out of me, man.
I thought we were going to a final table.
Randy was putting on his jacket because normally we go to the FT and we come back to the desk. But J&T had other ideas. Second in chips at the table now with north of 40 bigs is Jean-Noel. There's the boss man. I said second, third. Pardon me. Ponikovs, of course, second behind Padilla. Suited ace for Matteos in the aftermath. Small blind flat. Jack 9, big piece for Adri. Always ahead.
I mean, surely he wins this one, right?
I'm not sure of anything anymore. But I would imagine, yes.
He's leading. Very interesting lead, actually.
I think the choice to lead also tethered a little bit to the idea Padilla's going to stick around and not fold too much, but finds a muck with the ace-5.
Yeah, it seems like Matteos is trying to trick Pedro there. Like, if I had a jack or 9, would I really lead? And nice fold from Padilla.
Meerkat in the chat saying pure class in reference to Matteos. Izzy calling him stoic. Joe says a robot. Jory, consummate pro. Pierre saying no tilt at all. You know what's interesting? Quiggles saying Matteos is going to win this one. I could see that beat actually being drawn upon as further motivation to be able to conquer that kind of run bad that would, you know, loosen the lug nuts on mortals and then just bounce and claim the, you know, the hardware. This is an idea.
It's not impossible.
No, he still has a very navigable stack.
Yeah, it's not like it's down to 2 bigs.
No. He's going to be able to play some poker. And he plays it well, doesn't he? If you look out at these remaining 10 players right now, and there's no chip counts, all right? And I force you to take 2 names.
Yep.
Third.
Which
Is
should I
Matteos
pick?
not among them?
I would pick Matteos, and I would pick Jason Kuhn.
Yeah. I like that. Kuhn, obviously, based on titles won. Ponikovs, on the other hand, though, absent any chip counts, and of course, with the chip counts even more so, you lean in that direction. Not having that title, man, you know
Like I said,
he's
unlikely,
hungry.
but not impossible.
And all those second places prove that he knows how to get down there. I'm going to step away from the carnage. Check back in on Kuhn and Co. It's getting serious out there, Randy. Forgive the obvious. 80K pay ladder if you make the FT, 415 the lockup for 10th. But this is an incredible opportunity. Almost 5 million. And you're just 9 bust outs
Let's see.
from that
4 in
figure.
a row.
It seems so doable, doesn't it?
It seems doable, yet so hard when you look at the talent remaining. Ace-4 suited now for Reuter.
Playing it as a limp. Offsuit connector for Jason. Let's see
Wise
3.
man.
Wise
Wait a
man.
minute, there's one here.
Well, Jason's flopped an open in a straight draw. It's going to be tough for Reuter to win this hand, despite having the best hand at the moment.
King 7-6, not a spade to be found. Clemens slips it.
I think a bet seems quite good of open in a straight draw. You just have 5 high after all. Plenty of outs. Wouldn't really expect Clemens to continue with ace-4 high with no backdoor flush draw. I think it would be a little ambitious. And even if you know your opponent is capable of bluffing, doesn't mean he's not going to multi-barrel you if you were to check call. But is he going to continue? It seems like he's stacking calling chips and they're in there. It's going to be tough, I think, for
Yeah,
ace
this
4.
is pretty ambitious. In fact, I think it's, as we see him find an open-ender, to level it with Kuhn in that department, but Kuhn finding the pair of 5s for the lead. I think it's going to be difficult. I mean, where are we really trying to go? Obviously, this is an idea for Reuter. The clean ace, and I think for me one of the problems is one of the aces that rolls off is a heart. And there will be some suited combos, obviously, that Kuhn would be happy to check back, including hearts.
I think for me the tough part is Jason's more than capable of firing multiple barrels with just air, and ace-4 has a lot of problem calling down. As played though, it's probably feeling all right.
Especially with that board pairing king there. We don't really think that Kuhn has a king as played, or better.
Yeah, and Kuhn's probably not betting too many 6x's on the flop. Check and hope seems ideal, and don't think Jason's going to value bet the 5 because he might value own himself against 6x.
So Clemens does manage to get the showdown, but does not manage to haul it in. Running 4s would have been interesting.
Yeah, you're that guy, huh?
Violent.
Wow.
Excellent news.
Wow.
Do you have something against Jason?
No, are you kidding me? This guy's my neighbor.
Like literally, right?
Not like actual next door,
Oh, okay.
but like a couple minute walk.
Okay. So you're not egging his house or nothing?
Get out of here, man. His kids actually play with my nephews.
Ah.
And believe it or not, my sister and my brother-in-law, who do live like 4 or 5 houses over, met and got to know Jason not through me at all.
Oh,
Just
really?
from being in the neighborhood, yeah. And I'm like, the odds of that were slim. Roble lives right there, too. Quite a few poker players in my community. Walked around to Kuhn, suited king.
All in.
Well, Fritz has got the better king, but he's playing a 14 big blind stack, and I don't know if he can call off here. Seems a little bit too deep. Final table bubble. He is the shortest stack, though.
King 9 does perform decently against plenty of the range that
wish it was
Kuhn
between
would do
200K
this to
now.
us with.
Oh,
Did you catch what Manuel said? I know I was regrettably talking over it. Something about 400K.
Jason praying for a fold. He knows he's probably up against a better king. Given the tank in those snap. Great call from Fritz.
Not the easiest one either, and just look at how well.
Probably good news for me. I have an offsuited king.
oh, you dominated me, yeah.
Jason letting him off
We,
the hook.
yeah, maybe chop.
Chop is fine with me.
I got spades. Or can we put them on their backs or? Luck, bro.
All right.
Luck.
Green light given.
Good call.
Kuhn,
I ran this spot yesterday.
always
Yeah.
sporting.
Yeah. You have 40
Bottom?
bigs, right? It's exactly bottom, yeah. Nice call.
Hmm?
We'll see how nice it is in about 2 minutes.
Exact
Reuters
same
saying
specs
I
as
ran this
studied yesterday.
Really?
It's exactly the
Exact
bottom
spot
yeah.
yesterday.
See,
And the
instead I was
King 9
sleeping
offsuit is
in
the bottom
silver on the
call.
Luck, bro.
Gotta admire Jason's willingness to give Fritz props
I think
for the
it's good
find
chop.
there,
Feel good about
and
it.
even wishing him well.
That is going to be hard to chop.
Yeah, it sure is. 9s for Fritz on a spade-free board. It's gonna take Dewey.
1,075,000, I think.
Lock it up.
King.
Team Austria.
Actually, a good card.
Oh, a king would
Oh,
chop.
wait a minute.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, it'll be minus.
Lock it up
I
now.
glossed right over it. But you're right, the king.
2.95, is that right? Something
That would have been something.
That was pretty cool to hear from Reuters say that he's looked up this spot and shared the knowledge of Fritz that is a call. I thought it might have been 1 pip off.
I believe I owe a time link, right?
1925.
So with that pot, that means Parsonen moves to the bottom of the chip counts.
All alone.
Yeah, a lot easier at 100, 200 there.
Yeah. Oh. Annoying one. Yeah. What can you do?
So up go the blinds. Bad news, of course, for those toward the bottom of this leaderboard as their stacks get diluted. There is the shorty. Not going to be interested in 10 tray, nor will Reuter in the Jack 8. Now on the button. Kuhn, Jack 9 off. Just had 2 million siphoned off by Fritz, who sits near 4 and looks down at the suited 9-5.
He's getting aggressive off of 20 bigs.
Catches Wang Ye with a dusty one. And he'll take it uneventfully. So back-to-back pickups now for Fritz, who's feeling swaggy.
Yeah, nice call off the king 9, and now a raise from the small blind 9-5 suited.
Fritz, by the way, $1.25 million in career Triton
Seems like I have
earnings.
so many chips now and it's still only 22 bigs.
Yeah.
Best finish
Things happen fast, especially five-handed.
in a Triton event to this point was
I wish
5th.
6 didn't hit. I mean, we chill on the FT 9 handed, you know.
Yeah, no shit.
It's a mark
fine
he's hit
with it.
twice. And it's his most recent cash, that coming in the 50K 7
Have you final
max.
table the main before? Clemens?
Kilo main.
at
Feel on
Jeju
mine?
2.
It's my first 100K cash actually.
Sick. Congrats.
As they were talking about their stacks, looking at the leaderboard, average stack is 30 big blinds. There's only 2 players above it, and it's Bedelia and Ponikovs, who hold about 60 big blinds apiece.
Yeah, they're pulling up that average, let's say. Let's see what Wang Ye wants to pull with a6. 5.3 back. Going to be a jam. 5s for Parsonen.
Good luck, bro.
Gotta go with this.
Oh, hang on.
Okay.
That was a brief balk, but the chips do get in.
Okay. You're in decent shape.
King 6.
Top. Okay.
Is this a classic flip?
The coins weighted toward Ellis.
Are you guys chopping?
What?
Are you guys in the same hand? No.
5s. There's aces.
No, flip it.
Oh.
What did I fold?
Maybe 50-50.
56.44
What?
by our metric.
A6.
4.5 million chip pot on the precipice of the final table. Wang Ye looking to find one of those overcards and punch his ticket. Punching Parsonen out in the process. Ellis, of course, looking for the double and a loosened collar. And that's a
Very
good
easy.
way to get there.
Very easy, even if it's windows.
Pretty easy. Pretty fucking easy.
Looks solid.
Gutter needs to be faded for the time being.
All right.
Oh,
Now it's
now
Three
it's
more.
not an issue. Go ahead and put the 4 up. 5's full, doesn't care.
Wang Ye unable to get the momentum in his favor, down to 3.3, which is 16 bigs.
It's a decent gouge, by the way, to Wang Ye's stack. He's going to be left
You're right.
with 3.3, is it?
Yeah, 3.3, and he's actually the tournament short stack. And right above him is Wang Yang from China with 3.45.
That delegation,
Struggling.
very much. Ren Lin's been lurking around here.
Danny Tang with 3.5 million at 700K average.
That's sick. Must
During
have got
this
Texas
festival?
Mike. It's the only way.
Well, Mike re-ended today with a starting stack.
Didn't Biao as well?
Open shoved
Oh, and then he
dark
built up a stack.
four stacks last night.
Oh.
He had 4 stacks and dark shoved and got called. Pretty sick.
Yeah.
They are referencing the 150K on the side, which has 77 entries.
Texas Mike apparently having something to do with an inflated stack in front of Danny Tang. 5x the average. Jason suggesting that Mike dark shoved 4 starting stacks and got called at some point.
It happens.
Not often, Randy. Not often.
I
it
would
doesn't.
like to be in that game, to be honest.
And I'm not talking about the call. I'm just talking about the dark shove.
8s now.
Yeah, a little upgrade for the deeper stacked Parsonen.
Curious if he goes limp jam with this hand or just immediately raise.
Reuter on 18 bigs to his left. He comes with limp. Let's see if Clemens has anything he wants to take it upstairs with. Queen 9 off.
I'd take a free flop with this hand. Above average. Don't want to get limp jammed on, which would be a disaster given he's got, what, 2 overs against 2 8s? Free card, please. Well, 3 cards.
Blind versus blind. Limp pot. King 7-5. 8's still best. 1 over card.
You're relatively happy if the 8s can value bet against the 7 or 5. Maybe he takes 1 street off first before betting, but he's going to start now. I'm surprised by this call with no heart in hand. Clemens has been really going for it in blind versus blind spots off of his stack.
200K, not the most expensive price to pay.
Yeah, but every big blind matters right now. Final table bubble. He's a fighter.
No arguments. See how Parsonen wants to proceed. Deuce of clubs, really not a concern. Sure, Reuter could have some type of king. But we're going to ask another question here. 575.
I think it's clearer to bet yourself with 2 8s.
And Reuter does concede with ease. So Parsonen on a spin up now. Tension-filled air out there, Randy. Every decision carries so much weight. Suited King 9 now for Fritz. It was the offsuit edition that took the big bite out of Jason. Brought him off the short stack. And looks like he's got eyes for this hand.
Raising into Jason's big blind.
Dominated diamonds. 5 in the deuce. Shouldn't be interfering. And Jason's going to defend. .1 out there. Ace, Jack, 7, and somehow a couple of diamonds are involved. Kuhn with the inferior flush draw in such an awful spot here and not going to be able to dismount.
Yeah, he would hate to promote to a flush and lose the whole stack. Starting with 50% pot for Fritz.
$550 is on the healthier end. Jason could be thinking, I might get paid. Buy a pair of aces here if I hit. Of course, we know there is something different in store for him entirely. He does make the call. Pot doubles. Board pairing Jack. Randy, I would imagine that's the kind of card that is good for Jason in terms of not being asked for more chips here on the turn.
Yeah, mainly also because Fritz doesn't see bet all jacks on the flop, and if he was to see bet a jack on a flop, he wouldn't go half pot because then you're just trying to get called by a 7. That's probably not calling anyways for a sizable bet. Jason might lead here.
It's very much an idea to do exactly this when you're targeting a man who maybe has an ace, maybe has something he can put in the bin with ease. Your defense, check call, and lead, very credible in terms of trips.
Yeah, I think it's a good bet. He can fold out like queen 10, king queen, king 10. These are hands that probably don't want to call bet unless they have diamonds. Fritz, of course, does have that king high flush draw. He knows if he spikes his hand in, he is up against a jack. He can just win a huge pot. And he's still ahead of straight draws that happen to check call to flop. Oh.
Oh no. The diamonds show up. Now the double paired nature of the board could keep even Fritz with the nut flush from looking for value should Jason wave the white flag, and potentially with 3.3 in here. It would seem really ridiculous though, Randy, would it not, given that Fritz called the turn for Jason to fire?
Yeah, I would think this just goes check, check every time.
Flush.
Yeah.
Same.
I lose.
And it does indeed go check, check. Things could have gotten uglier for Jason if it weren't the ace of diamonds specifically.
I mean, there's even a world where it just blanks out in the river and Jason tries to rep the jack and wins the pot.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Could have been worse, but could have been better.
Spades or whatever.
But to be fair, if it's a free of diamonds,
Yeah, that's
then it's
unfortunate
unfortunate
also.
again. Yeah.
So Fritz, once again, helping of Coonbucks being taken down, and now Jason, 16 bigs in that Wonge Manuel Fritz, sorry, Clemens Reuter
2-2.
territory.
Yeah, Fritz has got a lot of Jason Coon chips in his stack.
Mm-hmm.
Race.
Wonge with the ace. Hijack min. Suited one gapper for Coon.
Not from the small blind.
Fritz, however, with an ace-8 in the big, he'll dig in.
1 pip down. That should be enough to see a flop. This ace-x is better than a lot of ace-x's that would pre-flop raise.
1.1.
Oh, he's gone a different
He
direction.
sure has. And doing so against Wonge's stack depth in particular, Randy, how do you feel about it?
It's a stack depth that you want to attack because Wang is supposed to open off of the 16-17 with raised folds. It's a pretty cool move from Fritz. Obviously a little risky because it's annoying if you do get jammed on and you folded a hand like ace-8 off. Oftentimes you actually see players doing this move with ace little. But Fritz, I've been impressed. Quite a good player.
I confess, this was not the direction I thought he would take us in, and yet he has found some gumption after having found a couple of hauls of those Coonbucks and ascending. Team Austria looking good. Don't they always, though?
Name me a bad Austrian player.
I can't. I really can't.
Eibinger, Razai. There's a lot of them.
Is there even any Austrian invitees? There just aren't,
They're
right?
not- if you're Austrian, you're on a pro
Auto
side.
Pro.
Yeah.
Parsonen passes. Reuter will do the same. See if Kuhn can activate.
Nope.
It's not the one. Do we need to play all the suited combos as a limp?
He raised 9-5 suited last time in this spot. I think he's going to attack with 9-4 suited too. His game plan is just to lean on Wang Ye. It's a smaller sizing this time, 2.5x. By no means a good hand for Wang Ye.
He knows it. And this is becoming a very familiar sight. A pot being passed over in the direction of Fritz.
Need some TNT magic now.
I'm sure we'll get it.
Some what?
Need some TNT magic now. Help us out.
He has a lot of big blinds now.
Yeah. You could knock out somebody.
Bust somebody for
Bust
sure.
somebody, yeah.
Oh, like that, yeah, true. That way it works
Thank
too,
you.
I guess, yeah.
Giving you a look at the chip counts briefly. It's MMC in the chat, right? Sorry for the dumb question, but what are the invitees? Not a dumb question because it really doesn't apply to this particular event, but the other marquee event that we have here in Paradise, which of course is our Triton Invitational, a format where invitees are all kept on one side of day one, playing amongst one another, and then professional players who have to be invited by them to participate all play against one another. And then they merge the fields on the second day, and the invitees are meant to be non-professional poker players. That invitational won by Kajan Mokri of Norway, becoming #1 on that country's all-time leaderboard in front of Espen Jorstad, former World Series of Poker main event winner. On the topic of main events, by the way, this is the Triton main, but the World Series of Poker Super main is also taking place. Multiple day ones. 1A was yesterday, absolutely packed the room. 1B taking place today. There'll be 4 first day flights and then some second day flights as well.
And we cover that later, right?
Yeah, we're going to stick around and throw on a different hat as we see Fritz throwing on a raise from the button with 8s. VPIP levels starting to create some suspicion potentially. Parsonen with the 10-3 suited though, just content to stay out of that man's way.
Yeah, Fritz has done a really good job here. And, you know, we look back at the hand where he called off of King 9 against King Deuce of Jason Kuhn, and that pot allowed him to just roll over and become the table chip leader, which is allowing him to win all these chips right now uncontested. So a lot of future game going to that hand, and he's got about 38 to 40 big blinds at the moment, even though that's only good for third on the overall leaderboard. He doesn't have to worry about Ponikovs and Padilla. They're on the other side. If anything, I would think that Fritz wants this final table bubble to go on as long as possible. Collect those chips.
Mm-hmm.
2.4, 2.2, 2.3, 2.4, 2.650 total. 2.4.
I mean, when you contrast this table to the other one, it's pretty remarkable how few of the total chips remaining in play live here.
can see that Parsons' game plan is more sort of limp blind versus blind rather than attack, which is going to be welcomed by Reuter. What do we call this again? Dirty nappy?
Well, I mean, maybe down under you call it a nappy, but where I'm from, we just call it the dirty diaper, and this is courtesy of Nick Rigby, a World Series of Poker main event legend who got down deep on a couple of occasions, and anytime they dealt him the deuce 3, he was in there. He bluffed a few people's faces off, too, with it, which was breathtaking.
They got the same hand here.
Yeah, wheel gutters in both camps.
Probably going to see Reuter come along with call with the wheel draw in position. He's been showing that he's got a lot of fight. Slightly problematic in the sense that there's not much ace-x in his range. Those hands would want to jam pre, but he'll continue.
Board pairing 5.
It's actually a good card for Reuter because Parsons is unlikely to multi-barrel this spot because he's often up against an 8 or 5x. Those hands are not folded, and Reuter might be able to find a way to steal this spot, and it likely gets checked over to him.
Yeah, and Parsonen unlikely to have led with a 5 of his own as well, so he does shut it down after the 200K swing on the flop. Let's see if Reuter activates.
I think a stab here would be pretty nice. If you had a 5x, you'd want to build the pot. And there's nothing Parsonen can do. He has to fear the 5x. That's never folding.
$350K. It would take something heroic out of Parsonen, which would lack some credibility. So he does bin it. Those little upticks, important for Reuter. When you look at the stack distribution at this particular table, 3 teenagers, 16 bigs for Reuter, 15 for Kuhn. And I guess it's a preteen for Wang Ye. He's got 12 bigs.
He's still in what? Elementary school?
What grade are you in when you're 12? Yeah, you got, is it
6th grade or something?
Is it 6th grade?
Kind of guess.
It's got to be 6th grade, yeah.
Yeah.
Because 12 feels old for 5th grade. I don't know, it's cuspy.
I mean,
I'm going to put it in
were
the school solver.
I mean, you might be in 6th grade when you're 18, given your intelligence.
Dude, I had like peach fuzz in 6th grade, man. I was sprouting a stash. Fritz taking us upstairs. No customers. No problems. It has been very smooth sailing for Manuel. Looking at that updates tab. Randy, we see anything taking place over at the other table worthy of note? Looks like the last thing that really caught attention was, of course, that breathtaking 6s all in against Matteos from JNT versus the trip 8s. But other than that, it's been pretty much all eyes focused at this table. So let's
you timed it.
flip it over then and
You missed this table, huh?
take a. There's just big stacks here, you know.
No, you look
Me
for
likey.
the me likey. Me likey big pot.
I'm looking for the Ponikovs Padilla big one. It's not supposed to be a thing, but those two guys sitting on those 2 stacks, it could be.
Right. Maybe enough time has fizzled and they're like, all right, let's just go for it. Meanwhile, Adrian Matteos on 6.6. He had 10 million at some point before the JNT carnage.
Raise 400,000.
King Jack for the man who's operating on one of his 8 remaining lives. Wang Yang would be in trouble here.
12 seconds. Fold.
If the King 10 piqued his interest, he does send it into the muck. Now a Queen 9 suited for Ponikovs.
Let's see what kind of appetite he's got.
I think in general, Alex doesn't mind, regardless of position,
1.3 million.
especially with a big stack like this, to get after entities that he feels like he's going to be able to make more sound decisions than down the streets. And he's doing it here. 1.3. He manages to evict the ace-6 of spades. And JNT as well.
Impossible to play with you.
All in.
All in. Only possibility.
By the way, chat has given us a little formula for how old you are and what grade. Start with 5 years old for kindergarten, says BZ, and then just add a year for each grade. So I guess you'd be 10 in 5th grade and 11 in 6th. Dude, I had Peach Fuzz at 11? That's crazy.
400.
I mean, I'm not kidding, man. And it was like goatee status not long after that. It was awkward.
Yeah. Big kid. Oh, problems here for Matteos.
I mean, if I was like a little league pitcher, they probably would have had to run one of those birth certificate checks on me and be like, come on, man, we know you're 19.
Cool.
Here comes call. Mainly because of how deep they are, Matteos. Doesn't want to inflate against big stack.
King high flop is all Alex here.
Check.
1 spade on board.
Yeah, I wouldn't think this hand is over just yet. Ace Jack high is still relatively strong. This type of texture, unless Ponikovs was to blast it on the flop.
250.
Not going to do that.
Nope. And is this a size that, with backdoor wheel, backdoor spades, backdoor Broadway, Matteos is supposed to peel with?
He's supposed to, and I'm sure he will. He thinks Ace Jack high is just good.
Yeah, not to be overlooked. The possibilities that Ponikovs is just getting frisky. Ranges afforded to him broader than average. 8 of diamonds on the turn, and none of that backdoor equity acquired for Adri. He checks, and Ponikovs can very comfortably carry on into this 1.6.
I think we're going to go closer to the 3/4 territory with this top pair, top kicker. Ponikovs has a lot of semi-bluffs that would fall through the straight draws, diamonds, gut shots with wheelie aces.
5 seconds.
And he knows his customer. He's actually gone even bigger towards pot.
This is one of those things that Ponikovs in particular does really well. And I find that Sensei Bryn Kenny also leverages this. He understands the perception that his opponents have of him. And he finds these sizings designed to create some skepticism, designed to make people curious when he has the goods.
And look at this.
Yeah,
Ace Jack
man.
high is calling.
This is not a call that Matteos is going to make against everybody, but Ponikovs, reputationally and then stack-wise, he understands could be going hard at him. 9 of clubs on the end, 6-7 fills in.
6-7 does get there. But he could value bet. He doesn't need a straight to value bet. You know, he can value bet ace king for a lot of chips. It's a terrible card for Matteos.
I mean, look at it, sub 1 SPR, and you can see the worlds in which Ponikovs says, show me the 4-2.
I think he might.
And by the way, show me 4-2.
All in.
sitting there with the ace-jack, you're still wondering, for real, bro?
For real, bro, is a good way to say it. Because the truth is, if Ponikovs did have some semi-bluffs, like straight draws, 6-9, 7-9, these type of hands, if they river the 9, they don't turn itself into a bluff. They would just check it back with showdown. So now, Ponikovs is representing the upper crust. Top pair, top kicker plus. Probably king, queen as well. I think Matteos also shows up with a lot of king X as played. I don't think he needs to call off with this one. There are better hands to do so with. You really want to block strong hands like the king, or even having a 5 or 3 makes a big difference. Blocking 2 pairs that can go for value. It's a huge dent to Matteos.
I'll tell you what, he is irritated, I think, at this spot here, insofar as he's not certain that laydown wasn't best hand into the muck. As we can see, the decision was sound, but it is tough to abandon that 1-5 that he called on the turn with no equity, really. I mean, just maybe hoping for a shutdown from Ponikovs. That's always an ambitious thing to expect.
Yeah, that did seem slightly ambitious, because the 1.5 million is worth so many chips right now, final table bubble. He went with his gut. Just was wrong and getting a little punished now. He's down to 21 bigs.
Fold. Ignore me.
400.
Raise 400,000. Fold.
King Jack now. And Matteos has found 9s.
So Matteos sits 6th on the overall leaderboard out of 10 players remaining.
Note that he looked over at JNT to see whether or not he could gather any sense of what Jean-Noel might be thinking before jamming. And JNT's going to be out of here.
I mean, it's good, just in case JNT gives away some information.
Sure.
Like, imagine if JNT was holding all his orange chips and black chips in hand and waiting to put them in.
Way, way bigger. Everywhere.
Checking back in with Fritz and Kuhn.
Ooh, he is. Biggest cash game winner in China. Yeah, he broke everybody. Huh? He won't tell you. Definitely not on TV.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, he's incredibly good.
Do you know if they were talking about Wang Ye just now?
Didn't clock it. I was deep in the YouTube chat.
Oh.
All right.
Well, Wang Ye's doing some talking from the button with King Jack, much like Ponikovs moments ago, but he was forced to bin it.
Uh-oh.
And, well, Wang Ye doesn't have that luxury. As he's jammed and found bad timing, Parsonen covering, rejamming, and oopsie.
This might be it.
Not a mistake, of course, on the button for Wang Ye, just poor timing.
What can he do? North of 9 bigs.
Just had to find a spot.
I remember you.
Now he's going to have to
referring
find
me
24%.
Pokemon Studio one day about like that insane cash game they had in Jeju with like the hotel owner and the shares and everything.
Yeah, that's the biggest game I ever heard of. Was that exact game? 2019.
Yeah. Oh my God! Stop.
3-1 favorite is the Finn here to bring us to a final table.
Ooh, they got him in the right order. JK.
4.1 in the middle. Can Wang Ye get lucky? Yeah, it sure looks that way on a jack high flop, but hang tight, because Parsonen could find an ace or a queen.
7 outs at the moment.
Six of hearts ain't one of them. Will there be justice for Parsonen with that dominant hand? No, there won't. And Wang Ye says not so fast, as he's going to haul in this 4 and leave Ellis with 2 mil.
It's been very swingy at this table. Ellis thought he was out of that danger zone.
Yep.
Now he's back there.
It's almost like a game of unwanted potato. Wang Ye just passes it along to Ellis, says, here, you deal with this short stack nonsense.
Yeah, you hold on to it long enough, you become the short stack.
Right.
Are we going to get to the final table, or is it just going to be this all day?
I mean, respectfully, and I know that there are other things that I should be taking into consideration when I answer this question, but, you know, given I didn't eat since I woke up today, I would like 9 consecutive bust-out hands so I can head down and grab some food before this entire resort shuts down, culinarily speaking, like it does every night, it feels like, midweek. At like 10:30,
All right,
you
so
just starve.
So you're not eating today, cool.
Yeah, I mean, maybe at this pace. And by the way, missing a meal wouldn't be the worst thing for me, you know, just in general.
Yeah.
Speaking of meals, Randy, did you do the dirty today? Did you go to the shack?
No. I got to show you a photo, though. You want to see it?
Is it of lunch?
Yeah, what I had today. Come here.
Is it Wendy's, you sick bastard? You see this? It is Wendy's, guys. Randy went to the Wendy's truck. You're really mixing it up. Meanwhile, Reuter with King 4 has shot it up against Kuhn, who's thinking about this ace tray.
Wow. For chips, this is a call.
But what else is he thinking about?
10 remaining. ICM's important, so the pips do change on what you can call off with.
80K ladder, shot at 4.7, title, number 13. These are all things.
Kuhn's 8 out of 10 on the leaderboard.
All right, I guess I fold. I don't know.
He's folding.
Close one. That's a really fucking close one. Yeah, I had you beat.
Get me beat?
Yeah.
Fortunate for Reuter, potentially, of course.
It's really sick that you can see the positions too. So you can see like who's posting big blind ante and stuff.
It's always delayed by 1 though.
Yeah, but still you can.
But yeah.
Kuhn pointing out that he's also taking into consideration not just where he is on the overall leaderboard, which is visible on that tournament clock screen, but also the positioning of the players at the other table. Who's going to be coming into that big blind, maybe?
It should be Wang Yang, I assume, on the other table, who is the tournament short stack with 10 big blinds. So he just felt it's not worth the risk. Get it in, maybe behind against a bigger ace, or slightly ahead of 2 live cards.
Ace 3-0 for 12 and a half. I think it's close. 2 guys on 10. He's going to have 9 in a second.
Ace 2 soft or?
Ace 3 off.
Yeah. Tough one.
With how the stacks are now, yeah.
Call a 4.
I think Ace 4 is
Yeah, I think Ace 3 is just a cut-off fold, yeah.
Kind of cool to hear them discuss it.
Openly, too. And I think their willingness to have that conversation, Randy, speaks to the fact that they respect that one another are pro and polished enough that you're not giving away anything here. Everybody's sort of aware.
It's respect.
It is. And it's cool to see. Because it's atypical, I think, in your average tournament for such high-level conversations. It could be very material down the way to be had in the aftermath of that decision from Kuhn, but everybody kind of on board with it. A cuspy one, but a correct one, suggesting Fritz.
I said all in. Yeah. I think he said call.
That good, huh?
No, but I mean nothing's that good. I'm just ripping. I'm happy with folds with everything.
Yeah, yeah.
You fucking ace jack off. I'm happy with the fold.
Had me scared there announcing call.
All right, what's happening elsewhere? Looks like bottom set versus middle pair here. JNT has his arms wrapped around 1.1 million for the time being. He opened to 400. Padilla defended the big, slipping it over with this middle pair.
400,000.
And 400K, the declaration now from Jean-Noel.
Yeah, Brazilian fans are praying no 8 or 7 on the turn. Must continue with middle pair.
Yeah, this is all very standard fanfare. Pot growing. And now, 9 of hearts on the turn, and added overcard to the 8, but we don't expect that it's going to impact us in terms of JNT's range.
Yeah, JNT's range shouldn't contain mini 9X anyways.
Of course, with the set, he's going to follow through again. Sizing will have something to do with this. In terms of Padilia's sentiment, 700,000. I think he's found a good figure.
He really has. He might get the 8 to call once more, especially if you don't think 9X is in JNT's range. You're getting a decent price.
Excuse me, it's a mistake.
I like that he didn't get greedy. King X is calling you anyways, but you want to make sure the 8X that's drawing dead continues. The price is right.
But the river is wrong. Not that he was drawing live. Boy, this one came in swiftly at 1.5. And I got to be honest, just that vibe alone, independent of any of the other data points in this hand, I'm not loving my 8s.
Yeah, I do think JNT's size is quite good to try to get a crying call out of some weak King X, maybe even 8X. But as played, I'm pretty happy folding, which he does.
I do feel as though, you know, having had a few years under our belts observing JNT's procedures, the 3-barrel bluff is kind of a lesser seen approach from him.
Maybe in the later stage of the tournament. It's just kind of funny that you mentioned that, because in the 250K Invitational Level 1, it was bet, bet, jam, 3-bet pot, ace high.
From JNT?
Bluffed out queens and 4.
Wow.
So it's just kind of funny that you mentioned it, but I do kind of agree with you for the later stages of the tournament.
So Pedro getting dined on by JNT, who's got 34 bigs in the aftermath of that one. Ponikovs continues to be the chip leader. Padilla still number 2. JNT now number 3. With Wang Yang's 10 bigs at this table. Officially the short stack. Not so far north is Parsonen at the other table with 11 bigs. Final table bubble here in Paradise on this final day of the Triton Poker Series. Collaborative effort with the World Series of Poker, a 6-event festival, up from 2 events last year, which were just the Invitational and this main, won by Alex Foxen. And of course, Alejandro Lococo, who made a run at the Invitational once again, won that last year. This year it was Mokri. Had a couple of PLO events. And do have 150K that's going to wind down and play to a winner. That'll be coming your way after we crown a champ in this main, which is looking like it might take a while.
Just taking a little quick peek there. 18 remaining. Danny Tang, 3.3 million chips. Mokri on 1.5. That's in the 150K, that is.
One split, one win.
Has Danny posted any results here at this festival? Randy, that's a name I really don't remember calling at all.
Taking a peek for you. He's got 0 cashes so far. But
Maybe not.
maybe that's the one.
Yeah, I mean,
I hope it's the
let's
one
not
given his
jinx.
stack.
Yeah, right. I think those dry spells, which sometimes are front-loaded, you know, we've talked on multiple occasions about the likes of Nick Petrangelo and Seth Davies going 20-plus events without their first ever cash across multiple festivals. Tough to pack your bags and go to work. Are challenging regardless of where they come. But for somebody who's a, you know, former Ivan Liao Player of the Year award winner who really, I mean, he clustered, what, 4 titles or something into a single season, right? When all of a sudden things turn on you, even if it is sort of, you know, results breaking even or variance breaking even, as we see the King-Queen suited raise and take there from Ponikovs, because you've had this taste and been conditioned to expect success and results, it can actually make the disappointment even more difficult and maybe compound some of the challenges as you get into your head and you start to question, was I just running hot and maybe I'm not that good? You know, these sorts of self-doubts have to be staved off.
It's a real thing. I will say for Danny Tang, though, I've always found him to be a very humble guy. And, you know, he understood that he was running good when he did win that race. So I think he's all right, though. He's got a good mindset.
Sure. This 8-7, not going to get in there for Padilla. King Jack now for Matteos.
450.
450 open, Queen 10 suited for JNT. Fold's not on his mind, it would seem.
Yeah, Matteos is like, I can't get rid of this guy.
Wong Yang not going to overcall with the ace high. See Adri shooting a look over. 1.3 in the pot. Oh, and it would have been aces up for Wong Yang, far and away the best hand. Check in front of him, and Matteos is surveying. Decides he's happy to check back with second nut, no pair. Third heart, fourth wheel card rolling off now. Oh, and look at this.
Get him.
Just
get him.
How much
Five.
did you say?
Five.
Five.
Ah, 5.
$500,000 into 1.3. You could see some of the middling aces that didn't want to fold but didn't want to 3-bet, having check flop and then brought forward this cautious barrel.
I think JNT's line's credible for an ace. He just has nothing. But he knows Matteos has got nothing too. Well played. Tough customer.
When you question how it is that JNT manages to earn the moniker Mr. Main Event with a couple of second place finishes in Triton mains thus far, consult spots like that, he isn't so easy to get a beat on. Now, to be fair, he's not supposed to be still in this thing. Sixes against trip eights, found the full house on the turn, 2 outer, and Matteos wasn't able to wrestle back the lead.
LH 6 big blind.
Padilla suited one gapper. He's done being on the sidelines. Note that he's raising into Ponikovs big with this holding.
Yeah, so technically speaking, his range is perceived to be stronger. He's raising into the chip leader. It's not.
Only we know that. So it is mucked around to the other big stack, Ponikovs, and they're going to tussle again here. 6 deuce of diamonds turning into a gutter, and top pair. Much more than we can say for the pre-flop Razors 10 high.
That's a good flop. Might even lead at it, expecting Padilla to check back this flop quite a bit. Just try to deny equity and maybe get called by worse, like ace size. It's a cool move. Don't raise my big blind next time, sir.
Lead and take it there, uneventful.
King 7 suited for the 23 big blind stack. He's out. Doesn't like who's in the blinds. The 2 biggest stacks. More blind versus blind limp pot action between these two. Round 15.
Queen 5 tray board. Doesn't rate to bring us much excitement.
Someone's going to bluff it at some point. Who's going to bite?
200.
Yep, this guy.
There's your answer. Speaking first, but speaking softly. 1/3 pot. Just designed to direct Padilla toward the exit.
He's going forward.
Jack 6, man. They're getting into the trenches now. 10 for Ponikovs as he finds second pair and the lead.
Maybe goes for value against 5 and 3x. The defensive line is all right as well. And if it checks through on the turn, he can size up to get max from weak pairs. Jack 6 might feel like it needs to bet at some point. Maybe just here. It wouldn't work though against 10-4 off.
You know, Padilla is just reading this bet check as not a queen and perhaps not anything that can call this 650, which is 2/3 in nature.
Yeah, if Ponikovs had a queen and bet the flop, he's probably going to continue to bet. So normally it's one of those one and done for Ponikovs range, and It's kind of just unlucky for Padilla that Ponikovs turned to 10.
Oh, for sure, because this works. But it's unclear, of course, whether or not Ponikovs might just bring another barrel with 0 equity, unimproved.
You mean Padilla, but I get you.
No, if Ponikovs doesn't hit the
Oh,
10,
right.
like, he might barrel again at us. But the idea for Padilla was always, let me get to this turn, and if this man checks, I'm just going to fire and try to take it. Of course, Ponikovs, having hit the 10, has other ideas. Now, a board pairing 5 on the end. This is kind of a difficult card to expect that we're going to be able to win the pot on, right?
I would say this is never going to be a bluff. If Padilla did have a 5, I don't think he's betting the turn with an overcard to it, at least not for that sizing, so it's just not credible. But it is possible that Ponikovs actually has the 5. Bet flop, see an overcard, check call, bink it.
So it does get shut down, and Padilla puts it into the bin. By the way, you know your man wasn't there with a queen or a 5 when it plays out that way. Meanwhile, are we going to play our way down to this final table? Manuel Fritz certainly hopes so, as he jammed over the top of a 1.2 million chip open from Ellis. That was just another 100K that was required. And we are off to the races with Parsonen poised to double here. 4-1 favorite. $9-8-3. Bubble looks safely intact.
I'd be happy.
10? Take a 10.
Parsonen on his feet. None of that dirty 6 on the turn business that Matteos had to contend with.
Suited.
Just got to keep those red 6s away from this river as well, says Ellis. And compliance as he improves to the queen high straight and improves his stack in the process. Nice note on which to head to the first break of the day here in this Triton, Maine. And that double will see Parsonen move up ahead of Wang Yang, who once more will occupy the bottom slot with 2 tables of 5. Ready to take a breather. 125, 250 will be the blinds and annies when we come back. Fritz somehow boss stack there at the red table with nothing more than 6.6 million. That would put him 4th if he were at the blue table. So quite fortunate for him to be enjoying that setup. Ali Najad, Randy Liu back with you here at the desk. And, well, there's been a few different types of bubbles that we've had. Money bubbles, obviously a different story, but this final table bubble is proving to be a difficult one to burst.
Yeah, it's been very slow. We've had a lot of all-ins, and we've had the players with the best hand hold, players with the worst hand get there.
Yep.
I'm not sure when we're going to bust this one.
Nope, we still have 2 runners from the Chinese delegation. We have 2 from the Austrian delegation, and then we've got a smattering of other players as well, all still in the hunt. The only casualty thus far, one of the 2 Brazilian runners, that was Kelvin Kerber. So we're going to take a pause. 15 minutes time, we're going to be back with this 3rd and final day of this Triton, Maine as we hunt the FT.
Oh my God! Stay loose, play 7 dude.
Young.
It's got ace jack and a stack that can jam. 10 bigs.
Ace Jack starting his engine. Oh no.
He might be crashing out.
Yeah. Ponikovs flatting 10 bigs always puts you on high alert, even if he is the big stack. You see Matteos quite happy to bin the 6s and Wang Yang's going to be very unhappy once they get on their backs here. They are pausing momentarily to ensure that action is complete at the other table. JNT wants a peek. He's like, did we get a ladder? Merci beaucoup.
Yeah, this is a bit rough for Wang Yang. It's like the start of a race and you start one lap behind.
Yeah, you forgot to pump gas. You're like, wait, what? Why is the motor sputtering? Stranger things have happened with 3.4 in the middle. Then Ace King losing to Ace Jack. It looks improbable here, though, on a 9-high rainbow board.
Exactly.
Yeah. The suites are not sure, but the 985. Yeah.
This would be a wonderful start for Ponikovs to get on the stone final table bubble and pick up a decent haul of 10 bigs. But a board pairing turn now creates opportunities for Wang. 9 or an 8. Carve it up, re-rack, a jack, and give me the whole thing. And there is a 9.
Wow. Pump the brakes. We're still on 11.
Chop.
Guess he was able to jumpstart it. The advice we seek that the jacket on Padilha is the Brazilian club team Corinthians. So showing his support for no doubt his rooting interest. And of course, in turn, the Brazilians in the chat have been rooting hard for their delegates. They've got more than one out here. Kelvin Kerber on the other side. 9's here.
Oh. Same opponent?
Well, it was a carve up last time. It'll be tough for that to be the case with these two holdings, provided that Ponikovs is ready.
Oh, he's definitely ready. And he should just be calling rather than click because Padilha is behind with a big stack.
Yeah. The message that you send with a flat is, dare I say, equally as strong as the one you would with a 3-bet.
Yes.
In fact, I almost think the 3-bet reads a little weaker because you're desperately trying to evict other people from getting involved in the pot, and they're going to look up and be like, why would you do that?
Right on.
If you were up in range. So now Wang Yang with the best of it here. Locking horns once more with Ponikovs. 3.7 Denda tickle. Oh, and the set of 9s. You see Wang Yang can get behind it. Ponikovs has the queen, but it would have to be runner, runner, disgusting, disgusting. And not going to happen here. No club to worry about. And it's a decent haul. You see the other table coming over. Oh, really, buddy? You doubled? Look at the disappointment as they all turn around.
You know who they were rooting for. Nice one for Wang Yang.
Yeah, wasn't that man, was it? Reuter peeking down at 5 deuce. Uninterested.
Oh yeah, pocket kings.
Yeah, pocket coons.
Yeah, coon.
350.
3.5. Oh my goodness.
Ouchie burger.
Brazilian delegation could be thinned out in short order here as Kelvin Kerber off of 3.8 million could easily wind up with all of it in the middle, and way the worst of it is thinking about how best to proceed. Going to start with a 3-bet to 1 million. Pretty big investment. If you're Coon, Randy, in position, do you get cute, or the kings are particularly vulnerable to some of the ace-X stuff and you'd rather force them to make the decision pre?
Yeah, I'll be jamming kings in this spot. If I had aces, I would even consider a slow play. But with kings, they are vulnerable to 3-bet bluffs, which is ace-X. And you want to get max from queens and jacks without some kind of scary run out. So there's all in. And the call.
As we expected when we first glanced up at this collision. Such an unfortunate one for Kerber, but stranger things have happened throughout the course of this Triton Festival.
It's coming.
Where big pairs
I really think it's
held
coming.
on.
I got your suits. I got one suit. I hope it doesn't come.
I really hope it does.
Well, Honest declarations from both camps as they root for themselves here. And, well, it did come.
Yeah, it wasn't mine.
Maybe some sweat on the turn.
Triton, there's always a sweat.
Yeah, exactly.
No, no sweat this time. Drawing dead on the turn without the tenor jack that was needed is Kerber.
300,000.
Silver lining, of course, that he did have Kuhn ever so slightly covered, but 575 is 4 bigs, Randy, and a lot of work to be done.
No better.
Yeah, clearly the shortest stack of the tournament. Big smile for Jason Kuhn.
Deck is rigged.
3-3?
One. Step aside.
There was a lot of rooting interest, by the way, in the chat during that particular pot. Some queen keys on some keyboards got mashed pretty hard.
It's King 9 for Kerber.
575.
Decides this is good enough. Now Parsonen. Does he want to reach for a badge?
I think he should be continuing with Queen 10 suited. It's a solid hand for this price. See, Reuter behind him has 13 bigs. He's going to push.
Whoa.
Oh, and a snap reshove.
Maybe.
I don't know if you heard the whisper from Jason Kuhn, something to the effect of if Ellis shoves, Clemens is going to call. Maybe he picked up on something, some sort of read?
Maybe.
You heard it, right?
I thought I did hear the whisper.
That's where you go.
That's remarkable.
Queen. King. I'm in good shape. No, I'm in good shape. No, I'm in good shape.
That's a very good shape there.
Parsonen covers, Reuter with the ace-king, best hand.
Flush like less like.
Side pot bigger than the main here. Between Parsonen and Reuter, Kerber plays for a triple and cheese.
Can I have your hand?
Should be way worse.
Good luck, guys.
Okay. An ace on the flop would be nice.
Parsonen gets there. It's final table time.
You're so right. And he's got 38% equity. Could very well be bringing us in that direction, but the flop will bring focus. Burn down, 3 off the top. What have we? Ace in the window. Reuter sitting pretty, but time out. 2 spades.
Jack of diamonds always. Jack of diamonds all day, you know.
Kelvin has a sweat too.
Everybody picks up outs on the 8. Yeah, what are we talking about? 8, of course.
A 5 at least, I don't know.
Oh my good. Ask and you shall receive. The sweatiest of cards for Reuter. The 8 now giving Kerber an open-ender. Gutter for Parsonen to go with the spade draw. Is Ellis. Gonna go 2 birds, 1 stone here. Can Kerber connect? None of the above, and Reuter is gonna claim 1 pelt and a massive pot.
He's got 4.3 million. Parsonen on 2 million, and Kerber's out, just like that.
That turn card was from outer space.
Everyone had hope.
T-shirt after that sweat.
In his element as well, Mr. Main Event. Just 1 bust out remove from the FT. Pocket 6s here.
It's got a hand off of 20 bigs.
Min. Matteos is going to defend with the ace-8. So we're going to take a flop here. Couple of overs. And 2 8s show up on this board. And unfortunately, that actually makes it slightly more attractive for JNT for these 6s. The follow-through, just 300.
Yeah, I would feel good about 6s at the moment. Makes sense to bet this hand. Protect against counterfeits. Does Matteos want a fast play or not? I think I prefer calling against JNT. Maybe JNT catches up with king or ace, but he's going to play it fast. He's trying to make it as small as possible to make sure JNT continues. Oh, he's gone all in. This is terrible timing. Snap called.
I confess I didn't see this coming.
It's a Matteos factor. I kind of wish J&T just called and maybe decide on a turn if he wants to move in.
I mean, I think objectively that is the way forward. And J&T immediately knows it. You know, when you get away with that move, you don't think anything of it, and you're positively reinforced into thinking, okay, this is what we do here. But Matteos just has better than sixes with decent frequency. Can J&T find mercy? Yes! Oh my God.
That pot is worth so much money to everyone.
First.
This is insanity. Now, Matteos still draws live to an ace-jack or 8, but this is incredible, or incroyable, as I'm sure his friend Fred, looking on in the background, is thinking. 6 million in the middle and no resuck available for Matteos.
Wow. This Lapland guy jinxed it.
There's Fred.
This game is like sixes.
J'ai pas eu un ballon de la journée.
This is reality, right? Distorted?
Yeah.
Do you know if they're talking about Wang Ye just now?
Didn't clock it. I was deep in the YouTube chat.
Oh.
All right.
Well, Wang Ye's doing some talking from the button with King Jack, much like Ponikovs moments ago, but he was forced to bin it. And, well, Wang Ye doesn't have that luxury as he's jammed and found bad timing. Parsonen covering, rejamming, and oopsie.
This might be it.
Not a mistake, of course, on the button for Wang Ye, just poor timing.
What can he do? North of 9 bigs.
Just had to find a spot.
I remember you.
Now he's going to have to find 24%.
Studio one day about like that insane cash game they had in Jeju with like the hotel owner and the shares and everything.
Yeah, that's the biggest game I ever heard of. Was that exact game? 2019.
Yeah. Oh my God! Stop.
3-1 favorite is the Finn here to bring us to a final table.
Ooh, they got him in the right order. JK.
4.1 in the middle. Can Wang Ye get lucky? Yeah, it sure looks that way on a jack-high flop, but hang tight, because Parsonen could find an ace or a queen.
7 outs at the moment.
Six of hearts ain't one of them. Will there be justice for Parsonen with that dominant hand? No, there won't. And Wang Ye says not so fast, as he's going to haul in this 4 and leave Ellis with 2 mil.
It's been very swingy at this table. Ellis thought he was out of that danger zone.
Yep.
He's back there.
To have that conversation, Randy, speaks to the fact that they respect that one another. And welcome back to continuing coverage of the Triton main event. Ali Najad, Randy Lou here with you. And will we ever get to this final table? Only time will tell, Randy. It has been difficult thus far, as everyone who's been all in at risk has managed to find the double. Let's take a look at the lay of the land as we get set to send it back down into the arena. Ponikovs up top, that's where he's been. Padilla has been unafraid to tussle with him. And then you got JNT, who was supposed to be out of here and now sits with 7 million, Randy. Could this be the time Mr. Main Event actually wins a main event?
I mean, possible, but of course he's got tough competition given that Ponikovs has got more than 2x his stack. But for now, though, it is going to be looking at the bottom of the leaderboard where there is a lot of short stacks. Wang Yang's on 6 big blinds, Jason Kuhn on 10, Elis Parsonen on 12. Like, this could get to the final table quickly.
And listen, Reuter just a click north of Kuhn with, or of Parsonen rather, with 3.15. So you're right about that. I would imagine all four of those players, even though there is that immediate pay ladder of 80,000, the difference between 415K, which is on lockup, and the 495, if you make the final table, not something they're going to be scoffing at. And kind of, I think, the go for the gusto aspect, in particular, looking at Jason Kuhn, who's not the type to try to chisel and cobble his way in there, could leave him or any of those four out the door before someone shorter.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting that you mentioned that, because I agree with you. Jason Kuhn is the one to kind of go for the gusto. But then again, we saw him fold ace-3 offsuit in a blind versus blind spot where he had a chance to call off for chip. EV would be a call. But there he decided to fold because, you know, he understands this is a big spot, right?
Yeah, I mean, could be title number 13 for him. There's 4.75 million up top. You can't overlook that. In terms of seven-figure scores, there's 6 of them available, and we're just 4 bust outs away from that moment. And we're just a few seconds away from getting you back down for the resumption of action. Who is going to be the man on the outside looking in? We're looking for a 10th place finisher for the time being so we can get these two tables consolidated. So let's send it down. Playing for the trophy, playing for the bracelet, playing for the 4.7 and change up top from here in Atlantis on Paradise Island in the Bahamas. Red table, blue table divisions by the numbers. Fritz again, so fortunate to be able to play boss stack, just given this table draw and the way things have shaken out. And by the way, he wasn't among the boss stacks. He has performed very well on the day, Randy.
He sure has, and he's made some big calls, and he's been pressing on it. 26 big blinds. All eyes definitely on Wang Yan, who's got 6 big blinds. I would expect all of the middling stacks, all of the other short stacks, to just wait for Wang Yang to get it in first and see if he doubles or we go to a final table.
Blinds up to 125 and 250. This frame brought to you in part by GG Poker. And of course, brought to you in part by that 6 on the turn from JNT. This is why Adrian Matteos sits with 18 bigs and not a whole lot more. 4th of 5 runners over at that blue table where he's got his hands full too. But up to the task is El Conquistador. We know that.
Up to the task, but once upon a time, he had 10 million in chips.
I know. And I'm sure he does as well. We're gonna get these cards in the air, guys? What are we doing?
No, we're just gonna finish the track.
She's just extended remix.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm ready for poker now. We can.
No, I'm not.
No, come on,
just
Randy.
10 more seconds.
I'm just trying to make it to dinner for once on the trip before they roll down the shutters at 10:15.
Easy daisy.
Yeah, suited and connected on the button. Up we go, says the Latvian. Seven, 8 of diamonds. Bedelia's thinking about it.
These two are always tangling. They almost got a straight flush.
Queen 9 tray. Unsurprisingly, no diamonds out there. No draws for either player or pairs.
Still though, Ponikovs likely to fire a C-bet. Big chip advantage. Probably speculates that Padilla is unlikely to float as much. Looks like he's going to go for a delay C-bet as he checks it back, and the ace is one to consider, one to attack with.
Well, Pedro not going to be the man to attack. Ponikovs, of course, as the razor pre. Sort of retains more credibility in the barrel department on this street. I think there's a recognized game aspect to the exchanges between these two as we see Ponikovs check and Padilla make an 8. I think Alex at this point really knows what he's dealing with in Padilla, right? And there's a takes one to know one.
Yeah, so I think that's why he's not relentlessly c-betting every single board. He knows that he could just be asked for more all of a sudden. He's gone for the double delayed. Likely c-bet now with 6-5.
I mean, he's never a winner at Showdown. Not that the white flag isn't something that we can't wave from time to time. This is just a min-raise pot.
I think he goes pretty sizable, trying to represent an ace-X. Wow, he's gone overbet all of a sudden, which is kind of odd given the board texture.
I'll tell you what, with 2 checkbacks on the prior streets, you can tell Padilla's got some questions about what's cooking over there, but Ponikovs manages to use muscle to send Padilla's best hand into the bin.
That was a really interesting sizing. I guess he just tries to make it look like he's going greedy with some kind of A-side or check back flop.
Yeah, just to cut.
Sometimes, even if it smells a little funny, just let him have it, because it's a Wang Yang, UTG next,
Yeah.
with 6 bigs.
And it's not like Padilla's got to grind the app to know that that's the case. He's got a front row seat. Meanwhile, he's got a king-8 of clubs on the button. Absent Ponikovs, we're always a little bit more comfortable to get involved with this second place stack. Mind you, 8 million in separation now between Alex and Padilla. Once upon a time, Padilla was the chip leader and they were neck and neck. No longer the case.
And it's not that Padilla is performing poorly. He's just kind of been treading water and maintaining that 10 million-ish stack.
That's right.
Curious to see if Parsonen continues here, because Wang Yang's the big blind next hand with 6 bigs. I'm not sure if he wants to be defending even hand is pretty off of 10. ICM respect right there.
Okay, I think Wang is posting his big blind, I think.
Yeah,
We'll see what happens. He'll probably fold.
or double up.
Probably fold.
You know, the thing about this final table bubble is it isn't going to be followed up on in the same way that a money bubble is, where you're going from 0 to cashing the minimum, which is a big gap, and then you have the first of the ladders, if there's even a ladder available between min cash and the next payout, where all of the shorties are kind of like, okay, I can breathe easy, let me just get the chips in motion. There's going to be a ladder, and it's not going to be insignificant. Every single slot from 9th up to 1st, and you're just 8 busts at that point removed from 4.7, as we see the ace-8 suited removed by the Kuhn, ace-jack jam, and Reuter vacated as well.
And this is what I'm saying. People aren't willing to call off right now with Wang Yang in the big next hand.
Jason knows it.
VB.
Not that the ace-jack wasn't worth it anyway.
Right.
Oh no, he's in the big.
No, that's always delayed. So
So he got.
So he just went through.
He's
the
in
big,
the small one. Okay.
Positions are delayed by 1.
So he has 3.5 BB. Because he had 4 BB prior to posting the
Oh,
small
yeah,
one.
950K. Yeah. Oh yeah, and now he's posting the small one.
Yes, exactly.
Come on, survive one more orbit and sweat the guys all in.
And then he doubles up with 20% equity.
Then we have to go. Then we have to go.
Who they rooting against, huh?
I mean, it's not personal. It's just business. But Wang Yang has the crosshairs on him.
An ace-3 suited from Wang Ye. The big stack is out, so that's going to give him the opportunity to come in. And he knows everyone's going to be very snug right now. Slightly better ace-6. Shouldn't be looking to get involved. It's out. What about you, Jason Kuhn? Doyle? Don't think so.
Deuces. Him and I played a huge hand where I had deuces.
But you're going to show the deuce as well now.
That was an ace-deuce suited. The 150K and JJ, we played a massive pot. Deuces, the ace-king off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. Hello me.
Well, you have 3 waters now, or what?
I didn't even order one, but I'm into it. Here, let's just put. I brought one. This one's yours, right?
Okay, then I have 2, and you
Yeah,
have 2.
here.
Okay.
Equanimity. All right. I sold the deuce first. I said, all right, I'm not shoving if I get another deuce, because the last time I already told him I wasn't gonna shove if I got deuce.
I remember now. Was it also the main?
Yeah, it was the 150K last
I
trip.
watched that one.
Big fucking pot, 60.
And you held it up.
Yeah, Duh.
Painful. Yeah.
Yeah. He got me. He busted me anyway. So
Okay.
just took him a couple orbits to get it back.
Hand for hand action. Green light given.
With some of them.
Looks like a spot he could jam.
King 10 off in the small. And he does.
Oh, it's kings.
No.
Ouch.
Very good one.
Flip.
You're very bad shit.
Well, Wang Yang has managed to get all in himself at the other table during this same hand. Ponikovs has looked for isolation with 5-5.
So
Now, if 2 players bust at the same time in the same hand, Randy, split across 2 tables, how does it play out?
they chop the difference in price.
Okay, so the min cash will get carved up between them.
Right.
If it were 2 players at the same table, then the player with the greater stack ends up in the money and the other one out.
We chop, win.
All right, so it looks like we're going to resolve this matter first.
Did they show on over there as well? Or we do it? Ah, yeah, okay.
Wow.
That's horrible.
What is life?
Kuhn sees the bad news. Just ran into top of range
You
here.
never know, guys. Let's not count me out just yet.
Take a chop.
Yeah. I don't even know how it's possible, but
Straight on the board.
straight on the board, I probably don't want to chop. I'm probably ahead at some earlier street.
That's unfortunate.
Until flop.
Straight on the board could be a thing.
But it's not looking good, guys. All right.
Kuhn's diamonds are covered.
That's
GG,
it.
guys.
Board pairing 6 does wrap it up.
Lose Jason Kuhn.
But that might not be all we lose, as we see Fritz denying Kuhn the opportunity to hunt title number 13, or assuredly not in the money, unless
30 seconds because I thought there's
Long
3
game.
hearts on the turn. I don't.
busts as
He's fighting
well.
for another 20 seconds.
We did lose a player from that
Wang Yang,
table,
rather.
so
Forgive me.
if somebody is eliminated on this table at the same time, you will split the prize.
Wow, that's good for you. Eliminate.
Okay.
So Wang Yang getting the update from the tournament staff there. Should he bust, he's still going to get half of the payout, the min cash, as we touched on. Not min, but the 415K.
Of course. Is it 9 remaining or 8 remaining for the final table?
That's what we're about to find out. You know what Ponikovs is rooting for?
Jack 9 deuce, 2 hearts.
Apparently Jack 9 deuce 2 hearts. Instead, it's Jack 5 4, and it's middle set for Ponikovs. Wang Yang straddling the Jack of clubs. Can he find backdoor equity in any prayer here? Kuhn couldn't do it on the turn in his all-in. But Yang can as he finds the 9 for a ray of hope. 4 of them to be exact. His compatriot Wang Ye on hand. Maybe not rooting so hard for his man. Oh, and he finds the
Whoa.
9 always.
runner nuts against the set, and Wang Yang all smiles and laughs for good reason. That was incredible. Ponikovs not too bothered, just given it's but a flesh wound to his stack, but we're going to take this final table 9-handed, Randy.
9-handed we are.
Yeah.
Runner for the straight.
Probably 5 times.
By the way, it's relevant given that there's a pretty big 100K ladder between 9th and 8th, which would have been locked up by the remaining parties had Ponikovs' set of 5s done its job, but instead it is only Kuhn on the outside, and that means he doesn't get to divvy up the 415, or rather the next pay jump. I'm sorry, I keep talking about that. I kept saying the min cash. Anyhow, we're back here at the desk. That's because it's going to take some time before we can get this final table set. 30 minutes to be exact. So our apologies, but this is just the way things go sometimes. Before we do head to that break, though, Randy, let's take a look, if you will, at the remaining 9, and let's just give us a hunch as to what we're going to expect on the backside of that break.
Well, we immediately see 2 sub-10 big blind stacks, so I would think all the middling stacks are going to wait for them to hopefully get in, get those big pay jumps, and Ponikovs coming to one driving to action.
All right, well, that's it in a nutshell, and that's going to be it for us for about 30 minutes, but don't go anywhere, set your watch, do what you need to do, grab a snack, come back. Triton, final day of this Paradise Festival with 2 titles hanging in the balance, first of them the main event, and we're going to crown somebody when we come back.
Oh my god! Stay loose, play 7 dudes.
Ponikovs flatting 10 bigs always puts you on high alert, even if he is the big stack. You see Matteos quite happy to bin the 6s, and Wang Yang's going to be very unhappy once they get on their backs here. They are pausing momentarily to ensure that action is complete at the other table. JNT wants a peek. He's like, did we get a ladder? Merci beaucoup.
Yeah, this is a bit rough for Wang Yang. It's like the start of a race and you start 1 lap behind.
You forgot to pump gas. You're like, wait, what? Why is the motor sputtering? Stranger things have happened with 3.4 in the middle. Then Ace King losing to Ace Jack. It looks improbable here, though, on a 9 high rainbow board.
Exactly. Yeah. The Swedes are not sure, but the 9, 8, 5. Yeah.
This would be a wonderful start for Ponikovs to get on the stone final table bubble and pick up a decent haul of 10 bigs. But a board pairing turn now creates opportunities for Wang. 9 or an 8. Carve it up, re-rack a jack, and give me the whole thing. And there is a 9.
Wow. Pump the brakes. We're still on 11.
Jump.
Guess he was able to jumpstart it. The advice we seek that the jacket on Padilha is the Brazilian club team Corinthians. So showing his support for no doubt his rooting interest. And of course, in turn, the Brazilians in the chat have been rooting hard for their delegates. They've got more than one out here. Kelvin Kerber on the other side. 9's here. Oh.
Same opponent?
Well, it was a carve up last time. Going to be tough for that to be the case with these two holdings, provided that Ponikovs is ready.
Oh, he's definitely ready. And he should just be calling rather than click because Padilla is behind him for big stack.
Yeah. The message that you send with a flat is, dare I say, equally as strong as the one you would with a 3-bet.
Yes.
In fact, I almost think the 3-bet reads a little weaker because you're desperately trying to evict other people from getting involved in the pot, and they're going to look up and be like, why would you do that?
Right on.
If you were up in range. So now Wang Yang with the best of it here. Locking horns once more with Ponikovs. 3.7 Denda Tickle. Oh, and the set of 9s. You see Wang Yang can get behind it. Ponikovs has the queen, but it would have to be runner, runner, disgusting, disgusting. And not going to happen here. No club to worry about. And it's a decent haul. You see the other table coming over. Oh, really, buddy? You doubled? Look at the disappointment as they all turn around.
You know who they were rooting for. Nice one for Wang Yang.
Yeah, wasn't that man, was it? Reuter peeking down at 5 deuce. Uninterested.
Oh yeah, pocket kings.
Yeah, pocket coons.
Yeah, coon.
350.
3.5. Oh my goodness.
Ochi burger.
Brazilian delegation could be thinned out in short order here as Kelvin Kerber off of 3.8 million could easily wind up with all of it in the middle, and way the worst of it is thinking about how best to proceed. Going to start with a 3-bet to 1 million. Pretty big investment. If you're Coon, Randy, in position, do you get cute, or the kings are particularly vulnerable to some of the ace-X stuff and you'd rather force them to make the decision pre?
Yeah, I'll be jamming kings in the spot. If I had aces, I would even consider a slow play. But with kings, they are vulnerable to 3-bet bluffs, which is ace-X. And you want to get max from queens and jacks without some kind of scary run out. So there's all in. And a call.
As we expected when we first glanced up at this collision. Such an unfortunate one for Kerber, but stranger things have happened throughout the course of this Triton Festival.
It's coming.
Where big pairs
I really think it's
held
coming.
on.
I got your suits? I got one suit. I hope it doesn't come.
I really hope it does.
Well, honest declarations from both camps as they root for themselves here. And, well, it did come.
Yeah, it wasn't mine.
Maybe some sweat on the turn.
Triton, there's always a sweat.
Yeah, exactly.
No, no sweat this time. Drawing dead on the turn without the tenor jack that was needed is Kerber.
300,000.
Silver lining, of course, that he did have Kuhn ever so slightly covered, but 575 is 4 bigs, Randy, and
You are Mr.
a lot of work
Triton.
to be done.
No better.
Yeah, clearly the shortest stack of the tournament.
Yeah.
Big smile for Jason Kuhn.
Deck is rigged.
3-3.
One. I'll step aside.
There was a lot of rooting interest, by the way, in the chat during that particular pot. Some queen keys on some keyboards got mashed pretty hard.
It's King 9 for Kerber.
575.
Decides this is good enough. Now Parsonen. Does he want to reach for a badge?
I think he should be continuing with Queen 10 suited. It's a solid hand for this price. See, Reuter behind him has 13 bigs. He's going to push.
Whoa.
Oh, and a snap reshove.
You know?
Maybe.
I don't know if you heard the whisper from Jason Kuhn, something to the effect of, if Ellis shoves, Clemens is going to call. Maybe he picked up on something, some sort of read?
Maybe.
You heard it, right?
I thought I did hear the whisper.
That's where you go.
Yeah.
That's remarkable.
Queen. King. I'm in good shape. No, I'm in good shape. No, I'm in good shape.
That's a very good shape.
Parsonen covers, Reuter with the ace-king, best hand.
Flush, like, less like.
Side pot bigger than the main here, between Parsonen and Reuter. Kerber plays for a triple and cheese.
I have your hand.
Should be way worse.
Look, guys.
Okay. An ace on the flop would be nice.
If Parsonen gets there, it's final table time.
You're so right. And he's got 38% equity. Could very well be bringing us in that direction, but the flop will bring focus. Burn down, 3 off the top. What have we? Ace in the window. Reuter sitting pretty, but time out. 2 spades.
Jack of diamonds always. Jack of diamonds all day, you know.
Give me something, come on.
Yeah,
Eight.
eight.
So that Kelvin has a sweat too.
Everybody picks up outs on the 8. Yeah, what are we talking about? 8, of course.
A 5 at least, I don't know.
Oh my good. Ask and you shall receive. The sweatiest of cards for Reuter. The 8 now giving Kerber an open-ender. Gutter for Parsonen to go with the spade draw. Is Ellis gonna go 2 birds, 1 stone here? Can Kerber connect? None of the above, and Reuter is gonna claim 1 pelt and a massive pot.
He's got 4.3 million. Parsonen on 2 million, and Kerber's out, just like that.
That turn card was from outer space.
Everyone had hope.
T-shirt after that sweat.
Nothing exciting taking shape around a Padilla. 7-4 suited, worthy of participation.
Jack deuce offsuit. We'll take 3. Kind of feel like Padilla's got the worst seat draw. He's got sandwiched by Matteos and Ponikovs with big stacks, so he always has to play tough blind versus blind confrontations. Here, though, he's got the best hand.
Middle pair versus bottom pair. Check, check to the turn, which brings Matteos into the lead with trips. And the kind of card that could leave Padilla losing a few.
Yeah, you're going to feel really good about the 4. You might even bet it yourself.
I was thinking the same thing. 450 out there, but nicely done by Pedro. Finds the check. Matteos, I would imagine, wouldn't mind.
Oh, he's going to bet.
Speaking up now.
He can bet quite sizable. Probably gets looked up by ace high as well. There we go. 3 hundo.
Pedro remains intact, as to be expected. Pot grows to 7 figures. Oh, and he finds the 4 on the end. My word.
Sorry, I almost threw up.
He snap checked it, Randy. I wonder if Matteos is going to make anything of that. You have to find a target. You have to know worse can call or better could fold. In this case, better folding is not really a thing, but
Yeah, he's got a value bet this deuce, I would think, as played. There's
Targeting the 5.
5x will pay off.
1.5 million.
Ace high. Oh, he's gone
What a
huge.
dream for Padilla that Matteos has chosen this sizing, the overbet, and you can kiss that 1-5 goodbye.
I wonder if he even read into the snap check as never a 4 and got greedy with the deuce. Might cost him those extra chips with the size up.
This is going to be in the, like, deep down in sort of the nuance, but is flatting ever a thing here just in case 4-5 or 5-5 are lurking, given the B150?
It's a thing because of how deep they are. Because if you actually are up against 5-4 or 5-5
or quad
deuces, it's a huge mistake to lose all those additional chips. Now, when you probably raise in the spot with the 4, I guess you got to ask the question, will my opponent call the deuce? If they will at some percentage, then you need to raise. He thinks it's possible.
I'll tell you what, when this 5.5 gets declared, there are some against whom you just know you're dead. But I suspect that Matteos versus Padilla and that Brazilian banner isn't 100%.
It's the Brazilian banner. Everyone from there loves to get aggressive post-flop deep in tournaments.
And in spots like this where it requires so much moxie.
Good fold.
Yeah. Bad outcome, of course. Not so much for Pedro as Team Brazil, with their final runner, is looking good for a run at the title in this one. In his element as well, Mr. Main Event. Just one bust out remove from the FT. Pocket 6s here.
It's got a hand off of 20 bigs.
Min. Matteos is going to defend with the ace-8. So we're going to take a flop here. Couple of overs. And 2 8s show up on this board. And unfortunately, that actually makes it slightly more attractive for JNT for these 6s. The follow through, just 300.
Yeah, I would feel good about 6s at the moment. Makes sense to bet this hand. Protect against counterfeits. Does Matteos want a fast play or not? I think I prefer calling against JNT. Maybe JNT catches up with king or ace, but he's going to play it fast. He's trying to make it as small as possible to make sure JNT continues. Oh, he's gone all in. This is terrible timing. Snap called.
I confess I didn't see this coming.
It's a Matteos factor. I kind of wish JNT just called and maybe decide on a turn if he wants to move in.
I mean, I think objectively that is the way forward. And JNT immediately knows it. You know, when you get away with that move, you don't think anything of it, and you're positively reinforced into thinking, okay, this is what we do here. But Matteos just has better than 6s with decent frequency. Can JNT find mercy? Yes! Oh my God.
That pot is worth so much money to everyone.
First.
This is insanity. Now, Matteos still draws live to an ace-jack or 8, but this is incredible, or incroyable, as I'm sure his friend Fred, looking on in the background, is thinking. 6 million in the middle and no resuck available for Matteos.
Wow. This Lapland guy jinxed it.
There's Fred.
Just came as like 6s.
J'ai pas eu un bras long de la journée.
This is reality, right? Distorted?
Yeah. Met and got to know Jason not through me at all.
Oh,
Just
really?
from being in the neighborhood, yeah. And I'm like, the odds of that were slim. Robo lives right there, too. Quite a few poker players in my community. Walked around to Kuhn, suited king.
All in.
Well, Fritz has got the better king, but he's playing a 14 big blind stack, and I don't know if he can call off here. Seems a little bit too deep. Final table bubble. He's the shortest stack, though.
King 9 does perform decently against plenty of the range that Kuhn would do this to us with.
Oh.
Did you catch what Manuel said? I know I was regrettably talking over it. Something about 400K.
Jason praying for a fold. He knows he's probably up against a better king. Given the tank in no snap. Great call from Fritz.
Not the easiest one either, and just look at how well.
Probably good news for me. I have an offsuited king.
You dominate me, yeah.
Jason letting him off the hook.
Yeah, maybe chop.
Chop is fine with me.
I got spades. Or can we put them on their backs, or? Luck, bro.
All right. Green light given.
Good call.
Kuhn.
I ran the spot yesterday.
Always sporting.
Yeah. You have 40
Bottom?
bits, right? It's exactly bottom, yeah. Nice call.
We'll see how nice it is in about 2 minutes.
Exact
Reuters
same
saying I
specs
ran
as
this
I started yesterday.
Really?
exact
bottom
spot
spot, yeah.
yesterday.
Yeah.
And the
Instead, I
King
was
9 offsuit
sleeping
is the
and
bottom
surfing on the
call.
Luck, bro.
Gotta admire Jason's willingness to give Fritz props for the find there.
Feel good about
And
it.
even wishing him well.
That is going to be hard to chop.
Yeah, it sure is. 9s for Fritz on a spade-free board. It's going to take Dewey.
1,075,000, I think.
Lock it up.
King.
Team Austria.
Actually, good card.
Oh, a king would
Oh,
chop.
wait a minute.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, it'll be minus.
Lock it up
I
now.
glossed right over it. But you're right, the king.
2.95, is that right? Something
That would have been something.
That was pretty cool to hear from Reuters say that he's looked up this spot and shared the knowledge of Fritz that is a call. As they were talking about their stacks, looking at the leaderboard, average stack is 30 big blinds. There's only 2 players above it, and it's Bedelia and Ponikovs, who hold about 60 big blinds apiece.
Yeah, they're pulling up that average, let's say. Let's see what Wang Ye wants to pull with a6. 5.3 back. Going to be a jam. 5s for Parsonen.
Good luck, bro.
Gotta go with this.
Oh, hang on.
Okay.
That was a brief balk, but the chips do get in.
Okay. You're in decent shape.
King 6.
Chop. Okay.
Is this a classic flip?
The coins weighted toward Ellis.
Are you guys chopping?
What?
You guys have the same hand?
5.
No, flip it.
Oh.
What did I hold?
Maybe 50-50.
56.44 by our metric.
A6.
4.5 million chip pot on the precipice of the final table. Wang Ye looking to find one of those overcards. and punch his ticket. Punching Parsonen out in the process. Ellis, of course, looking for the double and a loosened collar. And that's a good way to get there.
Never easy, even if it's windows.
Pretty easy. Pretty fucking easy.
Looks solid.
Gutter needs to be faded for the time being. Oh, now it's not an issue. Go ahead and put the 4 up. 5's full, doesn't care.
Longier unable to get the momentum in his favor, down to 3.3, which is 16 bigs.
Worth 5 years old for kindergarten, says BZ, and then just add a year for each grade. So I guess you'd be 10 in 5th grade and 11 in 6th. Dude, I had Peach Fuzz at 11? That's crazy.
400.
I mean, I'm not kidding, man. And it was like goatee status not long after that. It was awkward.
Yeah. Big kid. Oh, problems here for Matteos.
I mean, if I was like a Little League pitcher, they probably would have had to run one of those birth certificate checks on me and be like, come on, man, we know you're 19.
Cool.
Here comes call. Mainly because of how deep they are, Matteos. Doesn't want to inflate against big stack.
King high flop is all Alex here.
Check.
1 spade on board.
Yeah, I wouldn't think this hand is over just yet. Ace Jack high is still relatively strong. This type of texture, unless Ponikovs was to blast it on the flop.
250.
Not going to do that.
Nope. And is this a size that, with backdoor wheel, backdoor spades, backdoor Broadway, Matteos is supposed to peel with?
He's supposed to, and I'm sure he will. He thinks Ace Jack high is just good.
Yeah, not to be overlooked. The possibilities that Ponikovs is just getting frisky. Range is afforded to him, broader than average. 8 of diamonds on the turn, and none of that backdoor equity acquired for Adri. He checks, and Ponikovs can very comfortably carry on into this 1.6.
I think we're going to go closer to the 3/4 territory with this top pair top kicker. Ponikovs has a lot of semi-bluffs that would follow through the straight draws, diamonds, gut shots with wheelie aces.
5 seconds.
And he knows his customer. He's actually gone even bigger towards pot.
This is one of those things that Ponikovs in particular does really well. And I find that Sensei Bryn Kenny also leverages this. He understands the perception that his opponents have of him. And he finds these sizings designed to create some skepticism, designed to make people curious when he has the goods.
And look at this.
Yeah,
Ace Jack
man.
high is calling.
This is not a call that Matteos is going to make against everybody, but Ponikovs, reputationally and then stack-wise, he understands could be going hard at him. 9 of clubs on the end, 6-7 fills in.
6-7 does get there. But he could value bet. He doesn't need a straight to value bet. You know, he can value bet ace king for a lot of chips. It's a terrible card for Matteos.
I mean, look at it, sub 1 SPR, and you can see the worlds in which Ponikovs says, show me the 4-2.
I think he might.
And by the way, show me 4-2. Sitting there with the ace-jack, you're still wondering, for real, bro?
For real, bro, is a good way to say it. Because the truth is, if Ponikovs did have some semi-bluffs, like straight draws, 6-9, 7-9, these type of hands, if they river the 9, they don't turn itself into a bluff. They would just check it back with showdown. So now, Ponikovs is representing the upper crust. Top pair, top kicker plus. Probably king, queen as well. I think Matteos also shows up with a lot of king X's played. I don't think he needs to call off with this one. There are better hands to do so with. You really want to block strong hands like the king, or even having a 5 or 3 makes a big difference. Blocking 2 pairs that can go for value. It's a huge dent to Matteos.
I'll tell you what, he is irritated, I think, at this spot here, insofar as he's not certain that laydown wasn't best hand.
Do you know if they were talking about Wang Ye just now?
Didn't clock it. I was deep in the YouTube chat.
Oh.
All right.
Well, Wang Ye's doing some talking from the button with King Jack, much like Ponikovs moments ago, but he was forced to bin it.
Uh-oh.
And, well, Wang Ye doesn't have that luxury, as he's jammed and found bad timing, parsing, covering, rejamming, and oopsie.
This might be it.
Not a mistake, of course, on the button for Wang Ye, just poor timing.
What can he do? North of 9 bigs.
And welcome back to Atlantis, where it is final table time here on this final day of the Triton Poker Super High Roller Series. Ali Najad, Randy Lou, back with you here at the desk. A couple of minutes removed from bringing the players out. Marianela Pereira standing by for that. But as she stands by, we stand up and take a peek at what is the lay of the land, Randy. With the average stack of 6.6 million, 33 bigs, you get a look at 3 players up and above that figure, and then the rest below.
Yeah, the rest below. And I'm just looking at the table now immediately, and you see Ponikovs is sitting across from Padilla, which is great for Padilla. They can kind of go attack a bit. But Fritz is actually out of position to Padilla, so I would say Fritz doesn't have the greatest spot. And in terms of table draw, I'm happy if I'm Ponikovs. I'm happy if I'm Padilla.
Dare I say that Manuel Fritz, while he may not have the best table draw, has had kind of the most positive performance on the day in terms of where he was once upon a time, up against Jason Kuhn, finding that double, the flush over flush, double paired board, maybe keeping a lid on things. Could have been worse for Jason, but he did end up on the final table bubble in 10th place, 415K. Fritz, of course, one of the 2 remaining Austrians in this field, Clemens Reuter being the other, and storylines will certainly begin to emerge in this one. For me, it's Matteos out there, 28 bigs, still in the hunt despite that awful beat that JNT put on him.
Yeah, and before he had that beat put on him, he had 10 million chips. Kind of hanging in there, has 30 big blinds. I would love to see how he bounces back.
All right, of course, it is Alex Ponikovs who is the winningest player in terms of total cash acquired in the neighborhood of 20 million, I believe, at Triton without ever having won a title. Might today be the day when you look up and you see him with 77 bigs and you know what he's capable of? You certainly think, absolutely. But as we've seen so many times before, it can come undone and come undone in a hurry. So let's hurry down now to Marianela for the final table intros.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Atlantis Resort in the Bahamas for the Triton main event final table. An elite 237 entries came to battle for the $100,000 buy-in championship, each looking to capture one of poker's most coveted titles and in the process amassing an extraordinary prize pool. Just 9 players remain, but only one will walk away with the title, the trophy, the glory, and the top prize of $4.75 million. It is my honor to introduce them to you now. In seat number 1, the Austrian player won his first WSOP bracelet this summer and has already been to 6 Triton final tables since his debut last year, including the PLO main event in Jeju last time out. A former economics students turned poker pro, please welcome Clemens Reuter. Age 35 from China, this run to the main event final table has already secured him the biggest win of his poker career. Today, he could end this year by becoming the 6th Chinese winner of 2025 and landing him a place in Triton history. In seat 2, Wang Yang. A 4-card wizard from Finland, this 36-year-old has the rare chance today to add a no-limit hold'em main event victory to his PLO main event title earned in Monte Carlo last year. Already the owner of 1 WSOP bracelet. In seat 3, Ellis Parsonen. One of the undisputed greats of the Triton Poker Series, yet somehow still in search of his first title. This marks his 20th appearance at a Triton final table. In seat 5, is it finally time for Alex Ponikovs? At 78 years old, this Frenchman is once again proving age is no barrier. A true legend of the Triton Poker Series. France's all-time money leader is twice a runner-up in Triton main events. In seat 6, there would be no more popular winner than Jean-Noel Farrell. The grander the stage, the better this guy plays. He's hot on the heels of 2 podium finishes at Triton Jeju in September. Victory would see him surge past 10 million in Triton earnings. From China in seat 7, Wang Yi. Often named as the greatest no-limit hold'em tournament player in the world with 2 Triton titles among his many, many accolades, still only 31 but challenging today for his 6th World Series of Poker bracelet. Welcome to seat 8, Adrian Matteos. He secured 3 cashes on his Triton debut in Jeju in March and now takes his seat at a 3rd Triton final table, giving a shout out to his parents and brothers watching him at home as he aims for a first title. Welcome to seat 9, Austria's Manuel Fritz. It's been more than 3 years since the poker hotbed of Brazil celebrated its only winner on the Triton Poker Series. Now one of the country's brightest stars is in the perfect position to end the drought and potentially rise to #1 in his country's all-time money list. In seat 10, welcome Pedro Padilla. Good luck to all the players. Shuffle up and deal.
Thanks, Marianella. And there they are on your screen from top to bottom. 77 bigs and then the 211 big blind stacks. Jockeying for the on-tap pay ladder of roughly $100,000 with the blinds rolled back to 100, 200. Giving a little bit more depth of play here in this Triton main. There you see it, 495 lockup, 597 for 8th, 23.7 in total accumulated, with 475 up top.
Yeah, $500,000 is pretty cool, but what about 4.75? Let's go for that.
Do you think this theme between Brazil's Pedro Padilla and Alex Ponikovs, when we were at 2 tables playing 5 and 5, squaring off against one another, is going to continue? Or you think now Pedro's looking around and realizing, okay, I prefer to be bum hunting than bully hunting.
Bum hunting. Right. But the thing is, they're sitting directly across from one another, so I don't really expect them to fight too often.
All right. TBD. What about Ponikovs? Do you think he's going to set the tone early?
I think so.
Yeah.
I think he's the type of guy that thinks everyone wants big pay jumps. They're going to try to play for second, third, and fourth. He's going to try to give himself the best chance to get the top one. Also, my expectation is 4th through 7th, they're going to play a little snug because there's 2 short stacks on 11 big blinds. That's Wang Yang and Elis Parsonen. And they're going to try to outlast one another, so we could have a little gridlock for a little bit.
You know, I've had my fill of gridlock so far on the day. Randy, I'd like, you know what? I'll be all right if there's blood. I'm not rooting against anybody, no anti-sweats, but just a little blood to just shake things out, grease wheels, and get us going.
If you get hungry, I'll get you a cup noodle.
Well, you know, Randy put me on blast during that break. I confess, I grabbed a Mauritian instant lunch, and I instantly regretted it. 8-7 suited here. Parsonen, small blind. He knows that Ponikovs is likely to be willing to call with quite a broad range of his holdings. If he were to do something spicy, so instead, keeping things bland with a limp, and now Alex looks down at a 6 suited. Would there be traps in Parsonen's range?
There will be, but mainly it's the very best. I feel like ace-10, ace-9, these hands just open jam rather than try and trap, given there's another 10, 11 big blind stack out there.
Yeah, Parsonen gets dunked on.
It's good timing, though, that he just limped, because had he jammed, he might be out.
Is the 8-7 suited a jam candidate, though?
I think it is, off of the 10, 11 big blinds. Some players would. Let's just say that.
Fold it around to Matteos.
It's a good one for Wang Yang. I like open jamming here.
Ace queen.
I don't really want to try to induce at this stage. You only induce more if you're the only short stack. Here you're just trying to outlast Elis Parsonen at the moment.
Jam and take it. You hate to see that, by the way, if you're Parsonen, because you don't want that separation that would allow for Yang to outweight you for the ladder.
Too late, bro. Oh my god. Always late to the party. Still invited. It's free party.
You can move it to this door if you want.
Ace jack now. Fritz taking it up. Shout out to his friends and family who are apparently out there streaming. I would imagine somewhat late in this Thursday evening. Friday evening? I don't keep track anymore. It's Thursday.
Thursday here.
Still Thursday there.
Oh, okay.
It's not that far ahead.
Usually I ask ChatGPT to translate for me.
You're leaning heavily into the AI, aren't you, Randy?
Yeah, I'm into it. What's that thing with Terminator called? Skynet? Yeah.
Remember what happens with Skynet, though, Randy, as you lean in.
I'll be one of the Terminators.
I'm just telling you right now, while I know there are use cases that are innocent and beneficial, we've opened Pandora's box, and it is the end of days. Back me up, chat. We made this thing, by the way. The human race made AI, and AI is going to be the end of the human race. I'm just saying.
Yeah, cool.
hopefully we don't get AI in the booth. You think they could do it?
Yeah, I think so.
But AI would never shoot boba at you
No.
at the desk.
But they've got the deep fake, right? The voices and
Yeah,
everything.
man, all these videos and stuff. Anyhow.
Imagine the madness they would make you do.
Yeah.
They're like, no, that's just him.
AI's shiesty too, by the way. I mean, I've seen some things where they try to blackmail folks. Meanwhile, this is just straightforward stuff here out of Reuter. Doesn't take artificial intelligence to know the open with the ace-jack of diamonds is sound. As is the fold with the ace-8 of hearts, as Young tries to jockey with Parsonen, who also sits this one out. Little exhale for Reuter when Ponikovs mucks. Now around to Matteos, king-queen.
Should be seeing a flop here.
Jack 5-3, top pair, top kicker. Pretty clean texture for Reuter. And depending on sizing, which generally will be on the smaller side, is this enough hand for Matteos to peel?
I think he's less likely to peel in this spot because Reuter opens off of this
550.
16 big blind stack. It should be a stronger range in general. If he was up against, say, Ponikovs, maybe he'll check call or try to do something funny with the king-queen. But Reuter just has so much more stronger hands when he's raising than +2.
Adri steps aside from the 550 sizing. These guys are ICM polished out here, Randy. There's not going to be a lot of sort of confusion or mistakes with respect to the opens and the call-offs.
I'm expecting pristine play.
If there is someone out there who could soil that pristine play, I would imagine Mr. Main Event JNT would be the one.
And I kind of like having those curveballs in there.
Oh, I love it. Are you kidding me?
Just mess with the ranges of everyone else.
Ace-jack for Pedro, baby-suited ace for Reuter. We refer to this particular hand class as solver bait, just because the affinity that the computers have often for the 3 bets with such holdings, but not in this spot.
No, you don't have to listen to the solver bot.
You think solver bot versus Padilla up front open would be thinking 3-bet? Direct left?
I don't think so because it's too early of position.
Yeah.
Also, Reuter is comfy with 19 bigs with 2 shorter stacks.
I really appreciate Clemens Reuter's presence here at this final table. He's on the hunt for his first ever Triton title. His participation dates back to Jeju 2024. He has found a cash, at least one, in every festival that he's played. He's coming off of a pretty full docket that he played at Jeju 2, with the high water mark being 4th in the 50K 7 max and then the 100K PLO main. He finished in 7th. This the first event that he's played here in Paradise. And he's found the money. And just how much of it, TBD. Meanwhile, Matteos finding 450. We can see why. Five tray off here. Or the Corinthians fan. Inadequate.
Ollie, have you seen this new robot that's going around it's like all gray and it can like move around was just wondering what your thoughts on. You can do your chores, that one.
Listen, that little gray robot. I watched the Jetsons. I think it was Rosie the robot.
Oh, yeah.
Back during that cartoon. So this ain't like new. But in terms of becoming reality, that little robot, buddy, someone's going to hack that thing, give it a couple pistols, and it's going to, I'm just telling you,
You're a
this slope
pessimist.
is super slippery with these humanoids and the AI. And
You know it can probably chop vegetables for you. Make your cooking easier.
oh, so you're saying it knows how to use a knife, Randy? Have you thought through this?
If it doesn't, you can train it.
Yeah, like I said, in short order, it's going to go from Jeeves to private first class kill you lot.
Didn't sharpen this far enough to look like another ace.
Ace 4 qualifies though, says Ponikovs. Needle in a sailboat.
Look at Fritz. He's here to tangle. It would have been no shame for him to just fold 6-5 suited.
Does his flat make defense out of the big a little bit more of an attractive proposition for Reuter?
I actually think it makes it worse because now he's more likely to be dominated with this ace rag. I would expect him to fold.
And that he does.
No. You call.
Yes.
King 8-7. Open-ended is Fritz. On the clubless board, unpaired is Ponikovs.
Not bad of open-ended straight draw. I think it's kind of unclear whether Ponikovs c-bets or not.
325.
Looks like he will fire. Like calling position with Fritz, especially because you are out chipped.
Three and a quarter. Gonna get flatted. Another 650 into this one.
And water bottle.
Board pairing king brings two tones to the turn. Ace of spades growing relevant.
Yeah, the ace of spades does block some of the backdoor spade draw continues that Fritz would be floating flop with. If Ponikovs was to bet again here, he's trying to force a fold from 8-9 suiteds, 9s, 10s, but not even convinced those hands would fold. Of course, it would depend on price. Ponikovs does has to be wary of King X's that flatted the button. There's quite a bit. King Queen suiteds, King Jack suiteds come to mind. Pocket 8s and 7s, they've folded up. A double barrel would be ambitious, but would work against 6-5.
No double barrel in store. And now unimproved 6 high. King X combos would take this approach. Flatting button and then flatting flop. Fritz maintaining credibility.
Kind of feel like he needs to bet here now, because if he checks back the 2 kings on the turn, doesn't really seem like he'd be able to find value bets on river unimproved, because an 8x usually isn't looking to build a pot. So yeah, I like the bet. Make it look like you've got the king.
You know what the scariest thing about this bet is, though?
What?
That Ponikovs can do it to you. We've seen it before. This one not the candidate, as he does bin it and Fritz is able to snack. But when he brings that nasty check raise, and you're sitting there and you're like, well, the story doesn't really check out, but do I want to risk all these beautiful chips? A lot of times the answer is no. And Ponikovs knows it.
Yeah, but he's not blindly betting and raising every single board texture,
No,
you know?
no.
Ponikov's got a brain, all right?
Sure, I didn't allege that he didn't. In fact, I'm quite the contrary. Smart enough to know that any of the ICM studied opposition is going to have to respect certain postures that he assumes. And a lot of times those postures are very aggressive.
3's in the muck for Ponikovs. I think that's important to note, given he's the overwhelming chip leader.
Just black? Yeah, blacks.
Might be a byproduct of him just getting flat at that last hand, because pocket pairs don't really play post flop with their baby. This is a solid start on the button.
Oh, oui.
Jam here from the King Jack of clubs on the button. 3.4 effective, given that's Reuter's mark. Wang Yang less than that with 6-7 offsuit. This is really not a consideration. 2.5 bigs headed to the Brazilian. Well, it's time to cast your vote for Player of the Day, one of the newest features on the Triton Poker Plus app. It can be found on the home page, and currently it's being led by Adrian Matteos, 37% of the vote. Behind him is Alex Ponikovs. Despite the chip lead that he's wielding here at this final table, JNT in third, Padilla in fourth, Wang Ye in fifth. If you don't agree, or for that matter, if you want to get behind Matteos up at the top, best way to show your support is by casting your vote now. And that poll will be open through the end of this final day of the Triton Paradise Festival. Jack 5 off.
Loose.
Confirmed. Pocket 8s for Parsonen in the big here, Randy. Wang Yang's not going to do him any favors in all likelihood. Ahead, not by a ton.
Yeah, I don't think this is close. Always jamming 2 8s against a big stack raise. Pedro was trying to get one through after Ponikovs folded in front of him.
It's so shocking when one of the big stacks late position opens, you jam over the top with a pretty sizable amount, and then they snap. You're like, wait, really? You found one?
It's rare, though.
I saw some middling black card, like 9 of flops or, yeah, Adrian's. Like, I'm not sure, look black 9 or something.
Well, that looks like ace queen suited.
Red. As Parsonen was sportingly advising the rest of the table that he thought he saw one of Matteos's whole cards.
Tidy fold, but right.
Same story for the ace-9 off.
Very nice to watch, Adrian.
Thank you.
You got it recently, or?
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't seen you with it.
Looks okay as a call for me
Very
for
nice.
225 more.
That one, I mean, I really like the blue one, but that one in green is on my list. Yeah, beautiful.
Ponikovs and Padilla. This is such a familiar sight. And look at the vista for Pedro. Nuts on the flop, and Ponikovs with the 10 of diamonds working. Slips it over assume this is going to be too much hand for him to say goodbye against standard sizing of 200.
200 is a min bet. He's definitely going to continue. Receiving a 10 of diamonds to be good sometimes.
Yeah, unless you know someone very influential, it's no sense.
This bet size is perfect from Pedro. Guess he has the nut flush. Doesn't want his opponent to fold a random diamond.
Yeah.
Board pairing 3 now. After the extra 400. Slipped into the middle. Not your favorite, just given you no longer have the nuts, although you're not so concerned right about now.
I guess technically Ponikovs has got more 3x in his range. Especially if it's a hijack open from Pedro.
500.
He's repping it.
This is poorly timed, as we can see. Ponikovs drawn dead.
I like calling here in position. Sure, maybe Ponikovs has the 3 and will be able to pay off a raise, but he often just has garbage like this that's drawing dead.
Pedro agrees as he reels in the Latvian. 8 is a brick.
If he's trying to muscle out a king, he'd have to go very big, and I'm not even sure if he can fold out a king, to be honest.
I touched on the idea earlier, Randy, that Alex now has a very good sense of Pedro being on the more stubborn, sticky.
3,750,000.
Excuse me?
I was going to say side, and yet in spite of that awareness, Ponikovs comes with the 375.
That's ginormous.
Big overbet. And you said it was what it was going to take to muscle out a king, but of course, ace queen of diamonds ain't going to be going anywhere.
Nope.
No need to raise versus this sizing.
You know, there actually is merit to raising. I don't think he will, just in case you are up against the boat.
Yeah. What's going to call you?
Bad timing, Ponikovs. You no longer have the chip lead.
Yeah, and you can see him immediately bite down on his upper lip there. But as I often do, Randy, I remind those who want to get critical when the outcome is unfavorable on the back end of such behavior, that his chip lead was arrived upon precisely throughout 2 full days of main event play by virtue of precisely such things.
That is true.
You can't bat 1,000.
It's down to 3rd in chips.
But 48 bigs, are you really worried about him?
A little bit, because he just lost 5 million chips right there in that pot.
But I mean, 48 bigs, Ponikovs, final table, fundamentals so sound. I'm not alarmed. And I don't think that his cage is rattled either. I think he understands that when you play the style that he does, there's going to be a, a little bit more of a schizophrenic chip graph.
I feel like in that spot, he really put his opponent on a king. Was like, okay, well, how can I possibly get a king to fold? I'd have to overbet. I wonder if it was the optimal choice, though, in terms of sizing. We'll have to reflect on that at a later point.
Well, it may not take long before you and I speak Portuguese, Randy, in the aftermath of that pickup by Padilha, who does emerge as the chip leader. Brazilians in the chat, ecstatic. As I'm sure some of the Austrians that are keeping an eye on Fritz and Reuter based on Manuel's performance thus far on the day. Does snack with that ace-10. Chip lead, not going to get put to work just yet. 7-4 offsuit. Doesn't cut it. Nor does Jack 10, says Reuter, and good decision there, considering Wang Yang has found King.
Yeah, let's put in a little min raise. You don't want to invite action. He's like, oh, but it looks so strong. 600,000 is not the sizing I was expecting off of that stack.
$3X. I don't think sizing had anything to do with the folds behind, but I tend to agree. So much hand, you almost want to ensure that somebody gets curious or maybe attacks. Those are disappointing outcomes, of course, if you're Ellis Parsonen. Trying desperately to keep contact.
It's kind of funny, though, that you asked me before the final table started, like, is Ponikovs and Padilla going to fight anymore? I'm like, nah, they're across the table. They're just going to,
dude,
you know, take their turn stealing blinds, and obviously we saw what just happened.
It's gloves off, you know. It just reminds me of in the animal kingdom, you know, there can only be one alpha. And both of these guys have been busy trying to assert themselves as just that.
Yeah. Who's going to be the corpse first? That's the question.
JNT with the King Jack. Shoots it up from the button. Wang Ye now, 22 bigs deep. Surveys and jams.
This is cool. This is very cool.
We did see JNT fold to Ponikovs with a King Jack earlier. Circumstances somewhat different, but in terms of his perception of the durability of King Jack in such situations.
4-4. 4.4. 4.4.
4.4.
Would say this is too much.
I wholeheartedly agree, and I think JNT does as well.
I think he's just double checking the amount in case it happens to be a small size.
Attaboy. He makes you nervous sometimes, Randy. You know, we never really know.
I mean, I'm sure Wang Ye was a little nervous when he was asked for a count. It's like, really, am I going to bust out here? Look at you, Liz. Is like, what you up to? Other short stack? Don't try to chip up.
King 10 of spades. So that's precisely what Wang Yang's trying to do. 2.5x sizing. Notable.
Yeah, he's trying to dissuade the deep big blind to just fold. He doesn't want to take it post flop. And I can get behind it.
And getting further in front of Parsonen is Yang. Well, it has been a grind on the day, getting down from 11 players to these 9. First casualty on the day, Kelvin Kerber. followed by Jason Kuhn on the final table bubble. Thought perhaps he was going to split a ladder with Wang Yang, who got incredibly lucky against a set of 5s for Ponikovs to go runner straight. And punches ticket into this FT as he tries to climb the ladder. Current gap between the rungs, roughly 100,000 between 9th and 8th. Ali Najad and Randy Liu bringing you coverage of this final day of the Triton Super High Roller Series. 100K main, 4-7 up top. 150K final table will come immediately after the conclusion of this one. As Fritz limps a king-queen, treading lightly against Pedro. Jack-6 says run it and doesn't find any help on an ace-5 deuce board. Fritz, nut no pair. Best hand.
No, I'm feeling all right about king-queen. If he was put to the test for a little bit, I'd imagine he would always check call with nut no pair.
Couple of knuckles. Now a Broadway draw for Fritz. Interference for Bedelia with that jack.
Probably just continue to check king queen and likely call bet, especially with gut shot acquired.
Let's go check, check, and now the queen for Fritz. Comes in club form. Gotta be quite comfortable that his hand is best, I would imagine.
He should go for value. He doesn't want to see a deuce or 5x check it back. He can probably come into half or 2/3 territory. Just went with the absolute min. Probably expects 10x to bet the turn one check too, so he's targeting the very bottom of Pedro's range.
I don't think Pedro expects king high would be doing this. So jack high could have some measure of curiosity. But correctly, he does find the fold. Not before dressing Manuel down a little bit. Well, what we would encourage those of you who have enjoyed either just today's broadcast, this entire festival, or years worth of this Triton Super High Roller Series coverage that we bring you multiple times a year, to do is let us know that you're enjoying what we have on offer. Best way to do so
My water?
is by clicking the like button on the Triton YouTube channel. While you're at it, clicking subscribe to ensure that you don't miss any of what we have on offer here in the highest stakes poker tournaments on earth.
You know, we reached the 400,000 subscriber mark this trip.
It's a pretty big milestone, if I'm being honest. Just the thought that that many people worldwide, because genuinely that is our audience, are a part of our family and supporting us is humbling and flattering. Meanwhile, humbled will be this King Jack Open in short order as Wang Ye has 2 aces, unless, of course, he decides to get cute, Randy.
I like a 3-bet to like $1 million. Try to entice JNT to continue.
Just a touch north of that.
King suited. Ah, this is the end of Matteos. There's nothing he can do. He's always going to go for it.
And he's supposed to.
Yes.
Look at Wang Ye looking over like, what was that?
Like, seriously, buddy? Okay. Goodbye.
King Jack easily folds, and Difficulty on the horizon for Matteos as he gazes off into the distance, well aware of his plight. A 9-1 dog heading to the flop. Hard to be worse in 2-card.
At least he's suited. It's going to be his best opportunity to down to aces.
10.5 million chip pot. It would be so improbable for Matteos to be finding the exit prior to Parsonen and Wang Yang. King high board with a diamond. Some perspiration. Can we find added sweat on the turn? We cannot. And an added king will be the only escape for El Conquistador. ¿Hay un rey? ¿En el río? No. Una reina. And it's hasta la vista to Matteos.
I'm a little sad, and I'm shocked.
I'm a lot sad, and honestly, he deserved better. I know we need to be careful with that word in particular when it comes to poker. These high rollers, they generally don't like to go that direction. But I think when you consider the body of work that he turned in, the spots that he put himself in, this was just a deck that had other ideas than a Spanish victory on the day.
Right. He got in trip 8s against 6s, turned to 6 here. Ultimate cooler for ace king suited. He played well. He's just the first one out. 495,000 for you, Matteos.
A flood of GGs entering the chat. He is really top class. Arguably one of the best to ever do it. Adrian Matteos. And he did it right up until 9th place, but couldn't do it any further than that. No fault of his own. Trip 8s versus 2 6s. Took the big chunk out, and then the final blow dealt just moments ago by Wang Ye. Aces versus ace king. So we fight on with 8 remaining. Pay ladder secured by the field. 597,000 is what you're guaranteed. $216,000 hop if you crack the top 7. There you see the first casualty. Blinds staying steady. Reuter and Parsonen, of course, along with Wang Yang, ecstatic at that development.
They got the pay jump, and they're sitting on 10 to 13 big blinds. And the thing is, at the top, Pedro's got a lead, but it's only about by 10 big blinds. But there's a cluster there. Ponikovs, Wang Ye, and Manuel Fritz, they're sitting on 38 to 46. That's very close.
That it is, and all it takes is one pot between them. And things could look a lot different. So with that, I'll get these cards back in the air here in the main. Queen 6 of clubs in the cutoff here for Fritz. He's sort of quietly worked his way up this leaderboard, and steadily as well. It all started with the boost. Flush over flush against Kuhn. I think maybe even before that he got a double through Jason.
He called off
the
King 9 against the King Deuce, and that was the most important part for the pivot.
A hard bounce from that point.
Good luck, guys. Can you find a hand? He's got the 10-4 suited.
Over and in instead of over and out. Wang Yang scratching his head. Jack 8 off. I don't think this makes the cut.
Now he's like, why can't you just pair up one of these cards?
I mean, doesn't have to be eights or jacks. Something like ace jack, I would imagine. He's fist pumping.
Yep. Maybe he's just giving Parson in the sweat. Like, yeah, I'm thinking about calling. Oh.
that's come on. That's brutal.
Parson's always looking at Wang Yang, though, throughout this final table. So even though Wang Ye has moved up the leaderboard tremendously, he still has to be very cautious with his opens because he has Manuel Fritz with a bigger stack right behind him, and then of course the chip leader, one more seat over from that. So he's happy to have the chips, but he can't really use them too much.
That's a good point.
Well, he can use these 2 nines, JNT that is.
Min raise open. Up front. Nothing brews around to the button of Reuter. He's in the bin, as is Wang Yang. Let's see if Parsonen finds one. Nah.
Well, it's got queen deuce suited, but does he really want to defend? I don't think so. 2 other players with practically the same stack. Just think your tournament life is worth so much more than trying to speculate and bleed down and be the clear bottom.
Yeah, those chips are super precious. I do think that in particular, playing one against JNT, he might feel like could be more profitable on average in terms of his ability to outmaneuver.
Sure, but when you're playing 10 big blinds, you can only do so much post-flop. And JNT, I think he tends to use bigger sizings post, so it doesn't really give you as good of odds with your hand. You know what I really wish, though? I wish JNT had a remote control button that has a siren when he enters the hand. Red and blue lights.
You know, I'm sure we can get the share hands guys to create some sort of visual effect for when he goes all in.
Like the screen just goes crazy.
It'll look like a car chase.
Look at these 2 hands.
Pocket tens. Taking us one step up, I would imagine.
Should always be flatting ace queen suited.
Really, Randy?
You expecting 3-bet? Is that where you're going to go with?
You know, I guess against the stack depth of Wang Ye, we do need to tread lightly, but I'm a little bit concerned when I flat here. I guess my flat needs to be respected by the players behind me as well, but that squeeze from some of those gorillas, a thing maybe, but not flush draw acquisition here on this paired flop. Wang Ye doesn't hate it, but again, he is well aware that Fritz is also deep, has him ever so slightly covered, and isn't flatting with junk.
Yeah, he's not flatting with junk. It contains worse pocket pairs in the 10s, but also contains hands like king, queen, king, jack suited, ace, queen. Just seeking clarity now with position. Fritz should just call. He has to be afraid of the king sometimes. That's in Wang Ye's range.
Now our 4 1/4 has been called. Pot grows to 2.5, tens full on the turn. Magic for Wang Ye in terms of relief versus some of the King X combos that might have been lurking.
I actually kind of like checking this spot. I feel like the King X is going to bet for me. If my opponent's got a hand like ace, queen, ace, jack, I wouldn't mind them seeing a free card, because they probably aren't going to call bet unless they've got a flush draw with it. If you do opt to bet the full house in this spot, I'd probably go small to try to get crying calls out of my opponent. Yeah, he's doing the smaller size. praying. How can Fritz fold? He thinks he's got a lot of outs.
I mean, he's just picked up that Broadway gutty to go with the nut flush draw. And Wang Ye's downsized to make this economically more attractive. I don't think fold is ever in our future. And this would be a bad time to pull off some sort of semi-bluff.
No, I wouldn't semi-bluff in position.
No, he wouldn't either. Pot now growing to over 4 million. Queen on the end, the only form of improvement that Fritz can muster, and it's the least attractive one, especially if Wang Ye brings that third and final barrel.
Yeah, it's a good card if it goes check from Wang Ye. But once Wang Ye likely bets, it's not one you're going to feel great about because Wang Ye likely would be value betting a king as played, maybe some ace-jack semi-bluff that got there. I think you rarely see triple barrel bluff in Wang Ye's shoes. With this board run out with these stacks at a final table. Let's see if he goes more on the smaller side.
What do you like here? Do you like that smaller side?
I like it to try to get paid off by some kind of ace-queen type holding.
5 seconds.
I feel like the only king you're really getting value from is king-jack. Obviously, king-10 and king-queen beat you.
And I don't know that king-10 is in range as a flat pre.
Yeah, I'm not so sure of +1 versus +2. I agree with you.
Now, this is a demoralizing side of your Fritz because you know that you're stone bluff catching and nothing else. And what are the bluffs? We block nut diamonds, both ace and queen high.
3,400,000.
I don't know that Wang Ye brings this figure with a king and nothing more.
Yeah, I don't know if he does either. Even ace-king, it might be greedy to go for 3.4.
I mean, is ace-jack of hearts ever a thing here for Wang Ye?
I think it's plausible. I don't think this ace-queen is that close. I think you should be mucking it.
Yeah. Nice lay down there from Fritz, as when you do unpack that one across each street, you can rest fairly assured that on the end, your hand's no good. Quite good, though. The outcome for Wang Ye, as well as the opportunity for those of you at home, referring specifically to the 15% off promo code that we're giving you at the Triton merch shop for the rest of today only. TPS WSOP 15. That's the promo code at shop.triton-series.com that'll get you set up with some of our exclusive accessories and clothing. Truly great stuff for the holiday season as a gift or even just for yourself. You're going to catch some people's attention in your local poker room rocking Triton merch, I can tell you that. People always catch mine whenever I see them out in Las Vegas. I'm like, you really paid the shipping? I'm just kidding.
Wow. You're really good at reading off the paper that's destroyed from your bubble tea the other day.
Yeah, that's, you know, I had to wing it that time. Meanwhile, Fritz going to take flight here on the wings of Black Kings.
Pocket deuces. Not going to play. It's actually harder to set mine at final tables like this because even if you hit a set, your opponents don't tend to pay off a full stack as much as they play a lot more passive lines.
Cool.
J&T's in there, 6-5 suited. It's a hand that can crack some overpairs and will be very well disguised.
Queen, queen, 8 and 2 clubs. You see J&T looking up to verify that he has picked up this flush draw. Fritz has picked up a good customer for his kings, especially given he holds the king of clubs. Stage is set for Manuel to continue to accumulate after sending a package Wang Ye's way moments ago. 300 the follow through. JNT just calls. I'd like to see the conservative approach out of him here. Now he picks up a gutter to go with the flush draw.
Right.
No
Because if he
stop
just
and
had
go.
the naked 6-high flush draw, he probably just check folds to the turn bet. But when you pick up the additional outs, it's very enticing.
Well, I think sizing may have a little something to do with what he decides. And if you're Fritz, what do you come with into 2 million?
Towards a half potish range, because you don't want to scare out 8X that has very little equity, right? They would need to hit an 8 to beat you.
1.2 north of half.
Envisioning the 7.
That's the clean one. What's JNT cutting out here? That looks like more than 1.2 in orange. Okay, no, he had some chips in his other hand. So he'll get some change on the 1-5. He's stuck out there, and he's going to take a swing at these 2 kings. 25% equity, and all he comes up with is a 6. Checks quickly. You think Fritz ever assigns a queen to JNT as played?
I think it's possible. I actually wouldn't fault him for checking back kings in this spot.
Tough to identify the one that pays you.
Yeah, and 8X usually isn't looking to call down 3 barrels anyways. I like a check back, to be honest.
5 seconds.
All in.
Just in case you're getting slow played against, but he thinks the 8X would call off. In this case, it's a pair of 6s, but very similar.
Okay, okay.
JNT recognizing the jam does cover him, and I don't know that he's going to have an appetite for heroism for his tournament life with nothing more than queens and 6s here, especially when he holds clubs.
That's very true. Holding clubs means you block some of the combos you're trying to pick off. I think he's put enough resistance. He certainly can have Queen X in his range. That would check call, and slow play. Is he thinking about it? Oh, he's calling, and J&T is gone, and amazing value bet Fritz. He got it all.
Wow, and you see a little wince there on Wang Ye's face.
He did not believe. He didn't think it was up against a queen. It was just pocket kings around the corner.
He fought hard and valiantly across the better part of 2 days. But ultimately, our elder statesman here at Triton, Mr. Main Event, as we call him, unable to make it any further than an 8th place finish. And boy, that's going to catapult Manuel Fritz as we see JNT's buddy Fred on hand to escort him. Stage director Toms doing a little housekeeping. $597,000 going to JNT. So beloved by all who are here at Triton, and so, you know, admired and respected for the fact that at his age, Randy, he is not short in the tooth. He's still able to come out here, turn in the long days of poker, and do so enjoyably. And posting results.
He's posting results. Like you said, he is Mr. Main Event. Got a second in 2023 London in the main event. Got second in Jeju 2024 in the main event. He actually has 2 other cashes in the main event and another cash here. He is Mr. Main Event.
Love to see it. And perhaps nobody loves to see it as much as the short stacks, who picked up yet another ladder. $213K. They are now assured $813,000, and they are 1 bust away from a 7-figure score.
Hey,
Next
no
ladder.
shame in sitting out and getting pay jumps, right?
Listen, patience is profit at times. Almost 300K, the ladder between 7th and 6th, by the way. And when you look at chip distribution right now, Fritz is the chip leader officially, a blind ahead of Padilla. And then you have Wang Ye in 3rd. Ponikovs has slipped to 4th. And the 3 short stacks of Reuter, Yang, and Parsonen in that order, jockeying for a lot of cash. Who does this favor most?
I mean, it favors the 2 chip leaders. It wouldn't be one player specifically because of how close Fritz, Padilla, and Wang Ye are. And I guess in terms of who's it worse for, it's probably Ponikovs because he has to just sit there and wait for these short stacks to go out.
It's always the middling stacks that hate this sort of distribution. Liking the king-queen, though, from the hijack is Wang Yang. One of the shorties, willing to take some risk and happy to have done so.
Here's the thing, if you look at the 3 short stacks, 2 of those short stacks are going to get 2 more checks deposited into their ATM.
What's that?
I'm just saying, they're going to get paid. You know, like, one of those, 2 of those 3 guys, they're going to get, well, I guess one of them.
I was just thinking that, why would they get 2 checks? Yeah.
Math is a little tricky.
2 out of the 3, sure, are going to get this ladder of 300,000. 1 out of the 3 is going to get even more than that. If you look at the differential between 7th and 5th, we're talking about 600,000 plus, Randy.
Yeah, 650 actually. It's a good day to be in this tournament still. Parsonen and hijack. He's got ace-7 offsuit, officially the shortest stack, the only one at sub-10 at the moment. He needs to make moves soon.
5 seconds.
He's chewing on it. Does it make the cut?
Probably pretty close, to be honest. Because if he doesn't take this spot, he might not get another opportunity to steal the blinds and antes. It's in the hijack, still 4 players to act behind him. And the 4 to act behind him are the big stacks. That's scary.
Well, conquering the fear is Parsonen as the bulk of his biscuits pushed forward.
Can he fade another?
Yeah, he can. And that's going to be a free orbit that he's earned. Trying to keep his head above water here.
Yeah, barely treading water, not drowning.
Jack now. For Wang Yang, this is delightful to see under the gun.
I'm curious to see if he open jams or raises small like he's been doing.
5 seconds.
Hold it.
This one he rips.
Keep it to a single decision. I tend to like that. Jacks, especially if you end up out of position, they're just tricky. So Parsonen not able to gain any ground. Wang Yang reestablishes the differential. Suhas, by the way, in the YouTube chat, who's been steadfast across the better part of this week, is saying if Shu Liang is, as Brian Rast christened him, the sleeping dragon, then is Wang Ye the flaming phoenix?
The Flaming Phoenix.
I mean, that's a pretty sick nickname. if we can make it stick.
I think I'd rather be the Flaming Phoenix than the Sleeping Dragon.
Now, the thing about the Phoenix, though, is it rises from the ashes.
Oh.
So
you got to bust the bullet first.
Or something. You know what I mean? Like, something's got to go real wrong before all of a sudden you turn into this fireball.
Right. So there is a down at some point.
You know what I mean? It's kind of one of those backhanded, perhaps. Ponikovs with the forehand. Uh-oh.
Kings.
Wang Yang ready to service a return.
If there wasn't 2 other short stacks out there, he might slow play this one and take it post. But I would expect him to just jam pre now. You more reason to slow play the big blind with aces or kings if you're the shortest stack and it's a big stack raising into you.
Do we need to conquer the fear in flat, though? Are we a little bit too deep for the jam at this point when we know that it is in particular Ponikovs who rates to maybe give us some more post-flop as opposed to this jam and take it as we see ensue?
It's still risky because, sure, he's probably going to collect the c-bet a lot from Ponikovs if he's got air. But there's a 10 and 9 big blind stack out there. Respect the ICM.
So it is ICM that motivates us to just jam and take it there as opposed to try to get cute and slow play.
Right. Let's just say he was the shortest stack on 10 bigs, and then there's the second shortest and third shortest are sitting on like 20, 25 big blinds.
Okay.
Then he wants to create a situation to accumulate chips because everyone's waiting for him.
But in this spot,
I would preserve my tournament life more so. But maybe if I had aces, I would consider the slow play. But kings is, of course, vulnerable to the ace-x opens.
It is interesting, the big difference between kings and aces in that spot, because that ace can't roll off and then leave you second-guessing yourself, even against the range of Ponikovs, which could include the ace-x on occasion, as we see Wang Ye's including on this one. Ace-jack, early position click. Hard 8 here for Parsonen. Is this a jam candidate?
It would be against a late position open. Against an early one, probably just take a flop because you're not that deep, so you don't have as much fold equity. And hopefully for him, he flops something because that's an extra big blind I went in. That's a 4.
Bottom set for Ellis after the flat. The Broadway gutter for Wang Ye with 1.4 in the middle. Can Parsonen find a double somehow?
Yeah, let's see if Wang Ye just open rips it because it's north of 1 SPR, if he just puts in a small bet and maybe bet turns.
Well, Parsonen loves to see the c-bet of 350. And this is a ton of hand.
To me, it's too much hand to want to check raise off of the super shallow stack. You're going to get paid off by King X anyways.
5 seconds. Go.
Flat call and a safe turn for Parsonen.
I think there's a chance Wang Ye jams the turn and try to fold out 10x. Because there's that tight cluster at the bottom, Parsonen probably hero fold to 10 as played. He would have 2 overs against the 10 if it did magically call, and there's the bet.
That's 1.2 million.
1.2. And I mean, this is basically asking Ellis for the rest. And he's all too happy to slip another 200 on top. Wang Ye, of course, has to take a pull at the nuts. A queen would spoil the fun for the Finn, but anything else, and he's going to pull in a very good looking near 5 million. Is Lady Unluck in store for Parsonen? No. And this is a real shift in the landscape now, Randy, leaving Clemens Reuter all alone as the short stack, and Wang Yang now looking up at Ellis, who is third shortest with 20 bigs.
That is true. It's all about what Reuter's going to do soon. Wang Yang and Ellis Parsonen don't really have much reason to play a hand without the goods now. Wang Ye's got a little bit more separation between him and Fritz and Padilla. He'll have to be a little bit more cautious too. $20 bigs now for Parsonen. Wonder if King 6 suited just steps aside on the button. Looking at Clemens stack, yes, I like it. Parsons got King 9 off. Solid holding, small blind versus big blind. Out chipped by Ponikovs big blind. Gonna try to sneak one through with that limp. Queen 10 offsuit's not bad.
No, it isn't.
Should be a free flop. Don't get limp jammed on.
Jack 5-4. No connections in this blind versus blind confrontation. Parsonen just working his way up to this 5 million. Would love to hang on to it. Unclear how easy Ponikovs is going to make that. Straddling the jack. Plays it conservatively.
Not much for King 9.
I don't want to believe, Randy, that Alex, by virtue of that big one that he slid over to Padilla, trying to bluff out the nut flush earlier, has crawled back into his shell or gun shy. But just in terms of where he is in chips, as you pointed out earlier, the person who is benefiting least from the chip distribution, I think it's a different gear that he's got engaged for the time being. He does find this little position bet of 500,000 though. So there's still fight. This we know.
Felt like he heard you just now.
Yeah, he's like, listen, Ali, shut up.
You say I'm being tight? All right, I'm going to bet queen high.
But listen, tight can be right, at, you know, depending on how this very fluid landscape continues to evolve and take shape.
I'll say this. I feel like the game plan has shifted towards maybe aggression against these smaller stacks than him and maybe leaving the bigger stacks who's got position on him alone.
I'll tell you what, man, you reach into this 7-player field and pick any 2 players you want, and it's going to be a hell of a heads-up battle, isn't it? There's no permutation that I'm looking up at and thinking this is not going to make for must-see streaming.
Yes, I'll take any 2. Certainly agree. Some have a little bit more spice in their game.
But that's what I'm saying. With whatever recipe you pick, it's going to be interesting, you know.
It'll be a culinary delight.
Yeah, sweet, savory, you know, maybe just some nice balance. Acid, salt, fat, heat. Is that what it is? The 4.
What if it's just Szechuan versus Szechuan?
Well, we only have 1.
5 seconds.
Remember, do we? No, we have 2. You're right. It could be China on China.
Players all in.
Meanwhile, it's going to be Parsonen all over this Wangyang Open. I don't think Finnish food known for its spice, but seasoning the Open and sending Yang into the muck. Now, you bring up Sichuan. You've traveled to China, Randy?
I have.
What parts?
Shanghai,
Okay.
Beijing.
All right.
Some other little towns, like the one I'm from, where my parents
You don't
are
even
from.
know the one that you're from,
What's it
Randy?
called again?
Is it
Pass.
close to one of those? So, all right, next question. I was going to ask if you'd been down to the Sichuan province.
Oh, no, I have not.
Because I've been to Chengdu. It's out there to play with the pandas. And I've ordered a lot of Kung Pao chicken back home. But when you order it in its birthplace and they hit you with the real chili peppers, I didn't realize that I was going to end up looking like Kim Kardashian on the back end of it with the balloon lip. I mean, it's a mouth-numbing experience, and Reuter is ready to anesthetize anybody that should want to get in the way of his freight train, which comes in the form of the 2 aces here, albeit he is the short stack.
Any action? Nah.
Nah, not going to happen.
I got a little extra story for you if you like.
Okay.
Okay.
I always like.
So I didn't go to Szechuan.
All right.
But I was in Macau, and I was at like a fancy dim sum place.
Okay.
I didn't do the ordering, so I got this. There's a bowl of wontons there, just like boiled wontons.
Oh, you mean like the thing you ate every day at Jeju?
Okay, so, you know, people are chatting. I'm in Macau, and I get my spoon, and I go grab one of these wontons, and there's like a bed of these little peppercorns on there, right? So
Wait, on top of the wonton?
Oh, yeah, it's just like the spicy wontons, right? But it's like the numbing peppercorns. And you know what I do? I don't know. I've never seen it in my life. So I grab a spoonful with my single wonton, spoon it, and eat the whole thing in one bite. And, you know, everyone's chatting. I'm just like, I can't breathe. And they're like, what did you do? I ate a whole spoonful.
Wait, you started actually having an asthma attack from
you
a
know
single
how
one?
spicy it is? No. I'm talking like a spoonful of pepper.
Oh, like all the stuff that's at the bottom of the chili oil? Like crushed up?
Actual whole pepper.
Oh, you're a sick pup, Randy.
Yeah, but I didn't know it was spicy. I was like, oh, you're supposed to eat it with the dumpling.
What did you think it was?
No, just like the greens on your burrito or tacos, the cilantro.
It's red. It's literally nature's stop sign. It's telling you, go easy.
Life's a little tough sometimes.
Your life almost got cut short there. And what have you done with the new lease on it but coagulate yourself all week with Shake Shack, as we see Ponikovs taking his turn as a raisin taker. What's going on with the music? What? Okay,
I thought it was for Ponikovs.
Right?
Raisin take. Cue the music.
Jockeying at the top of the leaderboard here, Padilla and Fritz, 56 and 55 bigs apiece. 11 bigs for Reuter. Trying to keep contact with Wangyang there. You don't want to be that clear shorty where all the eyes start to turn in your direction. And short of the 7-figure payout is where we find ourselves right now, but crack the top 6 and that'll be fixed.
Yeah, so 9th to 8th was a 1 buy-in pay jump. And now 8th to 7th will be 2 buy-ins and then 3 buy-ins and so on. Very important. Stay in there.
Six-5 suited for Parsonen. Deep enough to play a little bit of poker, but this is not the time.
550.
550 says Wang Ye's King 10 suited. Pedro in the small with an ace-jack.
He might 3-bet this spot. Flat-iron course is all right.
He hasn't been shy of taking on other big stacks. This much we know.
Ooh, ace-jack for Reuter. He's the shortest stack.
Is this a shove?
It should be a shove, especially against Padilla flat from the small.
Yeah, we don't think there's anything trappy cooking in that spot. So now the jam, Wang Ye asks for the count.
It's what, 2 million more? 8 big blinds?
Well, if Wang Ye doesn't call, then we know that Padilla is likely to make the call, right?
Yes, I think so. It's not that big of a jam. He gets the overlay from Wang Ye's open raise. He might just have the best hand of ace-jack or flipping. I could see Reuter jamming ace-10 suited in the spot.
5 seconds.
Hold on. Hold on. Wang Ye came along. So that's going to get Padilla out.
I was just thinking the same thing. If Wang Ye doesn't call, Padilla does. And actually, I think Reuter's a little bit more comfortable in that spot. But instead, he fights against the King 10, which he's ahead of, but has 41% equity to take this pot and send him home.
I think Reuter would prefer to be up against the ace-jack rather than have to be at risk as a slight favorite. It's a big pot. Thought Wang Ye was going to fold.
A 3 deuce, and we've cleared the big hurdle with this ace-jack. Could Reuter bounce from the bottom of the leaderboard up to a 6 million chip stack and in front of Parsonen, no less? Looking that way. Nothing to worry about on this turn, and just 6 outs to hold our breath and hope don't say hello on this river for Reuter, who makes jacks for a winner. And Pedro quietly over here thinking, man, this dude doesn't call the King 10. I get to chop that up.
That's true. That is true.
75K.
And this dude Reuter's got 6 million.
Yes, sir.
Pretty sure at one point we had a 9, a 10, and a 13 big blind stack between the 3 bottom stacks. They're just all in. All in.
I'll tell you what, this final table has certainly provided some candidates for player of the day, and despite his absence, due to some of the merciless violence that he was subjected to, Adrian Matteos currently leads in the voting. If you want to be a part, and we encourage you to, of our poll, head over to the Triton Poker Plus app on the home page or tritonpoker.plus and cast your vote today. Final day to do so.
How about half an hour?
Seems okay. Fine.
Everyone okay with that?
Sure, but I guess the TV has to decide this as well, right? We can ask for it.
If everyone agrees, would it be possible to get a 30-minute break?
Next.
Maybe next, yeah.
Yeah, so this break will be a 15-minute break.
Yeah.
And then later on
Cool.
we'll do a 30-minute. Perfect.
I'm not playing 25K no matter what today.
Are you gonna play it?
If I
Yeah, if you have. Yeah.
that's why I'm like.
There is a flight tomorrow as well.
Ace, ace for Pedro.
Would be nice.
Folded around to his button. You could see worlds in which presumptions are made about this man leaning on our blinds. If we're Reuter and Yang.
Brazilian Airlines.
I don't think it's Brazilian Airlines. I do think, however, that Wang Yang might be pulling back on the yoke here, but a crash landing is going to be all that's in his future in all likelihood.
Yeah.
Sad face.
Close or
Ace 9 jam, snap, 7.3 in the middle, and Padilla could catapult even further up with 6 remaining, unless Wang Yang finds magic.
Can equities be worse? Hard to make a straight base 9.
Yeah, I think
Similar.
if you know call, I maybe fold. Maybe.
Makes sense. Right? Yeah.
Jack 5-5, King 5-5, doesn't matter.
Needs another 5 and another 5.
Yeah, that's one way. And
这个有没有
the
后门？我
three will seal
半天好
Wang
像没
Yang's fate.
后。
Running 9s would have done the
有
trick,
2个9了，
She folded.
这没办法。
but he did find some ladders, Randy.
He did.
Going to leave behind his compatriot Wang Ye to carry the flag all by himself, as he's going to carry his belongings off the stage.
Wrapping clams.
7th place effort.
King 10 might be better than King Jack.
Shortest stack at the time that he went broke, 813,000. After 3 days of poker, not so bad.
Not so bad, given that in 11 remaining, he was pretty much a short stack for throughout this feature today.
Yeah, you're right. Scrappy performance. Turned in. And one that continues to cause some to take notice. Not exactly the tip of your tongue when you talk about Chinese participants at Triton, but making a name for himself.
Up and coming.
Well, up and over 7 figures. That's the guaranteed payday now, Randy, as we're staring at 1.1 million with a 300 and let's call it $60,000 ladder between 6th and 5th. Wang Ye going to work. King 10.
I mean, we're getting to the good stuff in terms of payouts.
And we're playing 6-handed poker now, Randy, and that is kind of the threshold at which people begin to call it short-handed poker as opposed to ring games. 7 through 9 players usually referred to as that. And so ranges are going to change a little bit.
Yeah, it's my favorite. It's the one where, you know, you don't have to play every single hand and there's a lot more pre-flop aggression. The ranges will change a little bit because lines do come around a lot quicker.
Ace 4 here for Parsonen.
Maybe a move? Type of hand you would use. This is bold, but it should work.
3 scoops. 1.7 million. You see, Wang Ye wants a count. Is King 10 offsuit worth another 1.2 with the upside capped at Parsonen's remaining 3-9?
Oh, it's worthy of a time bank, apparently. I would think not, but maybe he's suspicious of Parsonen 3-betting from the big blind. It tends to be polar, right? You either have a really huge hand or something trashy like this that will always fold to a 4-bet. He is going to relinquish.
You want to change them?
Yeah.
Sure, yeah.
You want to show?
No.
No, that's sorry,
That's a bad deal.
Sorry.
You want to show? No.
That's a good deal.
They tried to pull the Cabral.
What is it?
What was this?
It's a dead button, yeah. Small blind and big blind.
No, what it? What is this?
You won the last spot, right?
What happened?
No,
wait a second.
You won the last spot.
Yeah.
Okay, that's the NT. Sorry,
Okay.
I gave you
So,
Yeah,
did
right.
I get the right
I
amount?
I
gave you 500.
Yeah,
Yeah, right.
Oh, okay.
And,
Yeah.
sorry.
You're small blind.
Only I care about your women. Thank you, appreciate it. Maybe we'll play heads up one day.
10.7. I'll take the NT.
One day means to be. Would be nice.
So the king 10 did ultimately get
Three more
binned
hands.
as we rack him up again.
Can you keep this on that side so I
Yeah,
don't take it?
It's supposed to stay here, or is John out or else?
I think it's fine well.
Okay, let's leave it there.
You can cover.
He wants Triton? He wants Triton?
Ace 5 now for Ellis in the small.
Yeah, probably going to just limp. Too deep, too open jam at this point. Does find himself fortunate to be up against a dominated 5.
Suited 1 gapper looks up at king queen 4. Neither player hooking up with the texture. Parsonen checking it.
Don't forget last time in this confrontation, blind versus blind, Ponikovs was able to find a bet and move out the king 9 high, and this time he's trying to move out ace 5 high, and I think it will work.
Limp or Bree. These barrels are just sort of helping to guide opposition into the muck. And that's precisely where Parsonen goes.
Yeah, Ponikovs is probably the most hated player to have in the big blind, blind versus blind. He just steals pots he's not supposed to have.
He fights for them all, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Parsonen, part of a 3-way cluster at the bottom of the leaderboard right now, but none of them, let's call it short stacks. The range from 23 bigs for Reuter, Parsonen at 24, and then 27 for Wang Ye. Fritz, meanwhile, looking down at ace, king of spades. Big slick primo. 500,000. Brought forth.
That's a hand that can take a flop.
Unfortunately, given the domination, Wang Ye doesn't know what we do. So in comes the extra $250,000 to play for almost 1.4. Flop is ace, king, 6. Top 2 against second pair and backdoor diamonds. 1 street worth of chips. Most certainly rates to be lost here. C-bet sizing of 450.
Yeah, so even more likely to check call this flop bet. Maybe the best hand could improve, but drawing slim.
Always treading lightly with the presence of that ace against the upfront raise from Fritz. 10 is bad for the king 4. Second check in front of Fritz with now 2.3 staring him down.
Yeah, I would never expect Wang Ye to call once more on this turn card. Put in the double barrel.
Your wish is his command. And the 1.5 predictably sends Wang Ye into the muck. And on that note, players on their feet and headed to a break here at this final table, where that frame did bring blood. The gridlock was broken. Matteos, JNT, and Wang Yang all finding the end of the road. Dead heat down toward the bottom of the leaderboard as you see the haves and the have-nots in a 6-horse race. Looking for a home for 1.1 million as it stands. Bringing you back to the desk now, Ali and Randy. Or we'll just bring you back to the... There, let's...
Psych out again?
Is this that intern? I'm telling you, it's the intern. Listen, intern, I don't know who you are, but this whole little mystery hand thing that you're doing, and now the pump fakes with the graphics, just, you know, we're going to figure out what room you're in, and we're going to cut the AC. Meanwhile, listen, it's been cut short here for Matteos. Obviously, the 9th place finish for him, you know, deserved better. Again, that word is a little bit tricky. And then you had Wang Yang, ace-9, a spot that the chat kind of wasn't so sure, but it was straightforward, wasn't it?
Oh, that's a very standard spot. Big stack raise on a button. You got ace-9 offsuit. It's a pretty strong hand.
Yeah, and in between them, JNT with maybe the not-so-standard decision to stake his tournament life on queens and 6s against the king. So it's going to be about a 15-minute break. We're going to come back, though. Don't go anywhere. Randy and I are locked in, strapped in, ready to crown someone champ eventually here as we work our way into the evening on this final day of the Triton Paradise Festival.
Oh my god! Stay loose, play 7 dudes.
On Earth.
You know, we reached the 400,000 subscriber mark this trip.
It's a pretty big milestone, if I'm being honest. Just the thought that that many people worldwide, because genuinely that is our audience, are a part of our family and supporting us is humbling and flattering. Meanwhile, humbled will be this King Jack Open in short order as Wang Ye has 2 aces, unless, of course, he decides to get cute, Randy.
I like a 3-bet to like $1 million. Try to entice JNT to continue.
Just a touch north of that.
King suited. Ah, this is the end of Matteos. There's nothing he can do. He's always going to go for it.
And he's supposed to.
Yes.
Look at Wang Ye looking over like, what was that?
Like, seriously, buddy? Okay. Goodbye.
King Jack easily folds, and difficulty on the horizon for Matteos as he gazes off into the distance, well aware of his plight. A 9-1 dog heading to the flop. Hard to be worse in 2-card.
At least he's suited. It's going to be his best opportunity to down to aces.
10.5 million chip pot. It would be so improbable for Matteos to be finding the exit prior to Parsonen and Wang Yang. King high board with a diamond. Some perspiration. Can we find added sweat on the turn? We cannot. And an added king will be the only escape for El Conquistador. ¿Hay un rey? En el río? No. En arena. And it's hasta la vista to Matteos.
I'm a little sad, and I'm shocked.
I'm a lot sad, and honestly, I'm like, you really paid the shipping? I'm just kidding.
Wow. You're really good at reading off the paper that's destroyed from your bubble tea the other day.
Yeah, that's, you know, I had to wing it that time. Meanwhile, Fritz going to take flight here. on the wings of Black Kings.
Pocket deuces. Not going to play. It's actually harder to set mine at final tables like this because even though if you hit it, even if you hit a set, your opponents don't tend to pay off a full stack as much as they play a lot more passive lines.
Cool.
J&T's in there, 6-5 suited. It's a hand that can crack some overpairs and will be very well disguised.
Queen, queen, 8, and 2 clubs. You see J&T looking up to verify that he has picked up this flush draw. Fritz has picked up a good customer for his kings, especially given he holds the king of clubs. Stage is set for Manuel to continue to accumulate after sending a package Wang Ye's way moments ago. 300 the follow through. J&T just calls. I'd like to see the conservative approach out of him here. Now he picks up a gutter to go with the flush draw.
Right. Because if he just had the naked 6-high flush draw, he probably just check folds to the turn bet. But when you pick up the additional outs, it's very enticing.
Well, I think sizing may have a little something to do with what he decides. And if you're Fritz, what do you come with into 2 million?
Towards a half potish range because you don't want to scare out 8x that has very little equity, right? They would need to hit an 8 to beat you.
1.2 north of half.
Envisioning the 7.
That's the clean one. What's J&T cutting out here? That looks like more than 1.2 in orange. Okay, no, he had some chips in his other hand. So he'll get some change on the 1-5. He's stuck out there, and he's going to take a swing at these 2 kings. 25% equity, and all he comes up with is a 6. Checks quickly. You think Fritz ever assigns a queen to J&T as played?
I think it's possible. I actually wouldn't fault him for checking back kings in this spot.
Tough to identify the one that pays you.
Yeah, and 8x usually isn't looking to call down 3 barrels anyways. I like a check back, to be honest.
5 seconds.
All in.
Just in case you're getting slow played against, but he thinks the 8x would call off. In this case, it's a pair of 6s, but very similar.
Okay, okay.
J&T recognizing the jam does cover him, and I don't know that he's going to have an appetite for heroism for his tournament life with nothing more than queens and 6s here, especially when he holds clubs.
That's very true. Holding clubs means you block some of the combos you're trying to pick off. I think he's put enough resistance. He certainly can have Queen X in his range that would check call, and slow play. Is he thinking about it? Oh, he's calling, and J&T is gone in. Amazing value bet, Fritz. He got it all.
Wow, and you see a little wince there on Wang Ye's face.
He did not believe. He didn't.
Okay.
Then he wants to create a situation to accumulate chips because everyone's waiting for him.
But in this spot,
I would preserve my tournament life more so. But maybe if I had aces, I would consider the slow play. But kings is, of course, vulnerable to the ace-x opens.
It is interesting, the big difference between kings and aces in that spot, because that ace can't roll off and then leave you second-guessing yourself, even against the range of Ponikovs, which could include the ace-x on occasion, as we see Wang Ye's including on this one. Ace-jack, early position click. Hard 8 here for Parsonen. Is this a jam candidate?
It would be against a late position open. Against an early one, probably just take a flop because you're not that deep, so you don't have as much fold equity. hopefully for him he flops something, because that's an extra big blind I went in. That's a 4.
Bottom set for Ellis after the flat. The Broadway gutter for Wang Ye with 1.4 in the middle. Can Parsonen find a double somehow?
Yeah, let's see if Wang Ye just open rips it because it's north of 1 SPR, if he just puts in a small bet and maybe bet turns.
Well, Parsonen loves to see the C bet of 350. And this is a ton of hand.
To me, it's too much hand to want to check raise off of the super shallow stack. You're going to get paid off by King X anyways.
5 seconds. Go.
Flat call. And a safe turn for Parsonen.
I think there's a chance Wang Ye jams the turn and try to fold out 10x. Because there's that tight cluster at the bottom, Parsonen probably hero folds a 10 as played. He would have 2 overs against a 10 if it did magically call, and there's the bet.
That's 1.2 million.
1.2. And I mean, this is basically asking Ellis for the rest. And he's all too happy to slip another 200 on top. Wang Ye, of course, has to take a pull at the nuts. A queen would spoil the fun for the Finn, but anything else, and he's going to pull in a very good looking near 5 million. Is Lady Unluck in store for Parsonen? No. And this is a real shift in the landscape now, Randy, leaving Clemens Reuter all alone as the short stack, and Wang Yang now looking up at Ellis, who is third shortest with 20 bigs.
That is true. It's all about what Reuter.
X5 suited for Parsonen. Deep enough to play a little bit of poker, but this is not the time.
Nice. 550.
550 says Wang Ye's King 10 suited. Pedro in the small with an ace jack.
He might 3-bet this spot. Flatham, of course, is all right.
He hasn't been shy of taking on other big stacks. This much we know.
Ooh, ace jack for Reuter. He's the shortest stack.
Is this a shove?
It should be a shove, especially against Padilla flat from the small.
Yeah, we don't think there's anything trappy cooking in that spot. So now the jam. Wang Ye asks for the count.
It's what, 2 million more? 8 big blinds?
Well, if Wang Ye doesn't call, then we know that Padilla is likely to make the call, right?
Yes, I think so. It's not that big of a jam. He gets the overlay from Wang Ye's open raise. He might just have the best hand of ace jack or flipping. I could see Reuter jamming ace 10 suited in the spot.
5 seconds.
Hold on. Hold on. Wang Ye came along. So that's going to get Padilla out.
I was just thinking the same thing. If Wang Ye doesn't call, Padilla does. And actually, I think Reuter's a little bit more comfortable in that spot. But instead, he fights against the King 10, which he's ahead of, but has 41% equity to take this pot and send him home.
I think Reuter would prefer to be up against the ace jack rather than have to be at risk. as a slight favorite. It's a big pot. Thought Wang Yin was going to fold.
Eight, 3 deuce, and we've cleared the big hurdle with this ace-jack. Could Reuter bounce from the bottom of the leaderboard up to a 6 million chip stack and in front of Parsonen, no less? Looking that way. Nothing to worry about on this turn, and just 6 outs to hold our breath and hope don't say hello on this river for Reuter, who makes jacks for a winner. And Pedro quietly over here thinking, man, this dude doesn't call the king 10. I get to chop that up.
That's true. That is true.
75K.
And this dude Reuter's got.
Well, 11 became 9, and then 9 became 6. Welcome back to the final table of the Triton main event. 100K buy-in with nearly 5 million up top from here in Paradise. Ali Najad, Randy Liu, winding down this Triton Super High Roller Series Festival, but doing so with definitely excitement on tap. As you get a look inside the Triton Poker Plus app at the lay of the land, Pedro Padilha of Brazil has been dancing the samba on the rest of the field, most of it coming at the expense of Alex Ponikovs, who's not afraid of the dance floor. Unfortunately, he got kicked right off it as he went a little bit hard at the nut flush and finds himself below the current average stack with 9.3 million. Manuel Fritz has performed best on the day, Randy, second in chips right now. And as we head into this frame, what are you looking for? What are you watching for?
Well, the thing is, before we had multiple short stacks at 10 big blinds.
Right.
Now all the short stacks have 20 big blinds apiece. So they've got a little bit more wiggle room now. It's going to be more about which one of these big stacks is going to go fight for pots. The thing is, Fritz, yes, he's second in chips, but directly to his left is the chip leader.
Now, I hear where you're coming from in terms of the short stacks being deeper than they once were. Blinds have gone up to 150 and 300. However, there still could be plenty of caginess in consideration of the ladders. When you look at the payouts right now, 1.1 million on tap, 1.462 for fifth, and then all the way up to 1.865 if you can outlast those other two shorties down at the leaderboard. So let's see how it plays out as we send it back down into the arena for the resumption of play from here at Atlantis. Coverage brought to you in part by GG Poker. The excitement has been brought to you mostly by Padilha and Ponikovs, who have not shied away from collisions. Currently, Pedro getting the better of Alex. Parsonen has performed well to pull himself up and off of the short stack. By the way, all three of those guys managed to outlast JNT and Adrian Matteos unexpectedly. Wang Yang was among the shorties. He is the most recent elimination.
I kind of feel like Fritz has had the easiest day at this final table. Am I right?
Oh, for sure, the smoothest of sailing has belonged to him. Pedro's done all right for himself as well. Not to be overlooked, of course.
Let's see if Ponikovs wants to play this fast or just call on the button. He is in the middle of the pack, third on the leaderboard.
Well, they're booking another date with the Octagon as the 650 gets flatted, and they're heads up for 2 million and a tickle. And Ponikovs is best, but he's looking up at pesky overs here on an ace-queen-7 board.
Yeah, it would be tough to call C-bet if that comes in from Padilha. That's okay for Ponikovs now, as he gets checked too. Shouldn't want to turn this hand into a bluff, like taking the free card. Still beat pocket 8s, 9s, and lower.
Check, check on the flop, and the 10 says hello on the turn. Card that gives Padilla the gut shot. This is a dream for Alex.
Yeah, especially because Ponikovs was the one who blasted off to Padilla earlier. Normally, he wouldn't get much respect after that. Now, though, it is going to be king high stabbing. This very small bet is designed to fold out a lot of pocket pairs. Maybe expects hands like Jack 10, Queen Jack to continue, and then he fires once more to shake those hands out.
You think the 10s get shaken out if something 9 or lower would have rolled off?
Yeah, I think so, but maybe for that sizing, unclear.
Yeah, Ponikovs can be sticky, can't he? He does elect to just flat. Clubs come in on the end now. Jack 9 also arriving in the event that Padilla's range was wide enough to include that, which it would seem it would be.
I think so. I can see a world where Padilla just bets once more, trying to fold out broadways. That's what he's targeting, the queen and 10x. Should be a raising coming for Ponikovs. Because it's such a small sizing, he probably doesn't expect Pedro to actually have the flush or king jack as played for 900K.
Is interfering with the straights, holding a king and a 9 in part why we choose to fire 900,000 with basically nothing?
I would say the 9 is more so irrelevant. It's just, there's a lot of combos of broadways that have one pair. You know, sure, king blocks some of it, but then it doesn't block the jack X type stuff. Jack 10, queen jack.
Ponikovs thinking about it, and it isn't because fold is on his mind. He's wondering whether or not he can squeeze value out of this spot, and he brings 3.3. This is risky business, of course, given board texture, but as we can see, Padilla not likely to do anything other than pass back some of the chips he's been hanging on to that used to belong to Ponikovs.
Yeah, if you think Pedro is taking, you know, a flush of a different line, then raising here becomes much more safe.
And finally, a meaningful pot going Ponikovs' way after squaring off against Pedro. I think spiritually that one was important for Alex.
Yeah, he would have been throwing a fit if he got jammed on there after raising to 3.4.
Oh my goodness, can you imagine? He would have been like, really, this guy? I might have jumped out of my skin if Pedro jammed. That would have been surreal. We've all been there, though. You know, you have a session you're playing and the same character. No matter what you do, you 3-bet them, you cap it, they cap. Just any maneuvering you try to pull off, they always have the antidote, and they always end up winning at Showdown, and you feel powerless.
Yeah, the villain.
Reuter going to be the villain here with Ace-7 suited, up front click. Uh-oh.
The hero's coming in.
Once again, an 8-figure stack in front of Ponikovs, along with an ace-king, and I suspect chips are going to be in motion.
1.5 million.
1.5 million decibels. That's the noise he's making. $900 more. Or Clemens to get curious. This is really not the hand class that does so hot.
Yeah, the ace-6, ace-7, ace-8 suited, they always get mucked to a 3-bet. They just don't play that well out of position, easily dominated. And also, we got that little fight between the bottom 3 stacks. Don't make yourself the clear short stack by bleeding out.
Thinking
2 in a
about
row for Ponikovs.
That would be interesting.
I'm not sure I will like it or not. Depends on my decision.
So Ponikovs suddenly finds himself right up there toward the top of the 2 leaders. Fritz and Padilla nearly level.
I would like it.
You would jam, yeah?
So it's 3 stacks with 45 to 48 big blinds, and then 3 stacks with between 17 and 20. Big chasm right down the middle of this 6-man leaderboard. It's Parsonen. Tears into the fabric with King 10.
Yeah, jam.
Clemens has got pocket 5s. If he was up against a late position raise, he's more likely to reshove. Here's a bit more unclear because Parsonen isn't supposed to be raising too light off of 20 UTG.
On the set mine. And comes up empty. Looking up at 3 over cards, none of which have connected with Parsonen's hand. Snap check.
A little sprinkle should get it done against pocket 5s.
And that it does. 650, the follow-through figure that draws the curtain. I've been really impressed by Ellis Randy. I mean, Potlev in Omaha, that's his world. And he is so dangerous with 4 cards in hand. But here with 2, he is hanging with top-class opposition. And he hasn't looked flustered. He hasn't looked uncomfortable, unsure, any of it.
No, he's no slouch. He's actually very well versed in no limit hold'em. I just think he normally doesn't play him at Triton because they're huge buy-ins. But when he saw 237 entries, how can you resist?
You know, it's interesting because the very first event of this festival, as we see Pedro continuing the mischief from the button here with a suited jack, Matteos Eibinger won a pot limit Omaha 75K. 2-card man doing it in the 4-card streets. And perhaps Parsonen with an opportunity to invert that phenomenon with a win here today. Obviously work to be done, not to get ahead of ourselves, but here he is with troublesome clubs.
Yeah, I think it's the same logic. It's just that the field sizes are enormous, and
650.
you know, it's not like it's the first time they're playing the game.
Nope.
Any more clubs in the deck?
4 of them occupied, 9 remain. Though I didn't clock the hands that were binned. Monotone diamond texture.
Most likely see a smallish bet from Jack 3.
Pedro following through for the 350 and showing off some of the luxuries of being the big boss stack. The other footnote on Parson, and I think it helps to illustrate that even if you're not playing your main game, but you're playing a poker tournament, one that's structured very similarly to the others that you might be playing in the variant of choice, ICM fundamental awareness and just general tournament strategy competence can carry you a long way.
That's true, and actually that's why people consider Elis one of the best PLO tournament players, because of his knowledge of tournaments from playing Nolan Hold'em, in the online days at least. He applied it very well to PLO.
Ace Queen suited for Wang Ye. Restraint there, not too difficult out of ace tray. Nor for the king 3 suited. Now 10-6 of spades.
This would be difficult to get Ponikovs to fold pre. It'll take some pliers to get out of his hands. So here comes the call.
Ace Queen 9, top 2 for Wang Ye, and he's holding too much of the deck. Ponikovs really not going to be interested in proceeding. And take it. I always talk about these nature documentaries, Randy. There was one called Planet Earth, and one of the episodes was about the oceans. And I remember a scene where the school of fish would be rounded up by the predators.
Okay.
And then they would kind of take turns diving into that school of fish, the sardines, whatever, just snacking, and then rinse, repeat. And when I'm looking at these 3 big stacks and these 3 short stacks, I feel as though they are sort of, by and large, allowing one another to take turns diving into that school and kind of leveraging the stack dynamics here to work their way up the leaderboard and send them further down.
Yeah, they're not taking big bites, I'll say that.
No, not yet. Although sometimes the Dolphins have been biting each other here.
Like this hand?
This is definitely shaping up to be one of those.
Fritz is like, isn't it my turn to take a bite?
Yeah.
But he's like, no, I'm going twice in a row. Let me 3-bet you.
Quite a bit of torque applied. 1.3 million over 3xing the 2x open.
He's going to call a 3-bet here. Reasonably deep. You know, 8s have bluffs in the world of hurt, like ace-5 suited, ace-4, etc. Fair fight versus ace-queen. He is out of position, which is pesky, but it is what it is.
Digging in, risky business here. King 6-5, 1 overcard for the 8s, which are still best, but an inflated 4.5 million chip pot. Out of position against Pedro. No heart in hand.
I would think on king high textures, the pre-flop 3-better with the stack depth would always be c-betting. So I don't really feel like you learn that much about your opponent's range that 3-bets you when you've got 8s or Fritz. With a heart in hand, I'm sure he would probably check call. Here's a little bit more tricky. He's just gonna stay away. He's like, you know what? I changed my mind. I don't want to. You have your turn at the bite at the school of fish.
You know, 1.1 obviously is very in line with standard post-flop sizing there, and so it could be anything. Obviously, the 3-bet narrows his range somewhat, and we know that King X combos are going to be a part of that. But I think that's Fritz just going, I don't want to get down this dark alley with this man. And that's, you know, there's a lack of light on a king high board for those 2 8s.
Yeah, it's a shady-looking tunnel, you know?
Yeah, I did think maybe with the 5-6 on board, we have some interactions whereby the set isn't the only path forward, 4-7, 7-9.
I think a call would have been all right. I think you're right on the nose that he doesn't really want to turn himself into one of the medium stacks that has to play defensively. It's like, all right, I didn't like ace or king on board. I saw one of them. I'm out.
And it's okay, right, Randy, in terms of spots where for chips, maybe you're supposed to do something, but then you look at the actual specificity, out of position, Pedro, what have I seen so far from this guy? Where am I looking to go with this hand? And just give up a little bit of that potential equity.
Yeah, it's okay to change your mind. Don't have to always try to fight for every single pot. Because at the end of the day, there's 3 shorter stacks than you.
Yeah.
20 in lower territory.
I mean, look, he did end up folding the best hand, but I do think that in the progression of one's poker career, having the capacity to make the choice that Fritz did right there is an important thing to have in your arsenal, right? Find the good spots.
Yeah. They don't have to be the best spots, but you don't want them to be poor and murky. Dark alleys are places you should avoid.
Yeah. I mean, as Bruce Wayne's parents found out in Gotham.
Yeah, that's right. They got gunned down, didn't they?
I don't know how, but it didn't end well for them. Parsonen with ace-queen, and now look at Fritz. The gods perhaps smiling upon him immediately for the discipline shown with the 2 8s, rewarding him with these 2 kings in a much nicer setup here. Now he gets to be the 3-better, 1.65. Pedro will sit it out, and it comes back over to Ellis.
This is what we call an annoying spot, because you feel like you gotta continue. You've got ace queen, you've got a big stack 3-betting against you, and then again you're looking around. There's 2 other stacks that are rather shallow. You can never fault him for 4-bet ripping, expecting fold equity, because Fritz will have 3-bet folds with ace rags, king X, stuff like this. He's going for it, and he's going to see the bad news.
Yeah, just verifying that the Cowboys are saddled up, and we are off to the races. 12-6-5 in the middle. Parsonen did have a couple of smaller stacks than his own in Clemens Reuter and Wang Ye, ever so slightly for the latter, but this just a spot where he felt like the ace-queen was adequately performing as a jam. Unfortunately, he runs into top of range from Fritz. And doesn't find an ace. 2 tugs at it. Queen works hard. Has a heart. Could be some naughty wheelie.
Could be.
3-4 things.
Pointy top would be ideal. That's not it.
No. Nina is of no use. And now only the needle will spare Parsonen. 3 outs 1 time in a massive one. And it's not there. GG's, says Parsonen. Out in 6th. And while obviously that is something to be focused upon, on the flip side of it, how about Fritz catapulting?
2 to chip lead.
1.1 million for Ellis. In not his A game, Not the variant of choice.
No, but I think he played his A game in the Hold'em.
Oh, yeah. It's not like he brought the B game. No doubt about it. He brought the A jacket.
He did bring the A jacket.
Plenty in chat took note of it as well. I'll tell you what, $1 million scores are a way to build out that wardrobe because it ain't cheap.
Nope. And actually was his second cash of the festival. First one being in the 75K PLO, 11th place.
There's a few boutiques not far away from the tournament area where I'm sure you can get right with some retail therapy. As he leaves behind 5 to continue the battle, all assured 1.46 and a tickle. 1865 means we're looking at a $400,000 ladder. And of course, delighted is Reuter to have a chance to play for it. Wangye as well. The two guys with less than Parsonen going into that one. Queen Jack suited now.
600.
For Alex. Third of 5 runners. In raising. Wangye. Not a fan of the hard 6.
This sound even worse.
Good to see him having fun out there despite all the pressure.
I'm a slow eater.
It's even better.
Yeah.
Was Tom's trying to clear Reuter's dinner prematurely?
Again, please. Thank you.
Is that maybe he thought it was Parsonen's grub? I got to be honest, at the Bellagio,
You ate some chips and
some of the
hunger
brushes
here.
in the poker room,
Well, he was
the
just behind me,
veterans,
but then I had kings, so.
they always make sure that they show up before your food's actually done, just as a reminder, hey, I'm here. It's just working me for the tip, you know what I mean, at the end.
I see, I see.
There's nothing more to, you're not going to get, if all of a sudden I turn around and I wasn't done and the food's gone, just don't count on a tip. I'm just like, I was eating that.
Right.
I would actually tip for them to do it to someone else just to steam them up in the game. Ace-4 suited.
I have a tip for you. Stop telling me these dirty strategies of yours.
It doesn't work online. Queen Jack of Hearts. Again for Ponikovs. That's a big blind defense here. Gut shot on the King 9-8 board. Backdoor spades for Pedro along with the ace high.
He's got the chip advantage. I think having a chip advantage allows you to see bet a little more because you're less likely to get check raise and get to realize your equity. But a bit more, and he makes it 1.1. It's a sizable bet into 175, which makes peeling the gut shot less appealing.
If there was a heart on board,
he's always in there. Here, more unclear.
check raising some of these dusty gut shots, is that a thing?
It would be more so if you're up against the smaller stacks, but always on the mind of Ponikovs is, can he check raise bluff? It's scary though, because when your opponent bets bigger on the flop and you check raise, it obviously costs you more on the bluff.
Yeah, good point.
2.5 million.
He doesn't care.
You know,
don't care.
It's so funny, man. I don't know why my spidey senses tingled, even though this just feels like a spot where it's so treacherous to do this. But it's the Ponikovs effect. We've had this image on the screen before, and we've seen it play out this way. This dude's a lion, Randy. He really is. And he's on the Serengeti with Pedro, who isn't exactly lacking a main. And they're just scrapping. The hyenas are hanging out with the popcorn, trying to see if they're going to kill each other.
Yeah, those hyenas, they're hungry. Well fed. Not like the ones in Lion King. Those look scrappy.
Yeah, the hyenas really do. They do look raggy out there.
Ponikovs is the well-fed one.
Yeah, no, Ponikovs is a lion, bro.
Oh,
what are you talking about?
Excuse me.
It's not a hyena out here. Have some respect.
Latvian lion.
Yeah, okay.
Alliteration.
I see what you've done here. I'm quite proud of that. Andy, that was
See this, like,
excellently done.
Making our faces wider. My smile, and just like.
Alex, you're fat.
I'm aware.
Looks like we may have some aspect ratio issues.
No, we don't got the black bars on the side.
Some of our panels, yeah, right.
Winter is coming. I'm preparing.
That was a joke, by the way.
Raise 600K. Pass. Pass.
Fritz, reminding everyone of his presence.
Until the last episode.
Yeah, that was the worst. That was the worst.
Yeah, it was nice.
Take it,
You
sir.
read the books, maybe?
No, not really.
They're really good. Way better.
I heard.
What book? Did you catch it?
Didn't.
I don't read anyways.
If my opponent
Chat might have caught it.
then yes. I have an issue. When I start reading something, I'm falling asleep immediately.
I mean, that's good if you have problems.
I'm not sure. I would like to read something, but every time I start, even if I found it interesting, it's like
Yeah, same.
7 of clubs.
Yeah, 7 o'clock.
The
Thank
only
you.
thing he reads is hand histories.
Pass, pass.
Ace King on the button.
This is dream territory.
675.
Raise 675.
Fold.
Fold.
Chip leader's got Jack 3 of clubs. Big blind versus button.
To the flop we go. Bottom pair versus top pair. No club on board. Fritz doesn't rate to lose too much with this hand, but let's see how costly Ponikovs wants to make it.
Don't know if you remember a pot between Ponikovs and Matteos where Matteos called a turn of ace-jack. It was a very similar board, and
Yeah.
Ponikovs went small, big, all in. Here
Yep.
he actually checks it back.
So showing some diversity in terms of his approach. And with a check back, obviously, we're a lot more comfortable that the 3 rates to be good than versus follow through, even though we expect high frequency C bets from Alex. Unclear if Fritz thinks he can take the initiative here. Decides to check once more.
Surely Ponikovs goes for value now with a flush draw showing up. Also, straight draws out there the big blind could have, so bigger
600.
sizings would be nice.
600K.
1/3.
Third pot. Wow.
Didn't lose
That-
a chip.
You know what? That takes something there from Fritz. You know, word eluding me right now, but restraint, I guess. Self-discipline. Not that it was some insanely good hand.
I think the thing is, oftentimes when you see that flop, someone's got a pair, dryish texture, you expect them to always lose one bet. There, he lost nothing. That's hard to do because sometimes you just get married to the fact that I'm supposed to pay off a little bit at least.
You know, that laydown for me comes from the same place the check fold with the pocket eights did. You know what I mean? Like, obviously, Pedro and Alex are dark alley guys. And just because you've called that turn, don't expect him to shut down light on the end. He could have air and bring that B150, and now you're sitting there, head cocked, thinking, how did I end up in this spot? You know?
Right. See, I could be behind, and if I'm ahead, they're probably not going to just give up.
Fritz is a tidy operator. He keeps things quite clean out there, and I appreciate that. I'm not one of these dudes that wants to get into the murky water, make things sloppy, get confused, you know.
Yeah, I just find him an overall very solid player, chooses his spots well.
It's going to be tough to offload chips from his stack. Limp blind versus blind here. All diamonds, king high. Pedro with the only flush draw, Fritz with the only pair. Round of knuckles. And now on the turn, Pedro locks it up with the flush.
Yeah, that 9 of diamonds is strong enough to either go for 2 bets or check once more and go for a larger sizing on the river. Fritz shouldn't need to bet his hand. Just wouldn't make any sense. You never get a better hand to fold anyways.
And by the way, he rates to end up just folding once more here, despite having flopped a pair, which is difficult to do. Oh, Pedro with the check back.
Yeah, so I think that Pedro finds that there's more value in inducing a bluff from Fritz on a 4-diamond board.
Or just going for one street of value on the river?
One street of bigger value. So I wouldn't expect Pedro, if it gets checked to him, which it probably will, to bet like min. I think he goes like at least 2/3 closer to pot with the 9 of diamonds.
Third and final knuckle from Fritz. You like 450?
I think it's all right. Kind of want to bet a size where
475.
a pair would call.
475.
475.
I think that sizing is right about there. I could see Fritz actually call if the pair of 6s that's played, unless he has a really nice read that his opponent always has the flush.
I don't know. I think he's folding, and I think, again, it might be in line with the 8s and that jack tray, but he's reaching. Okay, this time he pays, Randy.
I think it's different because this one we're actually immediately seeing a showdown, whereas in the previous hands, there still could be a round of betting.
That's a great point. There's no alley left to go down.
Yeah,
so
you just got to the end, and the guy's just around the corner about to shank you.
There's a little penknife. Fritz will still be able to breathe.
Yeah, just stole the wallet and left.
And I'm not even looking at the chat, but somehow I know it's going to contain Vamos Pedro and Vai Corinthians. It's been in there a whole lot whenever he rattles a saber.
You got the Let's Go Brazil. Is that close enough?
Same idea.
Yeah, there it is. Vamos, Padillo. Vai Corinthians. And then 2 emojis, a Brazilian flag and a donkey? I would assume that's a goat. It's probably goat.
Yeah.
But he used a donkey avatar, but he meant goat.
Yeah. Well, Pedro didn't mean call and he didn't mean fold. 650, he says, with Jack 6. And Clemens with a pretty one And just 11 bigs.
All in.
Pretty easy jam.
Mm-hmm. And an easier fold.
Even though Clemens is the shortest stack of the tournament, I would say his final table performance has been pretty steady and smooth sailing. You know, like it hasn't been tough on him, has it? I can't really recall a pot where like
In the
what do I
blender
do?
or anything?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just straightforward decisions. And it's okay. What's he guaranteed? 1.46.
Yeah, I mean, he's found multiple ladders up from the 495.
I mean, do you remember some of our past tournaments? Seth Davies just folding and getting a lot of money. Patrick Antonius doing this as well.
Oh, multiple people who are final table architects have constructed a lot of profit by sitting back and just taking in the scenery. The people doing that generally, though, tend to be doing so under the appropriate circumstances. I don't remember seeing anybody at a Triton FT who had a big stack and then just decided, I'm going to try to coast.
Right.
I'm going to sit here and fold, 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 fold. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Most everybody is just taking that approach when the time is right
That's
to do
true.
so.
They're not deviating into a poor strategy.
Yeah. And obviously taking the approach also by virtue of card distribution, maybe, you know, truly no opportunity presenting itself for them to do anything other than that. But opportunity ripe here from the cutoff for Pedro. AJ. And it's his turn to gobble. Speaking of gobble, I know we're a ways removed from it, Randy, but what did you do? Did you celebrate Thanksgiving down under?
No.
It's not a thing down there.
No, I did it in North America.
Oh, you were with family back home?
I did.
Okay.
I actually flew in on Thanksgiving
Maybe if
Day.
I aim somewhere.
Oh, was it airport madness or no?
No, it wasn't.
On the actual day, I don't think it's as bad, right?
Yeah, I went to Sacramento. Hometown, 916.
There it is. Shout outs. And did you do the bird?
We did the bird.
Was it an actual turkey or did you go duck?
No, it's a real turkey. And
No, I didn't think it was a fake turkey.
It was a
I'm just saying, I
display
didn't know
duck.
maybe if you went with the
real
Eastern edition.
My mom made it.
So mom made turkey.
It was all right.
Reuter. I hope mom's not listening, by the way. You kind of showered her cooking there as Clemens cooks with aces. His yams, candied. Oh, and Ponikovs. Might be ready to give him some gravy.
Oh, he's going to give it to him.
1.3.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Add the cranberry sauce, too.
Oh.
Is Clemens going to bring stuffing?
Yeah.
Think so? Flatting 700 is just too sus.
Stuff the whole bird. Get it in there. I just think that Ponikovs often has a range that can call off versus the 13 big blind stack. Although there is merit to just calling because it's Ponikovs and he is the sicko that has 3-bet folds off of these stacks. But Ponikovs' 3-bet call-off range against 13 bigs can contain hands like 8s, 9s, 7s, ace-jack, the hands that might not stack off if you just slow play pre.
There's the jam. There's the call. It's playing out like we would have expected. And for Reuter, a golden opportunity here to loosen his collar, get out of the dungeon, and play some more poker. Ponikovs, meanwhile, far from golden with this ace-queen. Stack rates to get tarnished on a Jack 8-7 flop. That phenomenon doesn't change. His diamond works overtime. You know, you just can't exhale, can you? 9 on the turn. 10 the threat to get scooped now. It would be so dirty. No such evil on the end.
It was a good Thanksgiving for Reuter.
Yeah, it was. And he'll have plenty of gratitude for this 8.5. That's been gift wrapped and put into his stocking.
He's got 30 big blinds.
Yeah, his bells are jingling.
Yeah.
You know, I don't think that one really came out the way I intended it to.
Taking it back.
I'm leaning hard into the holiday kind of theme, and I think I leaned a little further than I should have. Oops.
The bells. The jingle.
I don't know what his bells are doing. My bad.
Just move on. Don't bring attention to it.
You're right, but that's probably the thing I'm worst at. In the move on spot, I always double down.
How about this comment? His bells are jingling. Wow.
I like in the chat, someone says Machine Gun Reuter in honor of Machine Gun Kelly. Vibes similar, and by the way, for those that don't know, Reuter actually with musical talents.
It's easy.
That is true.
He is a bit of a rock star.
Is it guitar?
I mean, on a turn.
I want to say yes.
Electric?
Yeah, that's runaway chip play though.
I also want to say yes. I don't think it's like piccolo or ukulele. That doesn't track.
It doesn't give me the island vibes for that.
No. Although I'm sure he could jam out with one of these, you know, poolside acts on the weekend out here. Maybe the steel drums would be in range. Meanwhile, something interesting brews here in what was otherwise uneventful looking prior to the flop. Limp blind versus blind. Fritz finding the flush draw. Padilla 2 overs and a gutter.
It's a lot of firepower for both. It is deep stack, so maybe we don't see ultra aggressive lines post. But for now, it is 600K with the flush draw. Likely call for Padilla, unless he wants to get out of line. Well, it's always very dangerous to do so with an 11 big blind stack out there. You take a turn card.
Another 1.2 in, doubling the pot.
For some reason, I thought you have jacks.
Now Fritz finds a 3.
My feel was telling me you have jacks.
I was thinking,
So because he turns some showdown value with the flush draw, he's going to want to turn this into a more defensive hand. He can pretty much call any bet size on the turn. He's not getting a 7 or 5 to fold anyways, and he already beats the deuce.
Make it 7.
Go slightly bigger than 4.
Okay. Make it 7.2.
Now, if we're Fritz, do we just take the free one?
Sorry, you mean Padilla?
Sorry, yes. Forgive me. Pedro.
I kind of like betting, to be honest. You can fold out a lot of high cards,
That
and
might put me
if you had a 7,
Yeah.
you probably would bet this turn when check too with a wheelie stuff showing up. Even a 5 might bet.
So is this what he's representing then?
Yeah, I think so. And you know that if you get called, likely the 8 or 9 would be good if you could hit it. The 6, of course. I think it's pretty solid.
And the other thing is, this does set you up to be able to apply a little bit of muscle on the river and target things like deuce and 5x, busted straights.
Yeah, he can decide based on the river card. It's not a mandatory bluff off, even unimproved.
Fritz remains intact, of course. Pot goes to 4-8. Once again doubling. And there is the 9. Top pair for Pedro.
Perfecto. He can go for meaty value. The 9 is so disguised. He can get paid off by a 7 for a premium price. Even a 5 might pay off a modest one.
I think he's going to have value on his mind. And I'm curious as to whether or not he tries to make his hand look desperate by sizing up, as sometimes is the case with the busted flushes out there.
I think he can do that. Mainly because there's a hand that can call, which is 7x, that probably doesn't, will probably never fold, I think, for like the 3/4-ish territory.
So you like something in that 3.6 range?
I'm just saying he can go up to that, but he actually checks it back. That's some, I assume, awareness, I think. He's just thinking, I might be getting trapped, I guess, or maybe.
I mean,
I don't know. Like,
that felt like a compulsory value bet, all things considered, to me, Randy.
I agree with you, because I would expect if Fritz had a set, a straight, he would have kept betting the turn or gone for a check raise. I would think even a hand like 10s plus that slow played pre wouldn't take a check call line on the turn with 3 to a wheel. Maybe some missed value there.
But not unlike what I was suggesting when it came to supporting some of Fritz's conservative decisions. It's okay maybe to miss a little bit of value in order to protect ourselves against something awful going down.
Yeah, maybe he thinks Fritz checks better hands more often than not, and he didn't want to value on himself. Regardless, though, Wang Ye's got King 10 suited with 10.5 bigs. I don't really expect Fritz to call with Ace-6 suited for this price. He still has 2 people to act behind him. 4.2 is a decent part of Fritz's stack.
Wang Ye is the short stack by a good margin, all of it deployed on the strength of King 10 of spades. Fritz holding his fate in his hands, but releasing. And it's the same story behind, as Wang will claw back that which he's lost in blind and ante money. He's been pretty uninvolved, and you can see just how harmful a lack of involvement can be. Randy, bleeding down.
Bleeding down and blinds going up. It's not really a great recipe for a healthy stack.
No, you're absolutely right about that.
This camera guy came out from the back. I like this.
Camera sniper.
Zoom in on the dealer. There we go.
It almost looked like the jib camera was lining him up for a shot there. Folded around to Reuter with the newly minted 7-6. Not going to put it to use. Ponikovs accepts the walk. Suited ace once again for Fritz, but without a jam in front of him. First to speak, and speak he will. Mini raise in honor of Aaron Zhang, who coined the term, and who we miss.
I do miss him. Do you remember in Mortal Kombat the guy would come out and say, Toasty?
Yeah, of course.
Can you imagine
man.
Aaron Zhang pops up, mini race, and he goes away?
We have a little graphic,
Yeah.
kind of in absentia. He just gets to come up with a little sign that says mini race.
950.
Oh. Not a mini re-raise, but rather near 3 million. Courtesy of this dominant ace. Ponikovs. So fearless.
Does Fritz have it in him? The solver bait, because this is a hand that 4-bets at a super high frequency. Then you look around, Wang Yi's on 13 big blinds. Maybe we don't have to listen to the solver bot. Although if he was to do it, he would down to ace 10. Oh yeah, solver bot, let's go. Well played, Fritz. Well played.
You could feel it brewing, couldn't you?
Mm-hmm.
And Ponikovs not posturing whatsoever. Snap mucks and says goodbye to 3 million.
Yeah. Success in the wrong place. I prefer to have
You know, we got a player of the day poll going right now. Manuel Fritz is in 6th, and I don't think that's fair. I think some people need to stand up, get over to their keyboards, change their vote, do whatever they need to do to acknowledge the performance being turned in by the Austrian. And when we say the Austrian, we're normally talking about other people.
That's
the
true.
likes of Muller. Let's say even Reuter.
Eibinger.
Right? Eibinger 100%. And yet here he is going, don't overlook me, my friends.
No, he's playing a very solid game in well-timed moves. It's not flashy, but it's solid and very strong.
100%.
$800.
Raise 800K.
If he attacks Ponikovs again, man.
I mean, this is a little bit of a different scenario, of course, but button versus big.
5 seconds.
Well, he will defend against the attack, though.
The simpler option is to just call.
Mm-hmm. $976, all hearts. This is deep levels of divorce for both holdings.
Check.
Probably check this one back for Ponikovs. The chip leader can defend so many offsuit hands and have random hearts or random straight draws or pairs. I don't think a bet accomplishes that much, but if he could find it, he would down to ace 3 offsuit. Okay, he's found it. He's Ponikovs. Why would I ever doubt him finding aggression?
I mean, it's a cheap effort. 500 to take 2.2, and it works.
There we go.
That's board texture that just screams, don't you dare. And he dares.
He dares. He sees Dark Alley and says, I walk down.
Yeah.
I'll stab him first.
He's like, what's this? Shortcut. I'm in.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've peeped it, but Fritz is wearing, first I thought maybe there was some Squid Game thing with the shapes, the triangle, square, X, whatever. I think it's like a PlayStation jacket.
Yeah, I kind of wanted to bring it up, but I wasn't really sure. I was going to ask you if it was a PlayStation jacket, because I'm pretty sure the
Right?
PlayStation has...
Isn't that an actual image
Right.
of the PlayStation 1 console above the, you know, as we see the
That
image
looks
of
like
Ace
a
Jack?
PlayStation 1. So is it like retro?
OG, man.
Triangle, circle, square, X. Triangle on top, circle on right, square on left, and something like that.
I think it stayed the same even when PS2 came out and all the way up the line, right? I mean, they didn't change.
These are nice hands, and it's a limp pot.
Yep. Fritz ready to play. Pedro with the 6s checked back. Second pair effective on the 10 high board.
In comes value bet.
500K.
Check in front of him and the 500K.
Yeah, Fritz hasn't really shown lines of check raise, so that makes Pedro have an easier flop bet in position.
Peeling, but not improving is Fritz. That said, the board pairing 5 might leave him questioning the merits of ace-jack.
Maybe 6s doesn't bet this turn too often, but I wouldn't actually mind it. I think you can safely kind of bet fold this turn and still get value and get protection, but most players do check.
By bet fold, meaning if Pedro were to have fired and then the check raise came in, he could just release.
Correct.
Instead, the check back, diamonds complete.
Ace-jack high is good enough for a showdown, but it could be a candidate to actually put in some funky check raise if there was a bet to come in from Matteos, given he's got ace of diamonds, but check is the play.
So one little street of value on the flop, all that the 6s can manage on that run out. But again, trending in the right direction is Pedro.
You gotta let me have one. You gotta let me have one too.
Currently chip leading by about 8 bigs over Fritz. Well, no sooner do I talk about inadequate honors for Manuel Fritz's performance turned in here today than we have an opportunity to once again direct you towards the newest feature on the Triton Poker Plus app or tritonpoker.plus if you're on the web. And that is our Player of the Day feature. Currently up top, Adrian Matteos. Even though he was busted in 9th, Fritz now up to 5th, so obviously some have heeded the call.
All good.
Second is Ponikovs, third Padilla, and then JNT in 4th. And by the way, I think every day we've had it, JNT has been in the top 5. So someone out there is just perma-fan, regardless of if the guy even took a hand on stream. I like that, by the way. Remember that American Idol year where there was the, what was his name? Sanjaya or something like that? Some dude that was dust. And then everyone was like, we're going to troll American Idol. We're going to all vote for the dustiest dude.
Is that what happened?
To keep going forward. Yeah. Yeah, that was what happened.
How far did he get?
I don't know if he won or not. I never watched the show. Okay. I don't know if he won or not, but I just remember that being a thing. I'm not suggesting that you guys, you know, initiate something of that nature here. Honest voting is appreciated.
Actually, Elias needed 30 minutes break. We don't need, right?
What if we had a poll of commentator of the day? 4 of us you can choose from. That'd be great. What if we got a bonus if we make commentator of the day?
So we can make it shorter.
I wouldn't even bother doing good commentary. I would just try to figure out how to get unique IPs and just vote myself to the top the whole time we're supposed to be working.
15?
5?
Pocket 3s now for Wang Ye. Not exactly hand of the day for him, but he's been struggling. And it's going to be a qualifier. Declaring all in.
Mandatory show.
Call.
With 7 deuce.
Right, so my understanding was last time we spoke with Sarah, you said you wanted a 30-minute dinner break around 8:30 p.m. You don't want a 30-minute dinner break anymore?
No.
15 is good.
15 is good.
No
15
dinner
is
break?
good.
Yeah. Okay, so next break is going to be a 15. Yeah, I'm not going to do 5 or 10 minutes.
Oh,
15
no.
minutes, unless like, okay?
Okay.
If everyone's back beforehand, I'm ready.
Yeah,
So
right.
15-minute break.
I'll take these entities. And, yeah.
15-minute dinner break. I don't think you get to call it a dinner break if it's only 15 minutes long. Unless it was one of those cup of noodles that I had, in which case that's more than enough time.
You got to get the hot water, though, right?
Yeah, we have hot water.
Oh, okay.
I didn't, you know.
Would you like a 30-minute dinner break?
Raise to 900.
It's not granted. Whatever you say.
You know what I really want?
What?
I want this one to wrap up in time for the two of us to have a nice sit-down meal.
It's 8:15 local. I don't think it's happening.
Thank you.
Oh, Shake Shack closes at 10 p.m. local. Yeah.
You know, during that half hour we had, I thought maybe I'd have my first Shake Shack of the trip. And then I realized it's 10 minutes there and 10 minutes back on foot. And I don't think your order gets ready in 5 minutes.
No.
From get in line, place it,
It's
pick
made
it
to
up.
order.
You really ought to hunt a Shake Shack sponsorship at this point, honestly, Randy. And I swear to God, if next time I saw you in a poker tournament, you were wearing a Shake Shack patch, it would not surprise me one bit, dude. Who was that dude at the World Series? Frank Stepuchin, the chicken man? And he always has a chicken wing on like a fork.
Seriously?
I swear, this is a thing. He's got like a headband.
Oh, okay.
It's a little bit weird. You could be the Shake Shack man.
Yeah. I'm hungry now. Thank you.
Dude, my tummy's rumbling.
Rumble some jacks.
Easy decision in the face of a limp.
If he makes it small enough, he can get Wangye in there with 10-9 offsuit, drawing very slim. I think he might come along for 700K more, unless he's got an amazing read. His 10-9 offsuit's not bad. He even dominates some of the ISOs from the big blind, from the dusty hands like 10-3 off, 9-4. That's a nice laydown. Nice restraint.
Tell you what, for the most part, with perhaps the exceptions, understandably, of Ponikovs and Padilla, the remainder of the players who have had to kind of wade through this FT have done so in very clean fashion, driving home that point. And Fritz in particular, the one I zero in on when I say that.
Yeah, he drives within the lanes, you know? He's not kind of trying to find shortcuts.
Yeah, I think he uses his signals as well, the turn signals. You use your turn signals, Randy?
I think I told you the story on the written test. It says, what do you do when you're turning into the right lane? And I put on, look over your left shoulder while driving into it.
Was it multiple choice?
It was multiple choice.
They got you? Look over your left shoulder?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Okay.
Anyways, here's a hand.
Yeah, King, Queen. Jamming 5 million, and Fritz wants a count. I don't think he's going to need to look over his shoulder.
Always in there. Just making the time as normal.
100%. Obviously, Padilla in the big.
Yeah, it doesn't
Good
really
wake
matter.
up, but flat looks strong. Pedro had 4s, steps aside, and now might Wangye be doing the same? If he cannot find artwork in the form of king or queen, that's precisely where he's going to be headed. With 5 remaining here and a very significant 10.8 million chip pot. Oh, well, no kings, no queens, but how about the joint for Wang Ye? A 10 on board, giving Fritz the set, and now he tries to fill the house with a pair on board.
It's not it.
No, but it's one more card that can pair up to give Fritz this pot. Otherwise, the short stack's going to double here. What's it going to be? It's going to be the double, and we're going to stay five-handed. No one doing anything wrong there, Randy.
Nope. And it's actually a tight cluster in the middle. Chip leader is Pedro with 50 bigs. Fritz has got 30. Wang Ye's got 27. Ponikovs got 27 bigs. And Reuter's got 16. That's a very fun flop, too, for those two hands.
You know, that was that outcome was anti-Nobu.
Oh, yeah.
In terms of the likelihood by which we make it to last call for dinner.
Almost, yeah. Almost.
I'm ready for a cold deck. Just, you know. My favorite idea ever, I think, at Triton was Ike Haxton suggested that at every push, they should just low card. No matter how many chips you have in front of you, you're out. It's called the decimator.
The decimator. That's right. That was the one.
It's so good.
So you would like to incorporate the decimator now?
Right about now, honestly.
For the main event?
Yes.
Oh, would have needed a lot more.
I'm ready for the decimator.
A lot more than that?
Yeah.
Now, had I eaten a proper lunch, maybe not.
Do you want like a hole in the floor to just fall through?
Ooh, I like where your head's at. Like a gator pit kind of thing.
Or maybe just the chips, so it's not as brutal physically.
Oh, you mean like on the felt trap door and your stack just disappears?
Yeah, that'd be cool. The dealer's got pulleys under, so he just pulls the right one. Yeah.
Well, the 10s have now slid over to Wang Ye. They didn't do so hot for Fritz, who still fights on 30 bigs deep. Wang Ye in the same neighborhood, putting the chips to work. Min raise, a 6 not interested, and nor is 8-4. Back-to-back pickups now for Wang Ye, and that'll actually put him level with Fritz. They're 20 blinds plus south of Padilla. Second is Ponikovs. No, I apologize. Fourth is Ponikovs. Fifth is Reuter.
Brain hard. Let's go it this way.
Did you play from the start this tournament?
Almost. Little hint.
No.
But came a couple months later. 10
Fritz
minutes.
chewing feels like a needle. Look, Reuter as well.
That's a single needle in Ponikov's hand.
With a stick. Chooses limp. Wang Ye covers. Needle in a sailboat. Checking back. Couple of under-repped ace-highs. Neither of which improve on a rainbow queen-high flop.
Yeah, if there was a bet to go in on the flop, I think both players would be pretty happy to see a turn card, but there's not much reason to bet ace high for both. Turn card gives a gut shot for Wang Ye.
Ponikovs checking again. Checking back. Wasier. Backdoor spades arrive.
They're not going to want to bet their hands. They can just show down against other unpaired hands and usually win. Although I always hold my breath when it's Ponikovs.
10 seconds. Check.
Check.
And check. And check.
Shot.
7 plays. Full shutdown spot from both players there.
Suited.
Oh.
Suited.
See? Pardon me?
Suited?
No.
Same suit? No.
Oh. Officer. Suited all year. No. Erase.
Then I was ahead. I deserve to win.
Everybody at this final table is wearing sunglasses, aren't they?
Oh no, the dealer's not.
Just leave it to Randy to find the counterpoint. And we leave it to Pedro to raise with King Queen, Wang Ye small blind ace 10.
Type of hand that might put in a 3-bet fold.
10 seconds.
I think it's crossing his mind, maybe making it like 2.6 or so. There it is.
2.3 officially. King Queen is a good bit of hand.
Yeah, but it's the hand that's often dominated too.
Wow. That's tidy. And you know what that does? It tells us that for all of the aggression that Pedro is capable of exhibiting, he also has some of the same discipline that Fritz has been demonstrating a little bit more often, because folding the King-Queen offsuit there, especially in position against Wang Ye, and covering him, no less, speaks to kind of
I kind of want to push
his
back a little bit. I
Tell me.
think King-Queen offsuit
Very
is
straightforward?
Very straightforward. I think King-Queen suited is the one that we usually always see call.
You know, we talk, though, about the way that King-Queen off in particular interferes with so many of the 3-betting combos, right? The ace-kings, the ace-queens, kings and queens. And so, with that, do we not maybe even consider it? You're thinking it's just a slam dunk muck, even at that price? Oh.
I mean, we can always name hands that we're doing okay against, but we do have to understand that Wang Ye hasn't been that out of line pre-flop 3-betting. Might have been one of his few 3-bet, not all-ins.
Yeah, we, of course, don't necessarily know what Pedro's read of Wang Ye is, but based on what we've seen, he hasn't really been out of line, and yet as I say that, we see him opening the button with King-6 offsuit, about as close to that as we have observed thus far at the final table. And maybe the table image is so strong that you see Fritz choosing to flat an ace-10 of spades, and that allows Pedro to take the price with the 8 tray of clubs and flop himself a flush draw versus top pair. Only the pre-flop raiser lacks anything.
Yeah, I suppose now that Wang Ye has that 30-ish big blind stack, he's opening up a bit, but here, nothing. Trying to figure out what the small blind has the flat. These chips aren't coming home. Not this hand, at least.
Wave goodbye to the 850. See how Fritz proceeds.
call. Check raising makes no sense. Besides putting yourself in a tough spot if you get resistance. Price is good for the flush draw.
Pedro closing the action in agreement. And Wang Ye's like, well, I'm not doing great. 5.3 out there. And now Wang Ye drawing dead. No club to worry about for Fritz. Out of position against the boys, though. He checks.
Is he gonna fire a double barrel? That would be pretty crazy with his hand. Called in 2 spots, although it would look strong. But it would be a no equity bluff. Wong, yeah, what are you doing? Is he gonna do it? This is sick. He's been solid the whole final table. Now he's just shooting out another bet.
I'm not sure what suddenly has prompted Wang Ye to deviate so mightily from what we've seen to this point, other than the depth of his stack and maybe leveraging self-aware table image here.
His table image is very solid. I agree with that. I mean, Fritz is not loving this spot. He's sandwiched in the middle. A pre-flop raiser has bet twice. Wang Ye is telling the story that he's got ace-jack plus.
Not just any pre-flop raiser, though, Randy. Wang Ye, who we just touched on being so tight in terms of what we have seen. Obviously, not all of that has been seen by the players, but even the choice to flat pre-flop with the ace-10 lends to the idea that Fritz might give a lot of credit to this, and he still has Pedro behind him.
Maybe he just thinks that no one has 2-pair plus on this type of texture. Wow, he's down to ace-10.
He gets through the winner, and he gets through the flush draw as well. This is incredible. What a find from Wang Ye.
Oh, yeah. Give him the no.
Define bluff.
You know, I want to have God mode engaged just once to where I can get away with that barrel and get both of those hands into the bin. That was incredible.
Genius play. I mean, he just read his opponents perfectly. They're not willing to call off a lot of chips without a nutted hand, and the truth is on ace, queen, 4, 7, how many nutted hands does small blind actually have? Ace, queen probably 3-bet you at a high frequency too. That's just brilliant poker from Wang Ye.
You know, it's funny because we call it brilliant when they both fold. Do we still say that about it if the ace-10 calls? And by the way, does he bring barrel number 3? Let's say it gets down to heads up. I don't know.
I actually think he follows through with a 3rd barrel in that spot. I really do. Assuming it's not like a
Jack of clubs
or
something
like
on the
that.
end, right? Well, meanwhile, we're sitting here trying to unpack the glorious outcome for Wang Ye, and Clemens Reuter looking for a little glory of his own here, dominating with ace-jack against Padilla, who jammed and found a Reuter call. 10.7, and the fate of the Austrian. Looking up at 10.75. The number 8 floods the chat right now. The Brazilians trying to lay a bad beat on Clemens, who picks up the Broadway gutter unnecessarily. Only the snowman would melt him away, and instead it's a board pairing 5. The jack plays, and he's going to step up to the Xerox machine for a little Xerox, little ditto.
5,150,000.
How much?
5,150,000.
5?
Yeah.
Yeah.
5,150.
150?
He's the chip leader now, too. Wang Ye.
Well, Bedelia losing 5 million plus in that one, and indeed, that places Wang Ye up top. The double places Reuter alongside Ponikovs with 27 bigs. And Fritz officially becomes the short stack somehow. Let's get a look at it. There it is. Folded that ace-10 of spades, an otherwise golden opportunity for him. Respecting Wang Ye, who has respectably found his way to the top of this leaderboard. A shakeup here in this frame in the Bahamas. Stormy weather as we bring you back to the desk. Ali and Randy here with you. And yeah, obviously in that frame, that pot that Wang Ye played was the one that left us just captivated. I don't think anybody expected that second barrel out of King 6 off when called by not one but 2 players.
And downing the ace-10 too, right?
I mean, it just goes to show you the strength of telling the story and leveraging the credibility as his table image is sound.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a bit speechless because that hand has a lot to unpack, and Wang Ye is just making made a great move because, you know, his image was very tidy and he took advantage, and Manuel Fritz, once upon a time chip leaders, now at the bottom.
Yeah, the only thing looking to be unpacked right now by Wang Ye and company is the $4.75 million available up at the top of these payouts. $23.7 million prize pool. Still looking for a home for 5 of the distributions. We're going to step aside for about 10. We'll be back, though, continuing coverage from here in Atlantis of this main event. Comes your way after this.
Oh my God! Stay loose, play 7 dudes.
I'm not playing 25K no matter what today.
Are you gonna play it?
If I
Yeah, if you have.
that's fine. Like
There is a flight tomorrow.
Ace, ace for Pedro. Folded around to his button. You could see worlds in which presumptions are made about this man leaning on our blinds. If for Reuter and Yang.
Brazilian Airlines.
I don't think it's Brazilian Airlines. I do think, however, that Wang Yang might be pulling back on the yoke here, but a crash landing is going to be all that's in his future in all likelihood.
yeah.
Sad face.
Close or
Ace-9 jam, snap, 7.3 in the middle, and Bedelia could catapult even further up with 6 remaining, unless Wang Yang finds magic.
Can equities be worse? Hard to make a straight base 9.
Yeah, I think
Similar.
if you know call, I maybe fold. Maybe. Makes sense, right? Yeah.
Jack 5-5, King 5-5, doesn't matter.
Needs another 5 and another 5.
Yeah, that's one way. And
这个有没有
the
后门？我
3 will seal
半天好
Wang
像没
Yang's
后
fate. Running 9s would have done the trick,
有2个9了。这没办法。
but he did find some ladders, Randy.
He did.
Gonna leave behind his compatriot Wang Ye to carry the flag all by himself. As he's gonna carry his belongings off the stage.
Wrapping plans.
7th place effort.
King 10 might be better than King Jack.
Shortest stack at the time that he went broke, 813,000 after 3 days of poker. Not so. And Ponikovs is best, but he's looking up at pesky overs here on an ace-queen-7 board.
Yeah, it would be tough to call C-bet if that comes in from Padilla. That's okay for Ponikovs now, as he gets checked too. Shouldn't want to turn this hand into a bluff, like taking the free card. Still beat pocket 8s, 9s, and lower.
Check, check on the flop, and the 10 says hello on the turn. Card that gives Padilla the gut shot. This is a dream for Alex.
Yeah, especially because Ponikovs was the one who blasted off to Padilla earlier. Normally, he wouldn't get much respect after that. For now, though, it is going to be king high stabbing. This very small bet is designed to fold out a lot of pocket pairs. Maybe expects hands like Jack 10, Queen Jack to continue, and then he fires once more to shake those hands out.
You think the 10s get shaken out if something 9 or lower would have rolled off?
Yeah, I think so, but maybe for that sizing, unclear.
Yeah, Ponikovs can be sticky, can't he? He does elect to just flat. Clubs come in on the end now. Jack 9 also arriving in the event that Padilla's range was wide enough to include that, which it would seem it would be.
I think so. I can see a world where Padilla just bets once more, trying to fold out broadways. That's what he's targeting, the queen and 10x. Should be a raising coming for Ponikovs. Because it's such a small sizing, he probably doesn't expect Pedro to actually have the flush or king jack as played for 900K.
Is interfering with the straights, holding a king and a 9 in part why we choose to fire 900,000 with basically nothing?
I would say the 9 is more so irrelevant. It's just, there's a lot of combos of broadways that have one pair. You know, sure, king blocks some of it, but then it doesn't block the jack X type stuff. Jack 10, queen jack.
Ponikov's thinking about it, and it isn't because fold is on his mind. He's wondering whether or not he can squeeze value out of this spot, and he brings 3.3. This is risky business, of course, given board texture, but as we can see, Padilla not likely to do anything other than pass back some of the chips he's been hanging on to that used to belong to Ponikovs.
Yeah, if you think Pedro is taking, you know, a flush of a different line, then raising here becomes much more safe.
And finally, a meaningful pot going Ponikovs' way after squaring off against Pedro. I think spiritually that one was important for Alex. Find the good spots.
Yeah. They don't have to be the best spots, but you don't want them to be poor and murky. Dark alleys are places you should avoid.
Yeah. I mean, as Bruce Wayne's parents found out in Gotham.
Yeah, that's right. They got gunned down, didn't they?
I don't know how, but it didn't end well for them. Arsenin with ace queen, and now look at Fritz. The gods perhaps smiling upon him immediately for the discipline shown with the 2 8s, rewarding him with these 2 kings in a much nicer setup here.
5 seconds. 1,650,000.
Now he gets to be the 3-better, 1.65. Pedro will sit it out, and it comes back over to Ellis.
This is what we call an annoying spot, because you feel like you gotta continue. You've got ace queen, you've got a big stack 3-betting against you, and then again you're looking around. There's 2 other stacks that are rather shallow. You can never fault him for 4-bet ripping, expecting fold equity, because Fritz will have 3-bet folds with ace rags, king X, stuff like this. He's going for it, and he's going to see the bad news.
Yeah, just verifying that the Cowboys are saddled up, and we are off to the races. 12-6-5 in the middle. Parsonen did have a couple of smaller stacks than his own in Clemens Reuter and Wang Ye, ever so slightly for the latter, but this just a spot where he felt like the ace-queen was adequately performing as a jam. Unfortunately, he runs into top of range from Fritz. And doesn't find an ace. 2 tugs at it. Queen works hard. Has a heart. Could be some naughty wheelie.
Could be.
3-4 things.
Pointy top would be ideal. That's not it.
No. Nina is of no use. And now only the needle will spare Parsonen. 3 outs 1 time. In a massive one. And it's not there. GG's, says Parsonen. Out in 6th. And while obviously that is something to be focused upon, on the flip side of it, how about Fritz catapulting?
2-chip lead.
1.1 million for Ellis. In not his A game, not the variant of choice.
I actually flew in on Thanksgiving
Maybe if
Day.
I aim somewhere.
Oh, was it Airport Madness or no?
No, it wasn't.
On the actual day, I don't think it's as bad, right?
Yeah, I went to Sacramento. Hometown, 916.
There it is, shout outs. And did you do the bird?
We did the bird.
Was it an actual turkey or did you go duck?
No, it's a real turkey. And
No, I didn't think it was a fake turkey.
It wasn't
I'm just saying, I
display
didn't know,
duck.
maybe if
No,
you went with the
no,
Eastern edition.
My mom made it.
So mom made turkey.
It was all right.
Reuter. I hope mom's not listening, by the way. You kind of showered her cooking there as Clemens cooks with aces. His yams, candied. Oh, and Ponikovs might be ready to give him some gravy.
Oh, he's going to give it to him.
1.3.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Add the cranberry sauce, too.
Oh.
Is Clemens going to bring stuffing?
Yeah.
Think so? Flatting 700 is just too sus.
Stuff the whole bird. Get it in there. I just think that Ponikovs often has a range that can call off versus the 13 big blind stack. Although there is merit to just calling because it's Ponikovs and he is the sicko that has 3-bet folds off of these stacks. But Ponikovs' 3-bet call-off range against 13 bigs can contain hands like 8s, 9s, 7s, ace-jack, the hands that might not stack off if you just slow play pre.
There's the jam. There's the call. It's playing out like we would have expected. And for Reuter, a golden opportunity here to loosen his collar, get out of the dungeon, and play some more poker. Ponikovs, meanwhile, far from golden with this ace-queen. Stack rates to get tarnished on a Jack-8-7 flop. That phenomenon doesn't change. His diamond works overtime. You know, you just can't exhale, can you? No. 9 on the turn, pretend the threat to get scooped now. It would be so dirty. No such evil on the end.
It was a good Thanksgiving for Reuter.
Yeah, it was. We'll have and welcome back to Paradise. I know it's been a minute since you saw us, just about 10 of them to be exact, and many more minutes perhaps remain between now and when we get to finally crown the first of 2 champions here on this final day of the Triton Super High Roller Series. Ali Najad, Randy Liu, back with you. Blinds 250, 500. 5 remaining players thought perhaps a bad beat could have brought us to 4. Not in the cards, though, as we take you inside the Triton Poker Plus app quickly, Randy, for a glimpse, and we find China's Wang Ye up top with 16.4.
Yeah, he does a nine big blind lead on Pedro Padilla, but in general, the cluster is quite tight. You know, there's no clear short stack. The chip leader, the second place stack, not too far ahead of the other 3. It could be anyone's game.
I'll tell you what, considering the over $400,000 pay ladder right now between 5th and 4th, that tight cluster isn't going to be in a hurry to shake itself out. We did see Wang Ye seizing initiative there in a manner that might have been considered reckless. It might have been, well, not even might have. It was certainly considered unexpected, and he reaped the rewards, working his way to the top of this leaderboard. Pedro Padilla had been there for some time. Manuel Fritz had enjoyed the top slot, and instead the 2 of them are now looking up at Wang Ye up at the top, and for Fritz, he's actually doing so from all the way at the bottom of the leaderboard. So let's get right back down to the action. Brought to you in part by GG Poker. Players back in their seats. We've got our popcorn bags back beside us as we continue to eagerly await an outcome. Bigs. A couple of 21 big blind stacks. 24 bigs, and then the widest margin between second and first. 9 bigs, as you pointed out here.
Yeah, it could just be one pot, though, that closes that gap. Just
I
like
think,
that.
you know, I think the deck's going to have to do the work for the time being in terms of thinning this field and culling the herd.
Look, no one in these final 5 is giving any chips away.
Yeah, they really aren't. Even the King 6 turn bet from Wang Ye, which you would have thought, oh, this is giving chips away, you saw what it did. It got rid of top pair, it got rid of the 8 high flush draw, and it placed him up top in a prime position to claim a title. Ace 9 of diamonds. On the topic of titles, by the way, it would be Wang Ye's first. 12 cashes, 7.3 million in career Triton earnings. Of course, for Padilla, this is his first ever Triton Festival, 254,000, sewn up in the 125K, the only other event that he played. News and intel has come down through the chat, by the way, that Andre Akari of Brazilian fame is the mentor, and that Pedro enjoys his tutelage, the protege, so to speak.
Look at this move.
Yeah, Ponikovs activating out of the big with the ace-5 offsuit to start the frame off. And the ace-9 suited durable enough to proceed for the extra 2?
It's getting kind of shallow in terms of their stacks, so calling 3-bets doesn't really rate to happen as often. It's more of a 4-bet rip or fold kind of scenario. The big blind 3-betting for bluffs often are hands like this of ace X, because he's always obviously getting a good price to call min raise with most of his hands, and he downs the better one. Ponikovs, he's a fighter.
Nicely done for him. And we embarked upon this FT 9-handed. Only Ellis Parsonen and Adrian Matteos had titles. Matteos with a couple, Ellis with one.
This time he had it
No, it is
And of the remaining 5, whomever ends up the victor,
very
it will
relieved.
be their first. And that man there, Alex Ponikovs,
Well done.
13th all-time in terms of Triton earnings. The only player among the top 13 without a title. 31 cashes and almost 20 million in earnings. Ace-queen suited here for Fritz, who for my money has been the most impressive operator on the day. Raising it up. Still hasn't risen up beyond a tie for 5th with JNT, though, in the Player of the Day rankings. Get those votes cast, guys. Show some respect.
I kind of feel like Wang Ye needs to get a little more votes, too, after that King 6 move.
Yeah, he's in 6th behind Manuel.
Ace Queen now for Pedro.
Face 1 million.
Up we go. Ace 10 for Fritz is problematic in the big. Of course, he's going to take a peek
Practicing once every
at
month
the
how
flop.
to blow. You know the reason? Because I had birthday of daughter every month. You know, like first year of the baby, you celebrate every month.
That's good. How old is she?
1 year and some. Like 1 year.
Defending and looking up at an all-diamond board, giving him the nut flush draw.
I think I saw you with her in some Jeju probably, or Montenegro.
Montenegro.
Yeah. That's sweet.
So I was practicing on cakes, little ones.
Here's Pedro c-betting.
Yeah, just a min bet.
They call it this way.
We saw Ponikovs do this on that 9-7-6 of hearts board with Queen Jack of Spades.
Seems like the monotone textures people are willing to stab. Fritz though, nut flush draw.
Gonna play it as a flat. Keeping a lid on things, unable to improve on the turn. Checks again.
Probably check back ace queen high. Can showdown as a winner against the ace highs that have a diamond. Those hands probably wouldn't be looking to turn itself into a bluff if it checks through on a turn. So there's the check.
And there's a second 6, ace queen high, a winner at showdown.
Both should be rather content to just check this one down. It can beat a lot of unpaired hands.
Tend to agree with you, Randy.
One check, two check.
Once again, I return to my speculation that the deck is going to have to do the heavy lifting in terms of big pots being exchanged. Right now, there's so much money up top, so much left to play for in terms of the differential.
Yeah, it would have to be some pretty big coolers because everyone's stack is very similar.
I'm leader now.
Uh-huh.
No more.
You see, you know, ace queen, ace 10 are good hands, but they're not willing to 3-bet them. Wang Ye passing King 8 offsuit on the button. Fritz got Ace 4 suited. Probably just jamming, to be honest.
That's precisely what
Oh,
he's
snap.
doing. An ace-queen from Pedro. This is possible catastrophe here for the man who was atop the leaderboard for so long and now is flirting with a 5th place finish.
He did nothing wrong. He's got suited ace in the small blind. Only has to get through one opponent. Key block the hands that can continue. And now, what's the flop?
2 3s and a 6.
Drop it up. Seems fair.
I don't know if Pedro thinks it'll be fair, but it is possible. It'd be better than finding a 4 as far as Pedro's concerned. So now 10s and 6s for the carve up. 4s for a clean winner. Anything else, and Pedro is going to bring us to four-handed play and haul in 17-9. What's it going to be? It's going to be a chop.
Hold it 6-5.
Carve it up. 5 players remaining once again.
Randy, I'm canceling dinner reservations.
Yeah, you were optimistic. So no Nobu?
No anything. The place shuts down at 10:30. It's actually otherworldly.
You know, it's only 9. They could all bust out in
Yeah.
an hour and a half.
Is that what you're extrapolating based on the data set that we've observed thus far?
Just a chop, you know, the way where no one gets hurt.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
No, why don't we just have a couple of hours worth of chops?
The eliminator where no one gets eliminated.
Maybe we should roll back the blinds.
Let's just start. Let's bring back the eliminated.
We need the decimator, Randy. That's the only thing that's going to get us to dinner on time.
If you're luck, the decimator, no one gets decimated.
Yeah. Somehow everyone chops the decimation.
Queen's looking for a 3-bet.
5 seconds.
I think it's kind of interesting that Wang Ye passed King 8 offsuit on the button, but opens King Deuce suited in the cutoff.
3,700,000. 3.7.
Sort of incongruent strategies there.
Yeah, kind of prefer King 8 on the button than this hand on the cutoff, even though this one's suited.
Wow,
Less players to get through, you know.
Wong prefers to fold and chase the bad one. There's the queens, 3-bet, and do take it. Alex takes a walk. Folded to the king 9 of Pedro. This time,
Pedro.
he's the opener.
Chip leader with the grinding up against Wang Ye's 10-9 suited.
Yeah, relinquishing that chip lead and fairly short order. King deuce raise fold having something to do with that. You know, his mic pack on the rail looks like a detonator, where he's actually, maybe he's the guy that decides who finishes in 5th. Ace Jack 9, both players with bottom pair here. Advantage is clear for Pedro in terms of the king kicker and the heart.
Two pair.
Wang finding the 10.
Surprising that he's checking two pair right now in this texture.
I was thinking maybe the lead as well, but of course against preflop razor, and that razor being Pedro, you can't always expect to freeze him with a lead.
Pedro's going to be happy to get a free card with a pair of 9s and a gut shot. 6 on the river. I think he'd want to go for value now. Oftentimes an ace-X would have bet by now, so maybe you're up against a Jack-X that's not looking to bet. Yeah, I like the smallish bet here. It just seems so likely Pedro has maybe a hand like Queen Jack or King Jack or a very weak ace, and you can't bet too big to get those hands to call.
Of course, Pedro recognizes that checking back 2 streets here does invite some bluffery from Wang, but he will release the 9. And Wang will have some clawback. Do want to remind those of you that are with us, we're going to take this one down to a winner, and then we're going to bring you the 150K final table. So a whole lot of poker still left on the docket.
And it's our last day of Triton coverage, but not the end of paradise.
No. We're going to be flipping over to the World Series of Poker and bringing you coverage of their super main event. A $60 million guarantee. Staggering.
1 million.
Queen 9 suited on the button. Could be staggered by the jacks.
Probably 3-bet to about 3 million. Just leave some rope for Ponikovs to reshove into you with smallish pairs.
3 million.
And that's precisely the thought from Wang. Queen and a 9 now finding the bin for Fritz. Same story, of course, for Ponikovs. As he slides the puck. Thomas in the YouTube chat, writing thanks for the awesome coverage, and hey, thanks for being with us, Thomas, and all of you. And perhaps as a form of a thank you, we can give you 15% off Triton merchandise over at our shop, where you can find exclusive collections, high quality items, perfect for any poker enthusiast. Today, the last day to grab your Triton Spirit at our merch store for 15% off. Perfect for the poker fan, friend or family member that you might be looking to cross off the Christmas list.
I think you should be telling that to Fritz. Isn't his family watching?
They are.
Did they order? Well, Fritz should be ordering for them.
I was just thinking the same thing, Randy.
He
You
can
know,
afford
I mean,
it, right?
He's kind of got. He's got the Santa Claus cash out coming his way, regardless.
He can buy the whole collection for each member with the Fritz.
Yeah, all the colors.
Yeah.
All the styles.
The seasonal ones.
5 million.
Raise 5 million.
Oh, wow. If Wang Ye didn't open the button, these chips would always go in small blind versus big blind.
King 4. Remember, he passed the King 8, then took cutoff King Deuce suited. Now here he is raising this button. Fritz's 3-bet with the Ace 8, sheds Pedro's Ace 10, and he has no idea how lucky he just got.
Well, he's so lucky.
I mean, give Wang Ye the assist.
That's true. But he doesn't know. That's what went down.
Mega Man in the chat, by the way, is asking, why is U.S. shipping so expensive? Having paid a visit to the Triton merch store, I do feel compelled to advise that the merch does get shipped from Malaysia by carrier pigeon. No, that's not it.
By carrier pigeon, that's right.
That'd be a buff pigeon, by the way.
Yeah, it would be.
1 million.
Raise 1 million. Plus.
Queen 10 suited. Ponikovs spreading his wings. Take it, sir.
I mean, you could just fly to the next Triton stop and visit the store. But I guess you gotta buy the airplane ticket now.
Maybe we could have a side hustle. There is no Triton merch shop on site, but at other festivals, maybe you and I could have a side hustle. You know, we cut into this shipping operation, right? Anybody in Australia looking for Triton merch, you buy it.
Yes.
You take it back, and then you ship it from your native country. And then I could do the same for the U.S.
Yes.
Henry's got...
The UK?
Well, I don't know.
No, it's
UK, Thailand,
right?
Dubai. No one knows where Henry's at. And then Crab can do the same for Canada. Wow. Maybe we've just come up with a great way to undercut our own bosses. No, but I don't think we make the money on shipping. That's just, we're just passing on the actual cost. There's no markup, right?
Is there a referral code you can put in? Like Ali, Randy, Crab, Kilbane?
So that they know, like, this order has to be given to us.
Yeah.
For redistribution, but then we get a kickback or something?
No, the kickback is we get 15% off.
What, are we going to sell at full price? This is falling apart quick.
Yeah, let's stick to commentary.
The problem is the entirety of our profit would be used on that extra bag full
right.
of merch.
That's true. They only give you the first one free, right?
First 2, depending. First 3 if you're going real fancy.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think we're getting a PJ and then stuffing it with Triton merch.
Listen, with enough markup, maybe that's the way. You thought the shipping was expensive. Now we're going to deliver by PJ.
So can we rebrand the Triton gear as luxury goods?
What do you mean it is luxury goods?
I mean, you know, like...
Period. Objectively.
Yeah, but like with the price tag. You know, like
Oh,
the Louis store.
Yeah, right. Kind of like where your head's at.
Yeah. But then you need limited pieces, otherwise people don't really like to pay those prices.
I mean, the pieces are limited, though, Randy. We're not.
That's true.
Once it runs out, it runs out.
That is true.
That's it.
Yeah, we're on to something.
We're going to have to continue to tinker with this idea, by the way. As Reuter tinkers with kings on the button. 10-9 off for Wang Ye. Defendable.
Yep. Connected for the min raise, which is going to be great for Reuter.
Ace 9-8. Pesky overcard to the Cowboys for Reuter out there. Wang Ye with middle pair. Excuses to proceed.
I think the good news for Wang Ye is that he can't really lose a lot of chips on this texture because he has to fear the ace. But for Clemens, the ace is actually not that dangerous of a card because Wang Ye has a lot of incentive to attack with most aces pre, given that Clemens opened off of a 16 big blind stack on the button. You can see he's confidently firing 600K pocket kings, trying to charge that middling stuff.
Cool. 19.
600 ahead will bring us to the turn here. Reuter obviously a little bit concerned, especially when something like the 8 rolls off on the turn, which is far more in Wang Ye's big blind defense range than his button open range, I would imagine.
Yeah, and I would say the 8's not a good card for Reuter. He does lose to 8x, but in this instance, it's actually a good card because he's reduced to outs of 10-9. And even the 9x might feel confident putting in some more chips at some point.
Happy to check back is Clemens. Unhappy to look up at backdoor clubs showing up. Let's see if Wang Ye wants to fire into 4.
If you're firing here with the 9, some kind of block bet so you don't have to pay a bigger price.
But what's your target, though?
It's really hard to get called by worse, to be honest.
5 seconds.
He will try. He'll let Reuter figure it out. And he got called so fast. Wang Ye knows. Dude, the chip's over. I don't even think he solved the hand.
I mean, what else can I do? I was happy to see a block. Yeah.
Pleasant. 355 times. Raise 1 million.
Pedro.
Pass.
Jack 8 suited.
Pass.
And it's going to be raise and take.
Maybe answer another.
It is wild just how flat the stacks are. Fritz still the shorty, but the differential between top to bottom is just 12 bigs. Short stack, 18 bigs for Fritz. Pedro with 30 bigs up top.
Yeah, when the stacks is distributed this way amongst the final 5, you don't tend to see one player just raising relentlessly because he doesn't want to be put in a situation where he raises too often, gets 3-bet a couple of times, and he no longer has that lead. So it's a relatively fair fight amongst all 5 at the moment. Play is more dictated by what they're being dealt. Of course, a little bit more advantage for Padilla, given he is the chip leader, gets walks from the small blind, like the Jack 5 offsuit.
Ace deuce suited for Alex.
Raise 1 million. Pass. Pass.
King, queen. It's always an interesting one. Some players opt to 3-bet, some will flat. I think both options are pretty good. He's going with the flatting one.
Well, you'll remember he opened and then conceded to a 3-bet. Different circumstances, but again, showing some refrain. Finds top pair here versus bottom pair, 1 diamond board.
This might work out very nicely for Pedro. Ponikovs got just enough of a piece to want to continue. Probably follow through with the C-bet with bottom pair, backdoor, no flush draw, wheelie stuff. Mainly concerned about a queen. Exactly 25% pot.
Very typical.
No, nothing, nothing.
Pedro showing some of that ICM consideration here, not necessarily looking for anything dramatic. Third spade on the turn, giving him the second nut flush draw as backup.
That's the type of card that tends to make Ponikovs kind of give up. Loses to the queen still. Now there's flushes that got there. He might double barrel if he was holding like ace of spades.
Trip queens now after the check back by Ponikovs, who did hit the brakes. Padilla trying to make it look as though there's an actual decision to be made.
I guess he's trying to sell the story. He's got some ace-10 offsuit with ace of spades and trying to bluff, but there's not too many bluffs, I would think, in Pedro's range. Yeah, he's gonna fold.
Yeah, 3.5 million. Meant business. And the deuce. Not gonna be a hero. I mean, this rates to be the order of the day for the foreseeable future. The cluster is oh so tight. Now, there's a little bit of a breakaway on the back end of that one, whereby Fritz is alone on the short stack island with this 8.7, which he is putting to work with the ace-7, and then alone up top is Pedro, who's going to take a pass on the suited one gapper, with the midfield cluster consisting of Reuter, Ponikovs, and Ye.
Yeah, he's trying to get one through to try to get himself one step closer.
Alex is not going to allow that, of course, with king-queen here in the big.
Probably just call. His hand is quite strong. There is definitely merit to re-raising all in, but I don't really expect it off the 20-ish big blind stack. So there's the call. Also retain some dominated kings and queen X's. That's a nice top pair for King Queen.
Sure is.
Check.
Fritz has it checked over.
CBC bets ace high. I think it's all right. Just not going to work.
Only we know that, of course. As a small exercise in futility to the tune of 900,000. Comes off of Fritz's stack.
I mean, King Queen is strong enough to consider check raise, although not sure what type of bluffs he would normally have on this texture, given it tends to smash the cutoff a bit more. But Ponikovs is the type of guy who likes to play his hands fast, and he's got more bluffs than most people when he check raises the flop.
Very straightforward is the departure of the ace high. And now the ascent of Ponikovs. Fritz starting to slip toward that 10 big blind territory. You want to keep yourself out of there. When you have the talents to play post flop, you want to make sure you have the stack to do so as well. There you see it, 14 bigs, fifth of 5 is Fritz.
Oh, they upgraded him.
Raise 1 million. Pass.
I wouldn't call it business class. This is more like premium economy. The A7 suited.
I mean, it's more like getting to choose which seat you sit in. You know what I mean?
King 10 of spades. I think Wang Ye is going to take a seat on a call. There it is. Queen 3-3 board. 1 spade, 1 heart.
Very dry texture. Board revolves around the queen. Fritz tends to want to bet very small on these texture paired boards, especially if it's rainbow.
5 seconds. Check.
He's checking it back. He just thinks that players are attacking him a bit too much as of late, and look at that turn card. I think Wang Ye could attack with the king high spades.
Card that favors him. Only we know this.
Yeah, you bet sizable enough. He might be able to just shake out the ace-7 now.
And I think Wang Ye has gotten the sense that Fritz is trying to keep things clean, and I think that would motivate him slightly more to fire this 800 with perceptions that Fritz is not on the stickiest side.
Yeah, based on what he's seen throughout the final table, I would say Fritz has not been sticky. He already knows he pulled a fast one on him when he had king 6 off on the ace-high texture. Fritz gives it away to Wang Ye.
That he does, and continues the southbound trajectory. Now sub 6 million. Taking stock. There it is officially. The Austrians running 4-5. Ponikovs, middle of the pack. Wang Ye north of him, and then Pedro up top to the delight of the Brazilian-filled chat. Every time he's involved, you see the flag icons. You see the vamos. They really know how to support their sports teams. The fanship or fandom in Brazil is strong. A celebratory culture.
Yeah.
Carnival.
It's like the Olympics when you're always celebrating your country.
Yeah.
So when I'm watching it, I'm always rooting for China.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure you are, Randy. What was the name of that village that you don't know that you're from again? The patriotism just dripping off of Nano. The chips just dripping away from Fritz.
I mean, the landscape's different now. We've got a decent lead by the chip leader, but more so what's important is that Fritz is on 10 big blinds, and we know the 10 big blind stacks is the one that likes to open rip it quite a bit.
Up to 300, 600. Believe we're racing off the white chips. Hence the pause.
I just extended remix. It's nice. See?
This part is good. This little, the beginning. Or is it the middle? I don't really, yeah, see.
Wait,
This
did
is
we
like-
loop? Did we loop yet or no?
I don't even know. What's the loop point? This is like pleather 3/4 trench coat, cigarette dangling out of the mouth, leather beret, pulling out of the 89 Coupe de Ville,
That's suave.
right? Kind of a wet street, cobblestone, meatpacking district, New York. You're like, what it do?
What it do?
High five the bouncer in front of the club. Velvet rope opens, in you go.
Yeah, that's very detailed. Vivid mind.
I just think it's, the music to visual thing is real for me.
Do they have language for chip race? Because
I don't know.
should change.
With all of the white chips
Oh.
gone, those chips match the attire of Pedro Padilla.
Okay, was this you that submitted this color theory optimal thing?
No, it
No,
wasn't me.
this Brent Hanks back in Vegas has this weird. If your outfit matches the chip stack, then there's some run good or something. Please don't.
I mean, no.
Don't further reinforce this, Randy.
I made it up myself just now, but yeah, let's backtrack. Double click the left side, 30 seconds, and I never said it. Little limp.
8-5 clubs.
I mean, you get a free flop with 7-3 offsuit.
Sometimes, though, down in range, activation is an idea, but Fritz just doesn't have the firepower for those sorts of decisions to make a lot of sense right now. And he's lacking firepower against Wang Ye with bottom pair versus middle pair. Things continuing to unravel for him.
Take the free card, Fritz. Don't want to create a situation to get check jammed on. Bottom pair. It's not the one you want to call off your tournament life with.
He agrees with you. Ten on the turn. Neither player's preferred. I think a second street of checks is coming our way.
Of course. If you can get the showdown with a pair of 3-7 kicker for free, I try to do it.
Sure enough, knuckleback from Fritz. Board pairing 10. Now potentially Wang Ye. Hunt's value, Randy?
I think so. This is actually a really bad card for Fritz because Wang Ye can have a clear target of the 3x. I kind of feel like the 3 has to pay off. This is the line that we're going to see, especially if it's like a min-bet incoming. It's a little more.
900K.
Yeah, 900,000. Yeah, begrudgingly, call gets clicked. And Fritz just can't right the ship.
He's got 3.7 million, 6 big blinds. He's going to be in soon. Everyone knows it.
With that sub 10 big blind stack, you'll see things tighten up for everybody between Fritz and Padilla up top. I mean, it's a 400K ladder they're on the hunt for right now. Why take unnecessary risk? You could lock up 4 buy-ins by just letting Fritz's fate come into focus.
All right, yeah, let's just fold it to the short stack. And who's got
Ooh.
ace-king suited?
Special delivery.
No need to get cute, just jam this one in.
Yep.
Count.
Pedro asking for a count with at least the 10 of clubs. How good's that second card at a minimum for him to be considering?
Maybe like 10-9 suited, something like this.
Bare minimum?
Thereabouts. It's mainly because the shove is so short.
Is Queen 10 ever chewing?
I think Queen 10 always calls this. Could easily be the best hand.
That's a time bank, not a call.
I mean, 10-9 suited should be calling. I don't think that's what he's got. Maybe he's got like 10-9 offsuit, 10-8 suited. It's also tinkering with the idea of if Fritz stays around, maybe I can steal some blinds later.
You know, I overlooked that, but you're so right, Randy. If you can keep Fritz around sub 10 bigs, it does sort of open the door for you to do some accumulating. And we've seen players, in particular in spots where some chips are kept back by the almost all-in player, check it down with hands that they could have otherwise bet with the intention of not allowing that player to bust. I don't think it's ever blown up in anyone's face. I've seen the spin from like a blind all the way up to like a playable stack, but never coming all the way back to win one against the guy that didn't eliminate you by betting sort of situation. I don't see that playing out.
Yeah, he was just playing all the different scenarios where maybe he like makes a lightish call, his opponent doubles, he's no longer the chip leader, shortest deck at 16 bigs. There's, you know, his hand probably wasn't that great. Definitely want to consider everything, and now he's got King Queen offsuit against Wang Ye. We saw him flat this offsuit King Queen not too long ago against Ponikovs.
Oh,
But it's different now.
And Wang Ye can't take that heat. Threes into the bin, and Pedro further up the leaderboard. $32 bigs officially, a third of the chips of our 5 remaining players. Queen 8 off now for Pedro. As everybody sitting back and trying to figure out what's going to happen to Fritz.
Oh.
That allows him to do this sort of stuff.
Yeah, we haven't had a chance to see this like all final table where a big stack is pressing and leveraging that short stack of Fritz.
Yeah, this is really the first time all FT that the door has been open for true abuse.
Yeah, it seems like the turning point.
Well, is someone going to turn Adrian Matteos from #1 on today's Player of the Day ballot into somewhere else? Currently just 2% north of Pedro Padilla. Ponikovs running 3rd. JNT somehow still 4th. Manuel Fritz in 5th. Wang Ye in 6th. Cast your vote now on TritonPoker.plus or, of course, the Triton Poker Plus app. Available on the App Store or Google Play Store.
So the guy that's eliminated at the top of the poll.
Yeah, I mean, listen. He got done dirty. And we've had limited opportunity to kind of observe him on the day. Whereas, in contrast, those who still remain are putting in a better, bigger body of work. And I do think one of them will eventually wind up dethroning Adrian. Ponikovs making his bid here. 2 million the sizing as he attacks small versus big. North of 3x with the ace-4. Wang Ye with an antidote if he chooses to take it.
I like jamming the spot of ace-9.
Even with Fritz on sub-10?
I think that makes Ponikov's range even more polarized, but he just calls here. I guess he's a little bit afraid that if he runs into it, he's down to 5-6 bigs. And he let the ace-4 just pair up.
Yep. But he hasn't found trouble in terms of this board causing him to stay interested. And I think it's not wanting to be guilty of ICM suicide that lends to these more snug choices.
Probably a downsized bet here. He wants to get protection from the 4. Would love to just take it down now. I don't see how Wang Ye could fold the flop with ace-9. It's a solid ace.
.3 bet and called. I confess, if Wang Ye is willing to peel, and I know the texture is dry, then it suggests that he has the risk tolerance, Randy, to have perhaps deployed these chips, as you suggested, in the form of a pre-flop jam.
Yeah, I think what might have been confusing for Wang Ye in terms of pre-flop is he hasn't really seen Ponikovs raise into him with 3.5x when there's a shallow stack out there, so he doesn't have much data point on what that range makes up. That's why he went for call. For now, though, I'd be happy checking down ace-9. I still think it could be a winner.
He does check back. Ponikov's a winner at Showdown if they get there. Does feel like that's where we're headed. 6 is not troublesome enough for Alex to turn his hand into a bluff.
Yeah, I would be trying to shut down ace-4.
I don't think Alex puts 4x deuce x into Wang Ye's calling range. And I don't know whether or not he ever gives him credit for a jack.
Yeah, Wang Ye probably doesn't have any jack x to check back turn.
You know what's wild is if he correctly deduces that this is ace high and finds the right size, maybe this is value.
It's
700?
10%.
This is so insane, Randy. I swear to you, I think this man's value betting. I know it feels like block.
No, it is value. He is seeking ace high or an ace deuce to pay him off. And it, you know, obviously a block too, but he thinks he's got the best hand.
Man, this imagery right now just further reinforces for me how treacherous Ponikovs is. And that was before we see this, the response from Wang Ye with ace-9. Oh, my.
Holy moly, he is repping.
Drops,
nothing, you know what I mean?
Drops the hammer on this cutesy sizing. I mean, he could have so comfortably just clicked call at that price with the pot odds.
He knows Ponikovs is block betting here. If Ponikovs had a jack, maybe even 10, he might go bigger. Just playing the situation. Ponikovs is thinking about this. What hand can value shove as played?
You know, what's really, really scary is even though it's a decision for his tournament life, it's one that he's capable of making. We talked about removal. Deuce X, 4X, not supposed to be a part of the process. 5-3, don't think so. Pocket 6 is maybe the one that makes sense, as he does end up binning the best hand, and who can blame him in the face of the savagery that comes out of left field from Mr. Pink. Wang Ye.
I love this guy. He's made some sick plays this final table.
I can't get a beat on him. Things like the King 8 button fold, King Deuce cutoff raise, then back to raising button King 4, flats the ace 9, peels it, then dump trucks on Ponikovs of all people, zigging, zagging, and doing his thing out there is China's Wang Ye, and to great effect as he now narrows the gap between himself and the chip leader to just 4 bigs as he climbs into second and leaves Ponikovs in fourth.
It's just well-deserved. He deserved those chips. He outplayed Ponikovs, and to do it against Ponikovs of all people, it takes guts.
I'm going to tell you, so did the lead from Ponikovs on the river, though, and I saw, you know, you're with me, right? That was value.
That was value. And that was a bluff.
But yeah, I mean, I think against a lot of people, you could find that reflexive, give me 10, 11 to 1, okay, here. And Wang Ye just thought differently. That was incredible.
I didn't really see it, but it kind of flashed.
No, it flashed towards him.
Yeah, if you're not high enough, I'm going to turn this, okay? 5 of hearts exposed. Everybody 5 of hearts.
5 of hearts exposed, a card that could potentially have been useful to these pocket 4s for Ponikovs, who's now having to navigate a far thinner stack. 12 bigs.
All in.
Raise all in.
Jams.
Well, count's going to be on request, but this seems a little light. The face 6 off. Not just, I'm going to, no count, just fold.
What do you think Ponikovs is thinking about right now? It isn't the pot he just played, I guarantee you that.
Yeah.
It's the one before it.
Okay, Captain Obvious.
Yeah, fair.
Yeah, I'm wondering though, is he questioning his block bet, or is he just trying to figure out what did Wang Ye have?
I think he's questioning where on earth the jam came from. I don't think he's second guessing the river bet. I think it's more, how on earth was this dude able to jam?
How was he?
I mean,
the river was a 6, right?
The one I landed on was 6s.
So good.
It's never
Specifically,
6s.
why? Because he would have jammed it pre?
I would have jammed it pre.
Then without that, I'm having a little trouble here. Jackson 10's jam, 6's jam. Yeah.
Yeah.
So none of those sets. Deuces and 4s as sets.
They probably
Why would
jam
they?
pre-too.
Yeah, right. So if all the pocket pairs jam, it's not a set. If 3-5's not there, nothing adds up.
Nothing adds up. You're right. Nothing adds up.
But by the way, I don't say this as a critique of Alex's choice to fold. But, you know, it was just so unexpected and discombobulating, you could tell. There was no world on which that was the anticipated response from Wang Ye as Ponikovs looking down at an ace-queen. Durable open. Come and get it. Oh, and Reuter, pocket 7s, big blind here. Neck and neck stacks. Fritz out there with 6.
Wow. Just calls with 7s off of this stack. That is respect for Fritz's stack.
Yeah, this is just ICM governance right now. 9, 8, 8. All overs to the 7s. Pair textures are decent ones for ace high.
Yeah. It's an okay flop for 7s, of course. There's a way to counterfeit immediately. Tap, tap.
King on the turn.
It's a really good card for Ponikovs because it's unlikely Clemens will fire out on the turn. Another way to counterfeit the 7s. He can get another free card with this ace-queen, which can win at showdown, unimproved. At least against the big blind range.
Oh, hello. Third stick, filling in Reuter.
I mean, it's time to value bet.
Do you go with like the real cutesy induced Ponikovs sizing here? What do you like?
That one right there?
800.
How much?
He's trying to make it look like he's blocking with a 9 or 7x. Maybe he gets attacked. Also, the range of Ponikovs to check flop and turn is very weak, so you want to kind of bet small to maybe get crying calls out of ace-queen high.
Well, for Ponikov's sake, certainly hope he's not going to monkey see, monkey do Wang Ye's move from moments ago. Because it would spell disaster.
But for Clemens to be able to risk chips right now with Fritz on 6 big blinds, it does scream strength. I don't feel like Ponikovs should be calling with ace-queen high as played. Not with this landscape.
Wow. Ace-queen is a good chunk of hand as played on that board. And Ponikovs finds the discipline to fold what would have been a loser at showdown.
Yeah, fold is just necessary at this point. Got to read the situation. Clemens isn't messing around.
So the ICM clinic continues here. Fritz on life support.
Fold.
Pedro. Ace-7 jam. Queen-Jack withers away. 5-deuce says goodnight. Cobbling away is the Brazilian.
Yeah, he's been cruising as of late.
He wouldn't mind Wang Ye reeling a little bit back down into midfield territory.
True, but it's not the end of the world given that when Wang Ye's on the button, he's in the big blind, so Wang Ye's not really looking to raise as often. They have a chip leader that depends a lot. So just, you know, Pedro just doing Pedro things on the button when there's shallow stack out there.
Fritz has found one, Randy.
Ace-10 offsuit for 3.4. Yeah, that looks really good right now, given you're the big blind next.
In comes most of it. Is Wang Ye going to provide a spin?
Well, he's touching chips.
Oh yeah, King-Jack offsuit qualifier. He does ask for the rest. And we're off to the races. 7.7 advantage Fritz, nearly 3-2. Will this be the slump buster?
60-40 in favor of Fritz.
Still chunky equity. To hold your breath and try to fade across a complete board. No paint is a good thing. Fritz's family and friends, no doubt, holding their breath alongside their man. They found a 10, but that doesn't change anything, as Wang Ye still hunts kings and jacks to spoil the fun for one of the Austrian delegates. But it's not going to happen. Ace is up for good measure, and Fritz finds the double up and over 10 bigs.
We're still five-handed. It's very tense out there.
Maybe they could do a 5-way chop.
This is the local Indian casino.
It's the only way we're going to finish this tournament. You know that, right?
Yeah.
Well, we got new short stack duties for the first time ever at this final table. Ponikovs at the bottom.
I didn't mean to leave you hanging there, Randy, but I'm not quite as efficient as inhaling these Shake Shack nuggets surreptitiously in between comments as you are. Sticks for Pedro.
Raise 1.2 million.
Oh boy.
And Pedro's got a hand that can call off
5 million.
9.5 big blind
5
shove.
million.
We raised 5 million.
Ace queen for Wang Ye. Oh my god, is Wang Ye just potentially out of the tournament if he makes an all-in play? Hopefully for his sake, he just calls and folds to... I don't know why I say out of the tournament. I got the hands reversed, but still, lose a lot of chips here, right?
Okay, he does make the call. So with 3-bet to 5 million and flat in front of us, these sevens start to look like strobe light honeys.
Yeah, I think the sevens has to pitch it. Wang Ye called pretty quickly, too.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know, Pedro actually saving chips, I would imagine, given that Wang Ye is going to do the heavy lifting here. And heavy is what that lifting is going to have to look like.
Save me.
With one heart working, nothing further. Ponikovs feeling good.
Gotta dodge what? The heart?
Queen, queen. Wang Ye could easily draw dead on the turn, and that's exactly what he does. Ponikovs nodding his head.
Oh, 7's what I want. Just want to let you know.
Wow.
7.
So if Wang Ye, for some reason, either doesn't wake up with the ace-queen or decides not to play it, Randy, it's a given that Pedro's going to make the call with the 7s and shower the aces of Ponikovs?
Yes, sir.
The sliding doors that have been going on at this table have been remarkable. And no sooner do you call Ponikovs the short stack than he says, no thank you, let somebody else hold the hot potato. Or the cold one, if you were.
Cold potato, right.
Like the series steal as well. Huh?
It's going to be
Like
Fritz.
the CV jam.
Yeah. Oh, that's too greedy.
That's too greedy, I agree.
You see him jam over. You out of tournament, Ponikovs. Be careful what you wanted. But I'm going to say this again. We still have 5 players remaining.
It doesn't tilt me as much now that we got nuggets. Thank you, by the way, Randy. Randy, you may not know this. Completely unsolicited. Called in air support from his wife, Selena, prior to closing time. As we see Wang Ye looking from the button for 2.5 bigs worth of profit, finds it. And she was kind enough to go make a run to your favorite eatery here. And then he got extra for me. And I was touched.
Because I'm a
Randy.
team player, man.
You're a team player, man.
Give you the taste of the best Shake Shack in the world.
Yeah, but it would be a little bit like if I went to Chick-fil-A and brought you a burger. In terms of what we ended up with. But I will say this, it's a lot easier in the booth, you know, we got some experience with this, to refuel with the nugget than a burger.
Yeah,
so
imagine
well
if
played.
I got you the Shack stack.
I mean, I'd be drawn
the
dead.
cheese coming out.
Ace good from Ponikovs.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Mini raise. King Jack now for Wong.
You want to try to get him back? Nah.
Good hand.
So-so.
Oh.
And last hand. Hmm?
I screen quite good. Can we be colorful? No.
If you see my cards, yes. Otherwise, I don't think so.
It's chair maybe.
I would call GNT then.
Alex approved the ace-queen play. There's perhaps a little bit of doubt creeping into Wang Ye. The abuser punishes, as we've seen him do on so many occasions, when folded to his button. Ace-4 here for Alex. He's no longer in the doldrums. 26 bigs is good for a second place stack. 7 bigs south of Pedro, but he's got 3 shorter stacks than his and big pay ladders. And he could just coast into securing, presumably.
4 million.
Naughty thoughts. You just know it.
It's not his style, Randy. It's just not his style.
Oh. It was a long enough pause where he knew the 3-bet was coming in. You don't care if you're the chip leader.
Momentum
You're
raise.
gonna re-raise.
Good bluff.
I think he had it.
You think I had it?
Yeah.
Was a good spot for a bluff.
Yeah. Heads, momentum raise.
Usually it's aces again.
That's what they think.
No one thinks that.
No one? It's just a myth. Mysterium.
King 10 for Reuters button.
1.2.
Raise 1.2 million.
Showing some appetite. Suited and connected is Ponikovs.
Can't really flat here when the button's opening off a shallow stack and is supposed to have a strong range.
He agrees.
Four
Thus
minus
far
two.
is, yeah, too dusty.
Choose one.
Okay, this one.
There's this comment in
Bad
the chat I
one.
want to bring your attention to.
I mean,
Talk to me.
could be tens. Ace 10
Is this a
suited.
paid advert for Shake Shack?
No,
And then
it's
he
not.
goes,
No,
feels like
it's
they're
not.
testing some weird, unskippable
To shuffle.
ad concept.
That's what I thought I should do. Maybe not.
Too scared of me. Because I'm so tight.
Randy, you
Would be
actually
out
should
flash.
clip, when this one's
That
all
would
said
be
and
out of
done,
line shot.
Okay.
in terms of the festival, all of the exchanges we've had about this, not all of which has been
Maybe not.
flattering with respect to Shake Shack's nutritional content, but you know, the good stuff. And then try to get a hold of someone in corporate. You know,
I mean, worst case scenario, I can always put on my resume if I'm going to apply to Shake Shack. Because I did work at a fast food joint once in my
yeah,
life.
Randy, for Selena and Nova's sake and for your own, I hope it doesn't come to you applying at Shake Shack. Maybe you should buy a Shake Shack as we look at Ponikovs here. Trying to buy the blinds with an ace-7.
Oh.
Wong Ye decides that he's ready to go. Fritz loves to see it.
50?
And he's going to be sad when it reveals.
It's less than 10. So.
You call right?
Yeah.
It's a bold call, though. Base 7 off.
Wow.
How? This is impossible.
Chop.
Okay, chop.
What? Okay. Sit back down.
Why call me? You fool.
Are you happy?
I mean, yes.
Yes and no.
Yeah.
Okay.
Chop it up, boys.
Yes and not. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's the correct answer.
I'm happy too.
You were very happy.
Wow.
Full
So
house.
cooler.
Oh, wow.
You know,
have a
there was a
bunting
comment in
thing
the
or
chat
what?
earlier. In spite of the fact that our coverage began with 11 players and we had to get through the final table bubble, and now working our way down to
You have
this
a buzzing
never-ending
thing?
five-handed action. As to whether or not
Yeah.
the 150K might actually be over before this one, in spite of starting hours afterward in terms of the FT.
How could that be possible? Because we started with 11. They started the day with like 30 to 40 entries.
Gamble.
I know,
Gamble, gamble.
Randy. How could that be possible?
How could that be possible?
Only if you and I were running as bad as humanly possible in the shift department.
So, an all-in and a snap call-in for like 15 big ones apiece, and they both have a 7.
Are you surprised?
Are you happy?
Yeah.
Nah.
It was a bold call, though, from Wangye.
You know,
that stack.
bold has been a lot of what we've been seeing from him lately. Fritz decides Jack 7 is a jam. 5 deuce is not a call, though. And he's going to tread some water.
I was like, sure, I'm ahead. And then I see. What? Yeah, of course. Yeah. Snap call.
I think we found the solution. And I'm not talking about blinds going to 4 and 800. But Tara in the chat has said, just speed up the playback speed. This is actually genius. Sure, everyone's going to sound like a chipmunk, but we could actually get down to 4 players faster. Jack 10 folds, 5-5 for Fritz. Qualifier?
Yes, and 5x speed, who would already be all in.
5x is crazy, Randy. Relax. Like, that might be harder than 1x.
Oh, yeah. Beautiful. Kind of count how often I had 8 deuce today.
I had a couple blackjack hands too, a couple 11s.
Huh?
I had a couple blackjack hands too. The 8 frees and 9 deuce.
8 deuce, I think I had like 12 times today.
It's not bad though, easy decisions.
Yeah,
If you get the kings
far,
in between, you know.
Everything perfect. Just card dead for the entire thing and then in between some aces.
Yeah, exactly. That's all that you need really.
We're still voting player of the day?
Yeah. Vote, guys. There's a window of opportunity here.
You eat those nuggets. You eat those nuggets on 2x.
It came out of left field. Producer James normally warns us when this stuff's going to happen, man. Ace on the puck. Doesn't take that much for Pedro to rattle his saber.
Oh, ace queen. But these are the big stacks.
Yeah, they are. But they're very particularly...
I think he shoves here. Because the big stack with the blinds going up is only 21 blinds now.
Yeah.
No call?
No snap call.
No snap call.
I got an idea for you.
I love ideas.
Okay. So you think the final table was taking a little long, right?
Right.
We did the rollback. What about a roll
forward?
King deuce.
Yep. There's all sorts of ways that we could be combating this slog. Which, by the way, even the players at this point recognize is really getting out into those couple of SDs away from the norm territory.
Very good.
And yet we're just doing things the normal way. Above normal ace-5 suited for Fritz.
He's in. We know it. He jammed ace-5 suited earlier for a lot more when he 4-bet ripped into Ponikovs. Here he's got 10 bigs. He's depositing a time bake. Maybe he's even consider a little mini raise. I could see it. Would also look strong off of 10 bigs. maybe not put yourself at risk.
He's not actually the shortest stack. He's almost a million north of Clemens Reuter, who's on the button. And so, yeah, it looks like he is going to find an open.
Well, mainly most.
Okay, yeah. I thought he was cobbling together 1-6. Instead,
he didn't make it 12 million, by the way. He doesn't have 12 million.
No.
Well, I think Wang Ye might call it off. I really do. It seems he's not as happy calling off against Fritz, though. Whereas you saw against Ponikovs, he snapped it off for more.
It's obviously a bit of a different story. Not just in terms of the operator, but the spot.
And he
mugs. Randy, we're doomed, dude.
No more comeback.
I'm just telling you.
Okay.
Oh.
A7 again?
A7 call.
Nine.
Hmm?
It's 9.
A7 call.
It's 9?
Well, they're saying A7 would have called.
Okay.
So obviously they're not
Can call.
feeling like Ace
That's
9 was
all.
the right fold.
For him.
I think it's you will call.
They don't want to share.
No strategy talk.
Yeah.
Good or easy
It's
fold.
not fair for our opponents.
No more free info.
And no more 800 to go. Courtesy of King 9 suited. Ponikovs on the button with A7 of spades, Randy.
All in.
Yeah. He ain't scared. Versus Pedro opens in particular, obviously, it cuts a couple of ways. He's the stack that puts the big old dent in you if you're wrong. But he's also the only other one that's shown itself to be willing to be frisky.
Clearly that was King 6 suited.
The only one time you haven't tried, he had ace-4 suited.
Huh? The only time he haven't tried to call ace-4 suited, you had ace-4 suited.
Right.
When?
When you jam.
Yeah. BBB.
Oh, yeah.
Whatever.
Called, so I saw it.
Stupid joke.
Saw it.
Yeah, it was not a mystery.
I mean, Ponikovs has built his stack by reshoving on Pedro. You know, it does add up. He gets the 2 big blinds from Pedro's open, the big blind ante, and the small blind, 4.5 big blinds per reshove.
Oh.
And he's put himself at the top by himself. Well done, Ponikovs.
11 bigs north of Pedro. Fritz hanging around, him and Reuter jockeying for some time, but Wang Ye is the man level with Clemens at the back of the pack. And mucked around to a small. Fritz is getting after Pedro here.
He's found a way to raise without committing his stack if he gets jammed on. There's a lot of people that would strongly consider just open ripping king high. Pedro's got king deuce of clubs. He's in there, and we're playing a single raise pot, blind versus blind, off of these stacks. There's 4.8 in the middle. King high versus king high. And it's gut shot versus gut shot.
6-4 tray, rainbow. Fritz in a good way here, and I don't think he expects Pedro to be defending on this board, right?
I wouldn't think so. A lot of the hands that hit this board are just out pre unless it's like 6-5 suited. Maybe he just jams king 7 here. Has enough equity to oversuit a board. Probably just gets folds out of his opponent.
All in.
Fritz finds the jam. I like it, Randy, in consideration of that 2 million pre, which even Pedro with his breadth isn't anticipated to be calling in that zip code.
That's right. That's a really nice move there.
I guess.
And now, unfamiliar territory for Pedro, this 14 big blind stack.
Wait, that's a tough one. That's a tough one.
And believe it or not, that's going to be level with Fritz. So the setup on the back of that one, Ponikovs your leader, 22 million.
Check 5 suited.
Fritz and Padilla, 14 bigs apiece at roughly 11 million. And then Reuter and Wang Ye with 7.5
Both wrong, not even one
and
card.
7.3.
Pocket tens.
Ye with the 7.5.
Pocket tens.
There would have been one card from the 10-5.
Oh, I didn't hear the 10-5.
All in.
On tap ladder north of 400,000.
My BB.
Wang Ye jam. Fritz with King Jack offsuit.
Won't be calling.
No.
What about you, Padilla? Nope. More folding. More grinding.
Yeah.
A7.
And with Reuter having been in the big that time,
Yeah.
That's beautiful.
and Wang Ye having won the pot, he actually puts a 5 big gap between the two of them, who were neck and neck at the back.
What do you do with a jam pre, Pedro? What do you do with that jam pre? That jam pre-flop in the blinds.
This table has been a marvelous exercise in demonstrating the importance of having ICM fundamentals and then also illustrating the impact of not only having those fundamentals, but having some of that gamble, some of that risk tolerance to maybe exploit or deviate from time to time.
That's true, because we have seen characters just go after it, like Wang Ye, like Ponikovs, Pedro as well. Even that well-timed King 7 from Manuel Fritz just now. A6 is gone. Deuces for Pedro on the button. I think he jams this one. He's just out. Things are different now when you're no longer top 2 stacks.
He's looking at Reuters 5-7. He's looking at the 400K ladder, and he's just respecting the ICM.
Oh, ace king. And good timing to not jam 2s, because you could be at risk, because Ponikovs was never folding ace king.
And it would have been Reuter who would have mucked and potentially enjoyed this ladder. Instead,
3 spades.
Pedro's choice could be validated.
No.
Good luck.
12.2
You know what they say,
million
Clement.
chip
Always
collision.
coming 7.
That's true.
Jack 10-3, and the climb
Queen of
grows
spades.
very steep and uphill for Clemens. Roots for the Queen of Spades for some sweat. Instead, a board pairing Jack leaves him hunting only a 7 to keep 5-handed gridlock alive. Surely it's coming. No, but it would have been deuces full for good measure.
Mm-hmm.
And at long last, some of the permafrost thaws. And unfortunately for Clemens Reuter, it is he who is evicted from the premises in 5th. Quite a bit of fortune, though, to add to his career Triton earnings. First title not going to be his here today, but nearly $1.5 million will be. I'll tell you what, I don't remember a moment where I looked up at the screen and thought, what's Reuter doing? He just operated solidly and made the most of his opportunities.
He got 1.45 million for his efforts.
Yeah.
And I don't know. Like, yeah, it's unfortunate to be the first one out when we played 5-handed for so long, but he did nothing wrong.
Well, look at this setup now for Ponikovs, Randy. You got 3 guys that for sure 2 blinds apart from one another are absolutely susceptible to a war of attrition.
Yeah, we're going to get that war of attrition. Here comes the raise from Ponikovs. Wang Ye, though, he's not afraid. He's rejamming. And he's, you know, saying, Pedro and Manuel, why don't you guys battle it out at the bottom?
Putting a little distance. But this is the Donkey Kong hammer coming from Ponikovs. We've seen it before, Randy.
Yeah, the Donkey Kong hammer. I get that reference.
You played enough video games growing up.
Last place for Pedro. Just by a little bit. Threes, yep. Snap all in. I mean, this is what we're going to see. Ace-Jack. It's calling, right? If Wang Ye snap called Ace-7 offsuit not too long ago, how does he not call Ace-Jack? Taking a look at the chip counts. 1.865 guaranteed. 2.3 if he can hold on. And he's going to go for it against the pocket threes.
Ponikovs ever so slightly the favorite. And Wang Ye is wondering, how on earth am I behind here when I know Alex is probably mashing
33 bigs.
with all sorts of combos.
33 bigs with 3-3. And Masato turned 33.
Yeah.
Are we going to lose another passenger?
Yesterday. And he got in ace-3 again.
This is a pivotal pot.
Oh.
And it's a set of threes for Ponikovs. Wang Ye can only chop with running 5-6. And it ain't going to happen. Grimacing, but hopefully not due to any decision making. Ponikovs reassuring him absolutely not. A fold with the ace-jack. So all of a sudden, virtually back-to-back bust-outs here. Wang Ye did find that ladder, though, Randy. 1.865 million for the fourth place effort, and he hasn't seen that cell phone in a long time. As he heads over to the payout desk.
I'm going to give him so much respect. Like, he gave us two very memorable hands. You know, first he bluffed with the king-6 offsuit, but it was all about that jam with the ace-9 to get Ponikovs folding at ace-4. Three remaining. Is he going to raise this one? Nope.
7 deuce just too dusty.
Manuel's like, I got an opportunity to play, but I've got jack-6 offsuit. Maybe limp is all right. Nope.
Pedro will accept the walk. By the way, the ladder that was secured there by virtue of Wang Ye's bust, almost $450,000. $2.3 million on lockup. And $850K, the difference between third and second. And one can understand why that massive ladder is going to cause Fritz and Padilla to just get very surgical about their procedures from here forward against Ponikovs, who's just set up to bludgeon his way through. Pedro with the all-in. Ponikovs can't oblige.
Yeah, the thing is, Ponikovs is so far ahead of the other two that both Fritz and Pedro need to be very careful, because if they double, they don't even become the chip leader. So there's more reasons to try to outlast one another. As you mentioned, the pay jumps are massive. It's just worth so much more hanging on and trying to get to heads up.
Even something as seemingly inconsequential as a 2.6 million chip lead for Pedro over Fritz as it stands can be ridden to that 850K ladder, given that it forces Fritz to make a decision at some point.
Yeah, and
not
now
the
that there's
one, unfortunately,
some
only the
gap.
11, not the 21.
What's this? What is this?
Let's go,
Team
Alex.
Ponikovs.
Ah.
Let's go, Alex.
Oh, that's awesome.
That's a first.
What's this?
Is
that a golden cock?
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
Like in the slot machine, it's like, oh yeah.
Where did that come from? They packed that all the way from home?
Yeah, I guess they expected a final table.
I mean, we already have trophies, guys. You don't need to bring...
Right. I'm very curious how Pedro plays ace-6 offsuit in the spot. Lots of fold equity with the ace. He is going to go for it. And now Pedro has a 2-1 lead on Manuel Fritz. And Ponikovs like 2.5x of Pedro's stack.
This is really a bad three-hand back-to-back-to-back outcome here, where Padilla was able to jam and snack on Ponikovs. In turn, Ponikovs then took a couple of bigs from Fritz. And then here, once more, Pedro finding the jam over Alex, and now sitting with twice what Fritz has. Suited ace for Pedro.
Probably just open rips it.
But isn't that tragic if it doesn't go right?
Yeah, but the thing is, if he limps and gets jammed on, I don't think he wants to call it off. Because you can't rely on getting a limp jam through. Because sometimes Ponikovs says, no, not ISO raise, just ISO all in. But, you know, he's trying to figure out what kind of, how Ponikovs will kind of attack. And he is going to go for the limp strategy. It's just praying his opponent doesn't say all in. Guess there's too much of a gap between Padilla and Fritz.
Dude, Alex could stuff it here.
Yeah, good.
2.4.
No, okay, Jack 5, but he does lean.
I think limp jam now with ace-8 suited. Because you have fold equity. Just calling.
Boy, and this is all ICM related. Ponikovs' choice with the Jack 5 offsuit to raise, trying to leverage. Usher Pedro out of there, who limped from the small, and in turn Pedro not limp jamming, but instead limp calling. Ace 9-6 board, top pair for Pedro. He's trying to keep a lid on this one desperately.
But you know, this board texture, it's going to pay off quite well for Pedro because he's not supposed to have much ace-X in his range. Either he's expected to open jam or limp shove pre.
Downsize C-bet.
So just got to check call here and honestly just close your eyes because Ponikovs can empty the clip on ace-high textures if he doesn't think you have ace-high.
Now once Pedro peels here, Alex knows this is not riffraff.
I mean, it could be like 10-9 suited, 8-9 suited.
Ponikovs draws dead. Padilla again. Taking that passive approach.
It just wouldn't shock me if Ponikovs fires a double barrel with no equity.
3 million.
Yeah.
Your opponent's not supposed to have an ace, so the fact that he does is getting him all of this value.
See immediately Pedro looking over the right to observe Fritz's stack. Manuel sits 7.4, 10.6 back for Pedro. Make that 7-6 as he calls the 3 million. Pot grows to 14.4. King on the end. Surely it's shutdown time. Is it not SPR 0.5?
He might jam. He really might jam.
No. I confess I was nervous.
I was too.
Perhaps not as nervous as Pedro, who is relieved to see the check back in that the ace-8 is going to take him up and over 20 million now. Just 9 bigs south of Alex. And Pedro outperforming all others since the onset of three-handed play. Brazilian chat loving it.
Well, it looks like Fritz is going to have to build his own stack because clearly Pedro's not going anywhere, given he's shipped up to 28 bigs.
All in.
Ace-5 stuffs it. Fritz has found ace-queen suited and a great opportunity to double. Blind versus blind. Straightforward stuff on your screen. 14 million. Again, a big pot being played by Alex, and you can see he's a bit demoralized. Couldn't leverage the ICM against Pedro. And now he's dominated by Fritz. Is it coming apart for the Latvian?
Yeah, but this is just a cooler off of these stacks. Small blind versus big blind. See if he can get lucky.
Yes, he can. As he's found the 5 and leaves Fritz tugging at a queen for the lead, a 4 for a chop. No club coverage. Board pairing 3. And it's down to 3 outs. 1 time for the double. 4 outs for a carve up. And it's not going to happen.
Good luck, guys.
Fritz gave it all he had, Randy.
Good luck.
Yeah, nicely done. I mean, top 3 in the main event for $2.3 million. He should be proud.
We're just going to take a short break while we prepare the...
Tell you what, as many impressive options as Austria provides the high-stakes poker community in terms of rooting interests, add Manuel Fritz to the mix. Based on the performance here today, which I absolutely think is worthy of top honors. Not so sure anybody was going to find a different outcome. Randy just giving card distribution for Fritz on the day. Enjoyed the top slot for quite some time, but the enjoyment now coming to an end as he leaves behind Latvia's Alex Ponikovs to contend with Pedro Padilla. A little bit of run good there, admittedly, as the ace-5 downs the ace-queen and will head to heads-up play 19 bigs north of the Brazilian. With the blind steady at 4 and 800. The assured payout to those gentlemen, 3.16 million, as we bring you back to the desk. And just one bust out removed from crowning a champ and giving away this gold bracelet as that 5-handed gridlock broke and then they all toppled like dominoes.
Yeah, just like dominoes, and we're down to 2. And, you know, it is going to be Alex Ponikovs came into the final table as the chip leader. Pedro also had a ton of chips too, and I think it's going to be a lot of fireworks between these two.
You know, when you flash back to the beginning of this final table, it was those two that brought the theatrics, pardon me, and the drama, and perhaps befitting that we're going to put a cherry on this one with those same two playing for the title. They're not going to do it for about 10 minutes time, though. We're going to step aside and be right back. Don't go anywhere. You come this far, let's get across the finish line together here in Paradise. See you in 10. dude. With aces, his yams, candied. Oh, and Ponikovs might be ready to give him some gravy.
Oh, he's going to give it to him.
1.3.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Add the cranberry sauce, too.
Oh.
Is Clemens going to bring stuffing?
Yeah.
Think so? Flatting 700 is just too sus.
Stuff the whole bird. Get it in there. I just think that Ponikovs often has a range that can call off versus the 13 big blind stack. Although there is merit to just calling because it's Ponikovs and he is the sicko that has 3-bet folds off of these stacks. But Ponikovs' 3-bet call-off range against 13 bigs can contain hands like 8s, 9s, 7s, ace-jack, the hands that might not stack off if you just slow play pre.
There's the jam. There's the call. It's playing out like we would have expected. And for Reuter, a golden opportunity here to loosen his collar, get out of the dungeon, and play some more poker. Ponikovs, meanwhile, far from golden with this ace-queen. Stack rates to get tarnished on a Jack-8-7 flop. That phenomenon doesn't change. His diamond works overtime. You know, you just can't exhale, can you? 9 on the turn, 10 the threat to get scooped now. It would be so dirty. No such evil on the end.
It was a good Thanksgiving for Reuter.
Yeah, it was. And he'll have plenty of gratitude for this 8.5. That's been gift wrapped and put into his stocking.
He's got 30 big blinds.
Yeah, his bells are jingling.
Yeah.
You know, I don't think that one really came out the way I intended it to.
Taking it back.
I'm leaning hard into the holiday kind of theme, and I think I leaned a little further than I should have. The turn signals. You use your turn signals, Randy?
I think I told you the story on the written test. It says, what do you do when you're turning into the right lane? And I put on, look over your left shoulder while driving into it.
Was it multiple choice?
It was multiple choice.
They got you? Look over your left shoulder?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Okay.
Anyways, here's a hand.
Yeah, king, queen. Jamming 5 million, and Fritz wants a count. I don't think he's going to need to look over his shoulder.
Always in there. Just making the time as normal.
100%. Obviously, Padilla in the big.
Yeah, it doesn't
Good
really
wake
matter.
up, but flat looks strong. Pedro had 4s, steps aside, and now might Wang Ye be doing the same? If he cannot find artwork in the form of king or queen, that's precisely where he's going to be headed. With 5 remaining here and a very significant 10.8 million chip pot. Oh, well, no kings, no queens, but how about the joint for Wang Ye? A 10 on board, giving Fritz the set, and now he tries to fill the house with a pair on board.
It's not it.
No, but it's one more card that can pair up. to give Fritz this pot. Otherwise, the short stack's going to double here. What's it going to be? It's going to be the double, and we're going to stay five-handed. No one doing anything wrong there, Randy.
Nope, and it's actually a tight cluster in the middle.
Was incredible.
Genius play. I mean, he just read his opponents perfectly. They're not willing to call off a lot of chips without a nutted hand, and the truth is on ace queen 4-7, how many nutted hands does small blind actually have? Ace queen probably 3-bet you at a high frequency too. That's just brilliant poker from Wang Ye.
You know, it's funny because we call it brilliant when they both fold. Do we still say that about it if the ace-10 calls? And by the way, does he bring barrel number 3? Let's say it gets down to heads up. I don't know.
I actually think he follows through with a third barrel in that spot. I really do. Assuming it's not like a
Jack of clubs
yeah,
or something
like
on the
that.
end, right? Well, meanwhile, we're sitting here trying to unpack the glorious outcome for Wang Ye, and Clemens Reuter looking for a little glory of his own here, dominating with ace-jack against Padilla, who jammed and found a Reuter call. 10.7, and the fate of the Austrian. Looking up at 10.75. The number 8 floods the chat right now. The Brazilians trying to lay a bad beat on Clemens, who picks up.
Wang Ye passing king 8 offsuit on the button. Fritz got ace 4 suited. Probably just jamming, to be honest.
That's precisely
Oh,
what he's
snap.
doing. An ace-queen from Pedro. This is possible catastrophe here for the man who was atop the leaderboard for so long and now is flirting with a 5th place finish.
He did nothing wrong. He's got suited ace in the small blind. Only has to get through one opponent. Keep blocking the hands that can continue. And now, what's the flop?
2 3s and a 6.
Chop it up. Seems fair.
I don't know if Pedro thinks it'll be fair, but it is possible. It'd be better than finding a 4 as far as Pedro's concerned. So now 10s and 6s for the carve up. 4s for a clean winner. Anything else, and Pedro is going to bring us to four-handed play and haul in 17-9. What's it going to be? It's going to be a chop.
Hold it 6-5.
Carve it up. 5 players remaining once again.
Randy, I'm canceling dinner reservations.
Yeah, you were optimistic. You know, with all of the white chips gone, those chips match the attire of Pedro Padilla.
Okay, was this you that submitted this color theory optimal thing?
No,
No, this Brent Hanks back in Vegas has this weird. If your outfit matches the chip stack, then there's some run good or something. Please don't.
I mean, no.
Don't further reinforce this, Randy.
I made it up myself just now, but yeah, let's backtrack. Double click the left side, 30 seconds, and I never said it. Little limp.
8-5 clubs.
I mean, you get a free flop with 7-3 offsuit.
Sometimes, though, down in range, activation is an idea, but Fritz just doesn't have the firepower for those sorts of decisions to make a lot of sense right now. And his He's lacking firepower against Wang Ye with bottom pair versus middle pair. Things continuing to unravel for him.
Take the free card, Fritz. Don't want to create a situation to get check jammed on. Bottom pair. It's not the one you want to call off your tournament life with.
He agrees with you. Ten on the turn. Neither player's preferred. And at long last, we are here. Heads up, in the Triton 100K main event, Ali and Randy back with you. But we're not the two names that we're focusing on. Those would be the names of Alex Ponikovs and Pedro Padilla, who are going to square off. Truth be told, it is befitting, Randy, as we touched on prior to the break, that it be these two gentlemen that actually are playing for the 4.7 title and the bracelet.
That's the thing, you know, when it came into the final table, they were the two biggest stacks, and immediately we saw Alex Ponikovs try to bluff against Pedro, you know, when he was up against the nut flush, and here they are, number one, number two remaining.
Yeah, basically playing a $2.6 million freeze out. Now, Ponikovs, 13th all-time in terms of cashes here at Triton. The 12 ahead of him, though, all have titles. That's what he lacks. Will this be the moment? I have to imagine, just based on chip distribution, 37.3, playing against 22, you do favor him. But as we've seen, Pedro could mix that up in a hurry as we hurry down to the arena for the onset of this one, and it's going to be a doozy. Atlantis, Paradise Island, Bahamas, winding things down in this Triton Super High Roller Series. This event, though, not what we're going to put the punctuation point on with. We're going to bring you 150K coverage, and we're going to give you a glimpse here at just how robust this rail is in the main event. The Brazilians and the Latvians. I got to tell you, Team Brazil is looking a little bit more thick.
But they're a little bit lighter on chips.
Yeah, they are. No matter, though, as you can see, some sort of double or a few pots strung together, and Pedro could easily end up in the chip lead. And my guess is these two guys aren't going to chisel away.
No,
Randy,
they're not really.
We're going to take some turns and rivers, and we're going to see some bluffs. This is going to be special.
Yeah, they're decently deep stacked, but the thing is, these two, they're going to play for the glory.
By the way, this is a glorious opportunity considering Pedro is here at his first ever Triton Festival, played only one other event, that the 125K, where he notched 10th for $250,000, and now a golden opportunity to pick up his first title in his first festival in his second event. First pot was a limp pre-flop as Ponikovs mixing it up with the ace-queen. Bottom pair here for Pedro, who slipped it over and faces 1 milli. Peel is straightforward. Pot growing to 4.4. 3 of no concern.
You know, ace-queen high could still be the best hand. If you're betting here, you're trying to muscle out a 5 as played.
No bet. No improvement either. Board pairing 10.
I think the 5 can actually consider trying to get some value out of your opponent. If your opponent was holding a king, they probably would continue to fire the turn.
You know, the trouble is when you try to value bet into Ponikovs, you can end up getting your hand smacked in a hurry. I don't know that this is the specific holding or spot, but in general, you can kind of sympathize with some of the gun-shy decision-making. And it isn't just gun-shy, by the way. It's also let him do the betting because we know he's going to bluff at perhaps a higher frequency than some others.
Yeah, that's true.
So round one goes to Pedro, who narrows the gap. And I do wonder during that break, considering just how many folks were on the rail who had been sweating this one, whether or not some intel was passed down to Pedro and Alex with respect to specific spots that they might have been keeping note of in their minds, unseen, as the stream caught up, or just with respect to one another's procedures, a little breakdown.
Yeah, but it's a little different when it's heads up because you just got to take out the one last remaining player. So you got to be very careful, rely on data points when there's other players at the final table.
Cool.
Pedro takes his turn limping. 9-4 off.
Might check back this a6, to be honest, because they're 30 big blinds deep, and if you raise and get called, or, you know, normally you see this when your opponent has like 20 big blinds or so, but 30, he was still willing to push it.
New level, right?
Hashtag Alex.
Yeah, told you. They're going to try to play for it all.
Listen, some of him being sat there with 20 million in career Triton earnings without a title is most certainly associated with his willingness to live and die by the sword. But I think he accepts that his approach creates that greater variance, but it's who he is. And I think leaning into who we are in terms of personality makeup out there is an asset. You know, it plays to his strengths.
That's right, and you're more confident in your decisions. And we've seen him throughout this final table make some heroic plays, and sometimes they didn't work, and other times they did.
But it didn't cause him to sit there and go, what have I done? I got to stop doing this. Here I go again. He's just, I'm being me, and eventually my time will come. And might that time be here today? He is the dominant one. Jack 7 versus 9-7. Both players finding straight draws on the Queen 10-8 rainbow texture. Blinds did go up to 501 million. So that 2 million brought forward was a min raise.
So it is a gut shot versus the open-ended.
3 million.
Healthy bet, 3 into 5 mil. Got to continue with the open-ended straight draw, I would imagine. Dream of the 6. Jack rolls off, that would be nice too.
$6 million more into the middle. Deuce of spades, inconsequential. 3 into 5, by the way, not in that kind of 1.25, 1.5 million territory that you might expect. This was forceful in nature.
Yeah, 2/3 pot was on the flop. I think he follows through with another bet.
6 million.
That's 6 million.
Sure does.
It's designed to shake out the 8 and 10Xs that have gut shots to go along with it. That's a big portion of Pedro's stack in this one with a pre-flop raise and a 3 million on the flop.
Takedown for Alex as round 2 of this heads-up battle goes his way. Talk to us, chat. Some of you quite clear who you're rooting for. Others maybe haven't taken an interest. You team Alex? Are you team Pedro? The Triton veteran versus the newcomer. Eric Hartman in the chat asked us, Randy, was there a deal made? And you know, oftentimes, 2.6 million left to play for, the answer would be yes. Not these guys.
Well, it's 1.6. It's the difference between second and
is it
first.
Is my math off?
So.
Okay, but still.
You know.
Time out. Really? Math is hard, isn't it? 1.6, you're right. I thought it was 2.3. I don't know. Oh, you know what? I think I'm going back to third up to first was 2.4-ish, or maybe I'm making an excuse.
But still, no deal made.
That's the key. 7-5. Pedro dealing with a gut shot. Bet and take it.
But he too uses big sizings. 2/3 pot.
What about that image on your screen says small ball?
Oh, small ball poker. I thought that was a new thing.
For some it is. But what's so delightful, the only thing that would make this more exciting is if somehow Jesse Lonis bought in right now. But it's those three, you know, there's a mold from which they're crafted, and it stands in contrast to many of the other GTO operators that are out there. It's not to suggest that these guys are reckless. They're not. They know the, you know, the science, but they just process it a little bit differently, for lack of a better way to put it. And look at the processing here. Ponikovs, a limp with 9s. Pedro with an ace-9.
Chips are going to find its way into the middle.
Oh my goodness, Pedro was jammed, and the trap has been set. What a wonderful spot here for Ponikovs. It could be over in a hurry. No critique of the ace-9 jam, I would imagine here, Randy.
Nope, he's value jamming, and of course the 9s is trapping. Dodge the ace, and we have a champion.
Well, we're 5 cards removed from being able to place the crown atop the head of Alex.
Here's the moment.
No ace in sight. And now within grasp is the extra large trophy, the gold bracelet, and the near 5 million for Alex. Can Pedro find the ace from space? Not on the turn. As you see everybody running up to the stage in an effort to be on hand for what might be the moment. Can the Brazilians will a needle onto this river, or is it going to be Alex Ponikov's time? %93 to claim his first title. Calls for us. And that's it.
He's done it.
It was quick.
Big, big smile. Finally. Champ.
You know, you didn't see it because it wasn't physically there, as you see his glove. So proud of him, but there was a real monkey on Alex's back, Randy. And he got it off. Meanwhile, for Pedro, what an incredible first ever Triton Festival. Getting love from Luca. Producer James on hand for a tip.
Still, though, I mean, good performance for Pedro. He should be proud.
Luca proud of him, without question. You know, I confess, it was a little bit emotional for me to just watch it happen. We've been so accustomed to him playing his style and it not playing out the way that he would have hoped. Chip leads coming into final tables, spin-ups that unravel, and instead, finally, for Alex Ponikovs, and I'm sure all of the supporters that he has from our Sharehand production crew, all of whom are Latvian, the moment finally comes where he gets to flash those pearlies and claim victory here at Triton, along with a gold bracelet.
Yeah, and what's special for me is that I've seen Alex make so many final tables in the 100K binds, 150s, etc. And, you know, he keeps getting top 3 finishes over and over. He's gotten to heads up before, unable to capture a win, you know, and to finally do it in the main event and get the WSOP hardware, that's just amazing.
Yeah, he was beginning to take the shape of Kiat Lee, who was always the groomsman, never the groom. Second place finishes repeatedly for him, to the point where we began to question, do you have what it takes heads up? is there maybe something in your game that doesn't work out? And Alex didn't really get quite as many of those seconds as Kiat Lee, but he had so many opportunities where we thought for sure now is the moment, and instead it wasn't. Now, he does win the trophy. He does win the 4.7. He does win the bracelet, but he also wins a date with Marianela Pereira for an interview as we send it down to the stage. Don't go anywhere, though, because when it wraps up, we're going to come right back here and leave you with Henry and Kevin for 150K final table action.
It was only a matter of time for this gentleman right here to my left, our 100K main event champion, Alex Ponikovs, the most successful player at this final table yet to secure a title. That has changed today in paradise. 32 cashes. This is your 20th final table. Alex, how amazing does it feel to be clinching your first Triton trophy in this fashion? You're collecting your third WSOP bracelet, and you're doing your trophy with the main event. How does it feel, sir?
To be honest, I don't know where to start even.
Take your time.
Probably gonna start that I was not even planning to go here, and I'm glad I'm here. I'm glad my wife is together with me, supporting me. Actually, curse is broken, I guess, because we had a laugh that when your couple comes and supports you, no chance. Now it's great.
You're invited to all the rest now, so yeah.
Yeah, so I also heard of something like, if you get baby, you have a good run or something, and eventually I got it. Yeah, so.
So like no pressure, but now a second baby. Because you mentioned you're very happy to get this trophy in the main event, but you're like, there's no watch. So now you're motivated to clinch another very quickly, yeah?
That's actually what I thought. I was like, I'm not getting watch, so I need to win another one soon.
You're so greedy, Alex. Well, let's talk about this insane final table. I thought there was like a glitch in the app because every time I looked down, I mean, it took 3 hours to go from 5 to 4. And then at some point, you just, Ponikovs mode was activated. I blink, 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 heads up. And actually throughout that run, you got some information there that tilted you a little bit. That's the share that with us. Share that information with us.
I mean, I get this information lately. Later, I mean, once I already jumped in the heads up. Yeah, I've been battling against like Wang Ye. I mean, it's very hard to play against him, like very advanced player, and I mean, he put me in a lot of blunders, and I was not sure what to do, to be honest. After that, I was like preparing for a very long heads up versus very strong player Pedro from Brazil, and I mean, I'm happy it lasted like 3 hands or something, so it's a great feeling. Overall, I mean, that was a marathon. It was challenging, sitting like 20 big blinds, but we get used. We play online very shallow stack depths, and I mean, that was not something new, and I'm glad I had volume playing exactly those final tables.
And speaking of getting used to things, I mean, where does your previous final table experience come in? Like I said, this is your 20th final table, so do you think that played a part in your performance here? I mean, you really have a lot of experience on this main stage.
For sure. I definitely remember mistakes I did. I thought of them, and right now I was prepared not to do them again. So experiences gives a lot of confidence and motivates to get there back.
Now, you've been with the Triton Tour since 2022. How has Triton grown since then, and what makes the Triton series basically a can't miss for Alex Ponikovs?
I mean, it's a very prestigious series, and it's you get in a comfort zone in a way, and it's kind of hard to participate in all. I don't want to say this, but yeah, Triton is, I don't know, for me it's completely different story comparing to other series, and combining with some other participations I can compare, obviously, but I hope we're gonna stay in the same group of friends that I'm meeting every day, and it was brutal, you know, playing the tournament and gambling against the, like, basically friends every day, and just like, I feel sorry that I bust you, but actually not, you know. Yeah, so that's fun always to play Tritons.
Well, a massive congratulations to you. I love to see this big smile on your face. Man, what a sweet win finally. Let's get you your treasures, sir. We're going to start with Gregory Shoshan. WSOP COO. He's going to present to you your third WSOP bracelet. Yeah, round of applause. That is beautiful. Let's see it. Also, Gregory designed this, so let's give Gregory some applause there too. And now our Senior Director of Live Events, Luca Valdi. Here it is. This is your moment. It's coming to you. You waited so long for it. 20 final tables, 32 cashes. Ladies and gentlemen, no, hold it with both hands. If you drop this, we're going to be angry. Your 100K main event champion, Alex Ponikovs. Hold it high.
Well, what do you know? He's finally done it. It was just the other night that we were saying, you know, maybe, just maybe, Ponikovs decides to save it for a main event, and, well, here he is, champion at last.
Yeah, that's got to feel great. I mean, as Marianella was rattling off those stats, I didn't realize 20 final tables. I mean, 20 final tables also for someone who we speak about as so aggressive and so likely to carry the chip lead into a final table as a result of that. That's wild to me that he had to wait so long.
Yeah, and it's similar to the conversation about Ike Haxton, of course, also had so many final tables, but no results. So, yeah, GG's Ponikovs. Our attention now turned to this 150K. And normally this final table would be 9 players, but we're down to 7 due to 3 players being eliminated when we were down to 10. Kerry Katz, Bryn Kenny eliminated in the same hand. Bryn had ace king, Kerry had 10s, and Coleman had aces. So, with that, we're down to 7. Everyone guaranteed $548,000 for their efforts. We've got the Brazilians up top, the Americans down below, and Danny Tang just holding on in there. He's like, all right, guys, you guys go to war. I'm just going to ladder my way up as and where I can. He's currently sat in second. But the Americans, no big results yet.
Big cash day for the Brazilian contingent.
Yeah, tell me about it. On the back of Pahila coming second in that main event.
You had Kerber and Costa also deep in that main. Now 3 fresh faces here at the 150K final table.
They didn't tell us that would be an interview.
As if Danny doesn't know what happens at the end of a tournament. He's literally won 5.
Maybe it's been a little while.
Ooh.
Danny feeling jealous. He's going to turn up a performance here.
This is first against second in chips. Hence the flat call. Some deception here from Danny.
Yeah, ace-queen suited, obviously. Huge hand for 30 big blinds under normal circumstances. Don't think we touched on the average stack. 22 big blinds.
The ICM
is the average right now, so 30 is really valuable.
Yeah, Coleman's on 12 bigs. John Panucci's on 14. It's...
You want to get poker popular again?
Probably
Propose after they win a thing, let it go
the
viral
heaviest the ICM will be.
Imagine if
You
you
mean
were,
the winner proposed?
imagine if he was like proposing right now, it would go fucking viral.
Be a little corny.
What?
Be a little corny.
Don't think Tang can go anywhere, obviously.
Over 4.5 million.
Two
this
over
looks
respectable spades.
Yeah, like a clean check call candidate.
Yeah.
Well ahead
You
of
think
bluffs.
your wife would like that?
No, my wife.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I don't think most women would like that. Could be wrong.
Maybe a path to
Like you're
victory
throwing
here
me
for
into your
DT.
poker success. I don't know.
Has the free roll.
Yeah, it would be a
Felipe likely to slow down on a lot of turns, especially that one. Danny picks up the nut flush draw.
Yeah, this is a very good perceived turn for the big blind range. Boyanovsky should believe that ace-queen is good a chunk of the time. He'll chop as long as the river's not a spade.
Wait, you think the ace-queen's good enough a lot of the time, you said?
Yeah, I think Danny's just going to check call the flop with ace-deuce and ace-4. He'll probably
Okay.
float some king-queen. He'll float some queen-jack suited. I think there's a number of hands that ace-queen just feels best against on the turn. Now, obviously, top pair, top kicker.
Little TP-TK.
Both players going to feel quite confident. Would normally expect a value bet out of Danny. Target some kind of 8, pocket 7s, ace-5. $385 is not a huge ask out of top pair, top kicker. And I would think that raising is too thin in the context of chip leader versus second chip leader. You don't want to open the door with just one pair. Danny could absolutely have better than this.
Action on the chip leader. Tell you what, these Brazilians aren't afraid to play big pots. His read is just that ace-queen is good here. Even though it is first against second. May just check the temperature in the room. Can never be too careful. Just flicks in the call.
Danny 100% thinks he has the winner when Felipe takes that much time to call.
How does hand go? I was watching the video. You know?
What?
You know how this hand went?
Excuse me?
The action?
I wasn't watching.
I was watching.
Hey.
So at this table, Jaffe, two-time Triton champ. Coleman, of course, took down the 125K just the other night. Career best score of 3.1 million. Danny Tang, five-time champion.
Well, I was sitting over there last time. You're sensitive. All right, 12 hands.
I was giving Danny just a hard time there earlier. Looks like his last win was in Monte Carlo, 2023. What a ridiculous series he had there.
Yeah, that was, I mean, that's when...
Were you calling that festival, Henry?
Of course, mate. Who else are they going to get to do it? Who else are they going to call in?
Sixth in the 200K Invitational, third in the 100K, champion in the 50K, third in a 30K PLO, second in a 50K PLO. That was in like a week and a half.
Yeah. No, I mean, he won the Ivan Leal Player of the Year. It was just like an outright win as well. It wasn't even a race to the end. It was just, he just won it. Like, nobody could catch him.
Would that have been the last stop of the season?
Monte Carlo?
Yeah.
Yeah, it would have, yeah.
So that was like to close out his Player of the Year.
Yeah, he was already in first.
Yeah, because it looks like London a few months earlier, he also had an incredible series.
That's right.
And then Cyprus, before that, he won 2 events.
That's right.
Oh, what a crazy year. Did he win all of his titles that year?
No. Don't think so, because I remember him winning one in Jeju. Maybe I'm wrong. You tell me.
Kind of looks like he did. Short deck title in Vietnam, March. 2 titles in Cyprus, no limit in short deck. 1 title in London, 1 title in Monte Carlo.
Oh, shit.
5 trophies all in the same year.
Go ahead.
What a ridiculous season.
Ace queen suited in the big blind.
No. No.
And Schwan would be ashamed of you.
Ancha will think I'm a disgrace.
Even Elton would be pretty ashamed. Even Elton would be a little ashamed of that one.
100%.
How come I'm not Asian?
Yuri Zivalevsky.
Good luck with that one.
Can I just call him the nerd guy?
You could.
I'm going to call him Yuri. And I'll give his last name another crack soon.
YD. Zivalevsky is quite easy.
Oh, thanks. Zivalevsky.
Zivalevsky.
Easy.
There you go. You got it.
All thanks to you. He opened the cutoff. Check on this flop is interesting. I think this has kind of come into favor on certain paired boards. I've seen it on like ace 6-6, king 7-7. These kind of high card low pair boards. A lot more players checking behind these flops.
Versus big blind defend?
Versus big blind defend, yeah. I think the idea is you don't really ever have trips. And when you have top pair, you don't really need protection.
Right.
So kind of win-win in terms of checking back a bunch of stuff. You don't open yourself up to the check raise, and you also don't really need the protection when you have it.
So you just don't want a hand like, let's say, 6-4 check raising on the flop.
Yeah, which it absolutely will.
Yeah. I feel like this year, this has been the year where I'm not a professional, right? You're the analyst in the booth, same with Randy. You know, and a lot of these guys obviously showing up, some of the best in the business. As an observer and like a fan of the game, I feel like one of the key takeaways for me for 2025 is people have really been working on their defensive strategies. Like really disarming their opponents from giving them opportunities to play aggressively. And it's something I'm just noticing in a lot of good players.
So you're talking not only about like playing out a position, but also like building out better check back strategies.
Yeah.
Yeah. Having strength in the check back. I would agree. I think that's something that got overlooked for a long time by a lot of players. Samau is not going to overlook his chance to jam ace-queen here. 17 bigs from the small blind. Oh. Okay. Is there any better sight in the big blind?
Well, Coleman knows a thing or two about this.
You are carrying a lot of weight.
10 left. It went Coleman open, bring Kenny jam, Kerry Katz jam over the top. Coleman aces, cool.
It's like
just waking up with the blades.
Yep. Who has aces? You have aces.
no aces left in the deck. Boyanovsky folded ace-8 of clubs.
6% is not.
Oh.
Wow. Okay. I see how it's going to be today.
That is.
Art. Don't root for it.
Oh my word. King of diamonds on the turn. Panucci doesn't know it, but he's drawing dead. There's no outs. It says ace of clubs. We already saw that folded. Jao Samal's up to 2.9 million, and more importantly, secured himself a very healthy ladder. $145,000 ladder between 6th and 7th.
Sorry. Did you have the last out?
Oh God, thank you very much.
Okay, I think I thought of one better feeling than waking up with aces in the big blind.
Is flopping trips and your opponent being drawn like dead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's better.
Brazil is enforcing its will on America.
Said
There is a
Jaffe.
wealth transfer happening
Jaffe
in the
needs
States.
Jaffe needs to calm down.
Caralho, trombei com rei as asas.
I think Jaffe needs to write your lines.
Deixa eu puxar uma, gente, quando eu tenho jogo.
If Jaffe wrote my lines, I would
Meu
get
Deus.
cancelled
Next,
so
and leave
quickly.
you as the final.
Tava droided no flop, eu tinha
America's
outro
not
ice.
feeling so hot.
Eu tinha outro ice, ele tava droided no flop.
Pode falar quando for assim, né? Não precisa ficar me deixando.
Chama,
Falar em bom
get your
português,
chamas
fala aí,
in the
né?
chat.
Você não tá querendo sacanear ele.
The walls are closing in.
Não, eu queria que você sofresse um pouco.
It's a bit of Portuguese only at the table.
É, mas ele só, tipo... Não, é tipo, ele... Né, não foi nada proposital, assim, né? Mas sim.
Jaffe can joke about it because he's American. If I say it,
Queria que você
it's going to
sofresse um
upset a few
pouquinho.
people.
Yeah.
Do you play online?
Back in the day. But
Those are
more
like the
heads-up
best
tournament.
bits of comedy, though.
He's a legend in the heads-up game. I'm 30.
Which parts
Like,
exactly?
like I know you probably don't watch
Big
Saturday
battles.
Night Live,
No,
but
I'd
one
rather
of
watch paint dry. Go on.
one of my
You're all
favorite
online wizards. Leaving me one
bits
live pro.
is the weekend update where Michael
Live
Che
pro looking up Sims
and
after
Colin
he
Jost
plays
write
4-bet pots.
jokes for each other, and they have to read it live on air, having never read them before.
I knew
That's
it before I looked at
fantastic.
it.
And it is like, it's unbelievable that they both haven't been canceled
That is absolutely fantastic.
with the jokes they write.
And it's brilliant.
Go
'cause
check out the
you-
highlight videos.
Yeah,
they're so good.
because you can defer.
Started at
You're like, hang on, it's like
200s
I didn't write
when
it.
I
It's
was,
not my joke.
17, and then
Are they both of the same ethnicity as well?
5Ks weren't
No,
around yet.
Oh, that's even better.
no, it's yeah,
Oh, that's-
exactly.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
No, the whole bit
And
is
then I
like
was like,
Colin's a
okay, 5Ks it
racist
is.
Oh,
and
they-
Michael Che hates women. Like it's
Oh,
just
brilliant.
they're
I love
they're
it.
relentless.
I remember I got a Uber with Adonis on.
You understand? I thought all commentators were
No,
Americans.
like,
I mean, we are
talking a lot of
by
trends between
default. My dad was
Yeah,
American,
and,
so
Mr. Green also.
I guess that
Yeah,
counts.
I was just telling a story about how Dan and I played live heads up once, and I took him for a bunch, and he was still very young, and his only interaction with me was like being at the table and him telling me to get AIDS and all this stuff, and like being just very, very nasty. Anyway, I felt at him, and he asked me for money, and I'm just like, let's just come back tomorrow and play. And he went ballistic on me, and I'm just like, can you find someone to vouch? And he's like, you're a scum. I was like, oh my God.
Who else?
Who was your toughest opponent, do you think?
That's a good question. The toughest ones, we had like a mutual didn't play each other. There's a guy named Sophosis from, Sophosis was good. Alian Baki or something, I don't know how you say his name exactly. I thought he was very strong.
Did Ike ever play those?
Oh yeah, so okay, when Ben showed up, 86, and he was a little about it, and then he crushed me. We haven't played much, but like I knew he was better.
Yeah, I heard you talking in the podcast a bit about it.
VBV, when VBV showed up.
Coleman's gonna be all in here.
I was past my prime, and he was.
Tritons, right?
Yeah. Yeah, he was really.
10K WSOP.
1.025.
What a
Do you remember a
year
guy
this
named
man's
Skilled
having.
Socks?
Yeah.
Skilled Socks had my number. He kicked my ass. He was
693
couldn't outfox
guaranteed
him. He was
here.
a very stats-oriented player, and I was all about outfoxing.
Won 3.1 million the other night.
Use a HUD, so it was like gonna get crushed by that.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I was using.
He's got something.
What we got? Looks
Two
like
paint.
a pair. Jacks?
We go.
Yeah, I was just like a guest field player as I was going, so like, yeah, and when their short stack game just got so
King Jack.
defaulted, you know, like.
What did Jaffe just say about the Brazilians trying to
or anything like that? And,
dispatch of the Americans at the
You
table?
ever dabbled in cash or no?
What's that?
You ever dabbled in cash?
Very little. Much later in my career, yeah.
2.1 in the middle. king on the flop.
I loved
We
regulars.
might be down to 5 in lightning fashion.
Turbos. When hypers came around, I said, this is not for me.
2 cards to come. It's not looking good for Coleman. Jack or a 10 needed to stay alive in this one as he hunts his second title this week. Can he find it? No, it's all over. David Coleman is out of here after scoring a double elimination with 10 players left. 7-handed, he
It's not
just...
looking great.
You include me or not?
It is.
I'm included.
We American.
Don't want to say he got chewed up, but 7-handed things didn't go his way. We're down to 5.
I am the
That was quick.
What a
This is why Trump wants to protect the borders. Fucking come and crush us. Take our jobs.
Wow.
Get some chammers in the chat. For those of you that are maybe thinking, hang on a minute, what happened to the main event? Ponikovs against Padela. It's all over. Ponikovs, pocket nines holding against the ace-9 for 19 big blinds apiece. All the money went in pre.
All right, my goal was just to get third, so you could assist. Almost there.
Great to see Ponikovs getting the monkey off his
How far
back.
did we go back? 2.5 years?
Me and you? That's it?
Probably.
All in.
Maybe like
Really?
1.5 years if we count saying anything to each other.
Wow,
Big
this is
jam here for Felipe.
Yeah, this is
That's
21
it.
bigs. What's the idea here?
Blind versus blind. High ICM spot. Felipe's built a
When did you start
reasonable
playing
amount
golf?
of separation
I think it was Cypress 22.
from the
like
field,
in
1.5 times average.
fall.
And that
Where
just
what were you playing before you started playing Triton?
tough spot for Yuri to
Nothing.
call
just
more
retired.
than, I don't know, 10%
What a
of
life.
the time or
I
something.
mean, I coach.
10-8's going to qualify. Definitely want to raise
But you already had stopped playing.
pretty much
I have a lot
everything.
of spurts where I just stop for like 6 months, a year, that kind of thing, and coach. Or I played private cash for a while.
Oh, so you did play cash.
I wasn't then though. Like I stopped playing a little before COVID, and I didn't play again until like 22.
Hang on a minute.
Could see another jam here. Queen 10 on the button, both players behind short.
I have a question.
Jaffe, 17 bigs.
You know, so how? All in?
Felipe getting the jam through.
Henry's doing some serious research right now, chat.
Yeah, so,
Nugget of wisdom incoming.
I mean, Jaffe's career best score came the other night in the Invitational. He came 4th. I completely forgot about that. Like,
yeah, that was like
Cayenne just
almost
went on
3
such a
million.
rampage. We went from 8 to 3 in an orbit, and Jaffe came 4th for 2.8 million.
So 5 is still 17.
He's having quite the year.
15. Okay. Okay.
How can you guys take it? I mean, I already need to go again.
Again?
Holy shit.
Yeah. You do have a problem.
I do, yeah.
Do you take drugs?
No.
Why not? It's good. It's not good
Felipe gonna min raise
yeah,
this
good,
one.
good. When I say drugs, I mean like med, not like.
No, nothing.
No, not like that.
Eight's just too strong to open jam, and Danny with 30 big blinds.
Button's good.
Not the right seat.
I
to
do
attack.
drink a lot of water though.
How much water you drink
Get
a day,
enough
Henry?
salt. salt keeps
3 liters?
the water
No,
in.
more.
4?
Keep you hydrated.
Yeah,
too clean,
at
salt?
least.
Yeah,
Good
I'd
man.
say
you just
probably
drink
close to
water and
5.
you don't have any
But
sodium in your
just
diet,
pasty
then it
white
can just
boy
fly
that
right
lived in
through you.
Thailand for
So
4
to stay
years.
hydrated, you have to have
Gotta stay
salt,
hydrated.
salts.
Yeah.
Why is it when I drink water? Okay, you know when you gym, you drink water, right? Drink, 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 drink. But you gym, no pee. After gym, go
Your
home.
body knows that you're doing
Go
something
okay,
different.
go home.
It's like,
In half an hour, I can't stop peeing. Like every 15 minutes, I'm gonna like flush it all back out. It's annoying.
Wow. Quite the conversation going on right now.
Salt-
Riveting stuff.
Salt doesn't seem so hard to have with a normal diet, right?
just some people's diet might be a little low on it, you know. So if you're ever like fasting, it's really important to make
3.2.
sure you get
You really do?
some salt,
Ah.
some minerals or whatever.
Then you can drink like a less one.
Exactly.
I have some.
Yeah.
If you want, you can order like a glass. I can put. You can
Yeah,
try.
3, 2, 25.
Otherwise, it's just for hydrate you're buying.
It's like what's in Gatorade. It's
Yeah.
really it's sodium
And
and
no sugar online, of course. Gatorade has a lot of sugar.
30 big blinds effective. Blind versus blind.
Just like a pounder. Yeah, healthy. Because I run.
These two are 2 and 3 in chips.
Then when I run like long distances, you need.
Both kind of medium strength hands. Go to a flop and limp check.
Top pair for the Brazilian. Value on his mind, perhaps, especially with that little 7 of clubs dangler. Offers a bit of protection on club run out. Allows him to absorb aggression on the turn.
Could also be an excuse to just start betting on the flop, since the worst turn cards don't come as often and he improves on those cards, but he's going with check.
it's gonna be weird the first time. It's gonna be a little salty. You're gonna like it. And if you feel unsafe at any point, you just say something. Just
Jaffe's absolutely losing the plot. He's having a career best year. Morale pretty high right now. Surely now.
Yeah, this run out has not been great for the pair of jacks, but it feels pretty certain that Joao has the best hand. Time to ask for value.
Comes in the form of 70% pot.
Danny's ace high. Not a great bluff catcher. It beats bluffs. But he'd like to have a club. Or maybe just not have a low card in hand. That 3 more likely to interfere with bluffs than value. Looks like those are calling chips. Danny is gonna keep Joao honest.
Just get a. I'll take one more water, and if we could get a few
What a
cups.
start to this final
just,
table.
plastic cups.
Force him out. His ace queen,
Take
cracking
3
the aces. He's the only one that I can't
Not for me.
find
You
much
guys want the ice?
information on in terms of live results.
Ice.
Is this good with ice?
And the
I
mob
do
is
want
blocked.
a cup with ice, please. Thank you.
4 cups, 2 ice.
Tastes good.
But pretty much a household name at this point when it comes to
That's Samao, whose
Yeah.
Hendon is blocked.
yeah. When it comes to notable Brazilian names, his name is just in the conversation, as is Yuri Zivalevsky. So this is how things currently stand. Average stack of 31 big blinds with 2 eliminations, John Panucci and David Coleman. Average stack has gone up and gives us a little bit more playability. Expect to see a lot more post-flop play. Career best score for Felipe. Felipe Bojanovski's best live cash prior to this was $746,000.
Jaffe, the current shortest stack, wakes up with a big hand in the cutoff. He's a bit too deep to play open shoves. Just above a min raise into the chip leader, Boyanovsky's big blind. But Samau has a reasonable hand to continue here. Let's see if he goes with flat, or if he wants to make some kind of committing 3-bet, effectively stealing, re-stealing against Jaffe. He does just call.
Good news for the Brazilian fans because he's up against ace king. .964 rainbow. Absolute dust for Samau. Jonathan perhaps somewhat concerned of maybe 5s, 6s, 7s, 8s.
Yeah, I thought
lurking.
Samau might have been, maybe not with king-queen, he doesn't like leading, but he hesitated there to consider just leading flop as the covering stack on a low board.
Well, surely now he just wins the pot on this turn. That gut shot being presented to him.
Yeah, I would like to see Samau bluffing at this card. I think outside of a final table, king-queen is like a little bit strong, as he does check it over. Because he would have a wider pre-flop range and be able to bluff stuff like queen-8 suited, king-high hearts, 7-8 suited, queen-10. But he's just not going to defend that wide at the final. So I think king-queen is weak enough to just start bluffing turn, get ace-high to fold. Now that we're here in the jack pairs, I think this is just going to show down.
Yeah, thank you.
King-queen could be chopping.
Bouncing.
It's one of those ones where Jaffe's like, okay, if this guy's checked to me 3 times, like he must have some kind of showdown. Do I then beat that showdown with ace king? Do I want to look for maybe some value from like ace 10 or something?
I thought Jaffe could have considered a river value bet.
You're just like, I can call. It's not like his chip leader's behind me. Fuck around.
Oh my God, thanks God.
Jal thanking God for the 2 queens on the flop and the fact that he only flat called this spot. A few people asking about Danny Tang, where he's from, where his flag is from. Well, he's born in the UK, but from Hong Kong. #1 on Hong Kong's all-time money list.
What you're gonna do? It's your turn.
Any guesses as to who's #2, Kev? One of our favorites.
Is that Elton?
It is, yeah. 27 million in live earnings for Elton.
That's a healthy number.
Any guesses as to who's #1 on Brazil's all-time money list?
Is it someone who's here?
Ooh.
I need a hint. I'm asking.
It is indeed.
Asking for one hint. It is someone here.
It is.
Safe to drink. Yeah, it's definitely one of the better ones. I like it.
It's not Yuri.
It is indeed Yuri.
It's Yuri.
Yeah, Yuri Zivalevsky, 8.1 million.
Wow.
Best live cash of 895,000. So he's looking for one more ladder to secure his first 7-figure score, as is Felipe.
I listened to that they.
Both Jonathan and Danny can top their career best scores with a win here today.
Okay, so they all got it. Yeah, they all got their code and yeah. It's funny. That's gonna corner the male market of like 18 to 50 in this country pretty well. It's pretty smart by them.
Inside straight draw for Samau. Button versus small blind against his fellow countryman.
Increased size here from Samau is kind of nice to discourage Felipe from continuing too wide. As the chip leader, Felipe is going to have just a number of hands like this one, ace-8 of hearts, that I think this hand continues against a small bet, but half pot is enough to force that hand out.
Yeah, I buy some brand at Publix that's they've got a caffeinated one and a non-caffeinated. Sometimes I'll use caffeine with that.
This is not.
Zhao is absolutely flying up the leaderboard. We only started about, what, half hour ago. 7 players. We're down to 5. Zhao's up to 34 bigs.
Said it tastes like Powerade.
Yeah, the lemon one.
Felipe's got Zivalevsky in the small blind on his left with 19 bigs.
We did it.
Passes up on the button.
Yeah, thought we might see a min raise there from the 7-3 suited. Not strong enough to open jam. That's gonna, I think, just lead Yuri to open jam the low pair. He probably would have jammed this against the min raise on the button anyways.
Oh, why
yeah,
the pain?
That's a sad one. Prettiest fold you'll have to make.
A little funeral. Oh.
Yuri with the jam with the 5s.
Yeah.
And
Now
pain
everybody's
announced
tilted with
by
me.
Jaffe. Jack 10 suited, having to hit the mark. Things you hate to see.
I don't think there's a prettier hand.
That's where you want to be 250 big blinds deep in a cash game.
Yeah, the guy opens to 20 big blinds in the small.
Yeah.
You peel
Of
with
course.
the Jack 10 of spades.
Of course.
Pot odds, obviously, implied odds.
Yeah.
Right.
Everyone's like tequilas flow in.
Limp,
You know,
C3,
you guys are all 12 hours into a
maybe C5.
10, 20, 40 session. There's guys that are stuck 50 Gs. And the guy that's raised 20 big blinds against you, he's down a fair few, you know.
I guess if that's the game, I'm 3-bet calling the Jack 10 suited.
You're just getting it in.
Yeah, just let's
run it.
Yeah. Let's play for all of it. Danny's not going to mess around with the king deuce off.
Break time.
Well, thanks for that, Danny. Break time announced by the 5-time champ. That's how things stand when we come back from break. Blinds going up to big blind 125K. It's Brazil's Felipe Bojanovski out in pole position as we welcome you back to the break desk. That was an interesting little transition there.
Got to mix it up.
Yeah.
You know, keep everybody on their toes.
Kevin Rabchow alongside myself, Henry Kilbane. Nothing much to note in terms of play outside of those bust outs. I mean, John Panucci with aces getting cracked by ace queen, and then David Coleman blind v blind ace 10 running into king jack, and a king high flop was all she wrote. So we're down to 5. It is Team Brazil that are looking to kind of get redemption from that main event where they saw Padilla, of course, come runner-up to Ponikovs just an hour or so ago. Stay close. We're going to be teasing our upcoming 2026 calendar, so don't go too far. Keep an eye on that. And, yeah, in 10 minutes' time, Kevin and I will be back, and we're playing down to a champion in this 150K.
play 7 dude.
Incredible.
Genius play. I mean, he just read his opponents perfectly. They're not willing to call off a lot of chips without a nutted hand, and the truth is on ace queen 4-7, how many nutted hands does small blind actually have? Ace queen probably 3-bet you at a high frequency too. That's just brilliant poker from Wang Ye.
You know, it's funny because we call it brilliant when they both fold. Do we still say that about it if the ace-10 calls? And by the way, does he bring barrel number 3? Let's say it gets down to heads up. I don't know.
I actually think he follows through with a third barrel in that spot. I really do. Assuming it's not like a
Jack
card.
of clubs
Yeah,
or something
like
on the
that.
end, right? Well, meanwhile, we're sitting here trying to unpack the glorious outcome for Wang Ye, and Clemens Reuter looking for a little glory of his own here, dominating with ace-jack against Padilla, who jammed and found a Reuter call. 10.7, and the fate of the Austrian. Looking up at 10.75. The number 8 floods the chat right now. The Brazilians trying to lay a bad beat on Clemens, who picks up. Fritz has found one, Randy.
Ace-10 offsuit for 3.4. Yeah. That looks really good right now. Given you're the big blind next.
In comes most of it. Is Wang Ye going to provide a spin?
Oh, he's touching chips.
Oh yeah, King Jack offsuit qualifier. He does ask for the rest. And we're off to the races. 7.7 advantage Fritz, nearly 3-2. Will this be the slump buster?
$60-40 in favor of Fritz.
Still chunky equity. To hold your breath and try to fade across a complete board. No paint is a good thing. Fritz's family and friends, no doubt, holding their breath alongside their man. They found a 10, but that doesn't change anything, as Wang Ye still hunts kings and jacks to spoil the fun for one of the Austrian delegates. But it's not going to happen. Ace is up for good measure, and Fritz finds the double up and over 10 bigs.
We're still 5-handed. It's very tense out there.
Maybe they could do a 5-way chop. Tween comments as you are. Sticks for Pedro.
Raise 1.2 million.
Oh boy.
And Pedro's got a hand that can call off
5 million.
9.5 big blind
5
shove.
million.
We raised 5 million.
Ace queen for Wang Ye. Oh my god, is Wang Ye just potentially out of the tournament if he makes an all-in play? Hopefully for his sake, he just calls and folds to... I don't know why I say out of the tournament. I got the hands reversed, but still, lose a lot of chips here, right?
Okay, he does make the call. So with 3-bet to 5 million and flat in front of us, these 7s start to look like strobe light honeys.
Yeah, I think the 7s has to pitch it. Wang Ye called pretty quickly, too.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know, Pedro actually saving chips, I would imagine, given that Wang Ye is going to do the heavy lifting here. And heavy is what that lifting is going to have to look like. With one heart working, nothing further. Ponikovs feeling good.
Gotta dodge what? The heart?
Queen. Wang Ye could easily draw dead on the turn, and that's exactly what he does. Ponikovs nodding his head.
Oh, 7's what I want. Just want to let you know.
Wow.
7.
So if Wang Ye, for some reason, either doesn't wake up with the ace-queen or decides not to play it, Randy, it's a given that Pedro's going to make the call with the 7s and shower the aces about this? Not all of which has been flattering with respect to Shake Shack's nutritional content, but, you know, the good stuff. And then try to get a hold of someone in corporate, you know.
I mean, worst case scenario, I can always put on my resume if I'm going to apply to Shake Shack, because I did work at a fast food joint once in my life.
Randy, for Selena and Nova's sake and for your own, I hope it doesn't come to you applying at Shake Shack. Maybe you should buy a Shake Shack as we look at Ponikovs here. Trying to buy the blinds with an ace-7. Wang Ye decides that he's ready to go. Fritz loves to see it.
And he's going to be sad when it reveals.
It's less than 10.
So. You call, right?
Yeah.
It's a bold call, though. Face 7 off.
Wow.
How? Oh, this is impossible.
Chop.
Okay, chop.
What? Okay. Sit back down.
Why call me? Oh.
Are you happy?
I mean, yes.
Yes and no.
Yeah.
Okay.
Chop it up, boys.
Yes and not, yeah. That's the correct answer.
I'm happy too.
You were very happy.
Wow.
Full house.
Cooler.
Oh, wow.
You know, there was a comment in the chat earlier. In spite of the fact that our coverage began with 11 players and we had to get through the final table bubble, and now working our way down to this never-ending 5-handed action. As to whether or not the 150K of not only having those fundamentals, but having some of that gamble, some of that risk tolerance to maybe exploit or deviate from time to time.
That's true, because we have seen characters just go after it, like Wang Ye, like Ponikovs, Pedro as well. Even that well-timed King 7 from Manuel Fritz just now. A6 is gone. Deuces for Pedro on the button. I think he jams this one. He's just out. Things are different now when you're no longer top 2 stacks.
He's looking at Reuters 5-7. He's looking at the 400K ladder, and he's just respecting the ICM.
Oh, ace king. And good timing to not jam 2s, because you could be at risk, because Ponikovs was never folding ace king.
And it would have been Reuter who would have mucked and potentially enjoyed this ladder. Instead, Pedro's choice could be validated.
No?
Good luck.
12.2 million chip
Always
collision.
counting 7.
That's true.
Jack 10-3, and the climb
Queen of
grows
spades.
very steep and uphill for Clemens. Roots for the Queen of Spades for some sweat. Instead, a board pairing Jack leaves him hunting only a 7 to keep 5-handed gridlock alive. Surely it's coming. No, but it would have been deuces full for good measure.
Mm-hmm.
And at long last, some of the permafrost thaws. And unfortunately for Clemens Reuter, it is he who is evicted from the premises in fifth. Quite a bit of fortune, though, to add to his career Triton earnings. First title not going to be his here today, but nearly $1.5 million.
Last place for Pedro. Just by a little bit. Threes, yep. Snap all in. I mean, this is what we're going to see. Ace-Jack. It's calling, right? If Wang Ye snap called 8-7 offsuit not too long ago, how does he not call Ace-Jack? Taking a look at the chip counts. 1.865 guaranteed, 2.3 if he can hold on. And he's going to go for it against the pocket threes.
Ponikovs ever so slightly the favorite. And Wang Ye is wondering, how on earth am I behind here when I know Alex is probably mashing
33 bigs.
with all sorts of combos.
33 bigs with 3-3. And Masato turned 33.
Yeah.
Are we going to lose another passenger?
Yesterday. And he got in ace-3 again.
This is a pivotal pot.
Oh.
And it's a set of threes for Ponikovs. Wang Ye can only chop with running 5-6. And it ain't gonna happen. Grimacing, but hopefully not due to any decision making. Ponikovs reassuring him absolutely not. A fold with the ace-jack. So all of a sudden, virtually back-to-back bust-outs here. Wang Ye did find that ladder though, Randy. 1.865 million for the fourth place X.
All in.
Ace-5 stuffs it. Fritz has found ace-queen suited and a great opportunity to double. Blind versus blind. Straightforward stuff on your screen. 14 million. Again, a big pot being played by Alex, and you can see he's a bit demoralized. Couldn't leverage the ICM against Pedro. And now he's dominated by Fritz. Is it coming apart for the Latvian?
Yeah, but this is just a cooler off of these stacks. Small blind versus big blind. See if he can get lucky.
Yes, he can, as he's found the 5 and leaves Fritz tugging at a queen for the lead, a 4 for a chop. No club coverage. Board pairing 3. And it's down to 3 outs, 1 time for the double. 4 outs for a carve up. And it's not going to happen.
Good luck, guys.
Fritz gave it all he had, Randy.
Good luck.
Yeah, nicely done. I mean, top 3 in the main event for $2.3 million. He should be proud.
We're just going to take a short break while we prepare the
Tell you what, as many impressive options as Austria provides the high-stakes poker community in terms of rooting interests, add Manuel.
So 18 days of high-stakes poker, eh? In March in Jeju, followed by another invitational in Montenegro in May. As we were just watching there, along with the viewers, that announcement from Triton that we're back with a bang in 2026. The stakes are just as high, and yeah, it seems like it's only getting bigger and better next year.
I have to say I'm really looking forward to Montenegro.
Yeah, the tennis?
Mainly to beat you at tennis again. I know. I'm sorry. I
It's
promised I wasn't going to go there.
All
but,
right.
You know.
All right. Good luck to you.
I'm a lot better than you at tennis.
Thanks.
I just wanted the viewers to know.
Well done. Anything else?
No, that's
that's
I don't think there's anything else.
Do you
we
feel
need to
awkward right
cover.
now? No, it feels a bit awkward.
That was like
150K, let's go. These 5 are better than us at poker, I tell you that much, and probably tennis as well. The Brazilians are looking for redemption, a byproduct of obviously their fellow countrymen coming second in that main event earlier on this evening, where we saw Ponikovs get his career first Triton trophy. He took that one down. But leading up to this 150K, to get us down to the final table, we had 3 players eliminated in the same hand. On one table, Savannah bust. On the second table, Bryn Kenny, Kerry Katz eliminated in the same hand at the hands of David Coleman's aces. Since then, it's 2 Americans out the door. John Panucci with aces, cracked by Jao Samal's ace-queen, and then David Coleman busting blind v blind with ace-10 against king-jack. 5 left, all guaranteed $891,000. We're playing for $3 million and change. And for Yuri and Felipe, one more ladder. They're guaranteed a career best score. Jonathan and Danny need an outright win for a career best score for them. And let's throw it down to the floor. Final 5 here in the finale of the Triton events here in Paradise. It's been an absolute pleasure to call the action for you all over the last 10 days or so. And honestly, for me, I feel like the last 4 nights are going to go down as some of the most memorable final tables I've had the pleasure of calling the action on. It's really been spectacular. The Invitational, Kyle Mockery just going on a rampage for 7.7 million.
The most memorable and maybe the quickest. Just
the fact that the stakes are as high as they were, and it felt like every all-in that he was involved in, he just held with the best hand pre.
Yeah.
Like pocket 5s holding against, like king 10 suit. All of these, these weird ways where 15 big blinds got in, 20 big blinds got in. Yeah, of course, the 9s against ace-king. And then, yeah, Coleman's performance in that 125K, the 75K PLO, the 100K PLO main that Sovereign took down. It's been an absolute blast, man. And the fact that there's bracelets up for grabs as well, I think just makes it even more special.
What's Jaffe thinking about here? With the king 5 nothing. Just a little accounting. There are not a lot of chips on the table at this final. Every player outside of Boyanovsky short enough to be thinking about 3-bet jams. Somehow not going to do that this time. This too strong of an opening range. Hijack versus big blind. Take a flop with pocket 3s.
Big blinds deep. It's one of those ones where it's like, 15 big blinds apiece. Maybe the money goes in pre. Especially when Felipe's been as active as he has been up until now. Understandably so.
That's 150.
And he'll continue here. One of the luxuries of chip leading post-flop is that you don't get check raised on flops as much. You don't get floated on flops as much by your opponent. Samau might take one off with the pocket 3s at this price, but with no club, it's not exciting. He does just fold.
That's good.
It's going to be hard to win that hand, even against ace-king. So no need for Felipe to check back to try and realize equity. He can just stab and take it down more than usual.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Iman Mara in the chat saying, Boyanovsky looks like a Brazilian Sefi poker, for real. He actually does. That's a great shout. Yeah, the Brazilian doppelganger. Shout out Sefi poker, by the way. I think a lot of our generation, when content creation started becoming a thing in the poker space, some people were on the fence. They wanted the old school characters. They weren't really open-minded to the younger generation with their, you know, the memes and some of the content they're putting out. But, you know, the likes of Rampage, Greg Goes All In, Sethi Poker, I think they're really just net positive for the industry and helping tap into newer audiences and definitely have a different, you know, set of characteristics, of course, compared to some of the old school guys. But I'm a big fan of these content creators. I think they're much needed to continue growing our game.
I have to agree. The only reason my real life friends know that I play poker is because they watch Brad Owen's YouTube videos.
Yeah, shout out Brad. I mean, he's a bit ancient. I believe he was around the same time the dinosaurs were around, but he does produce great content. Nimi as well. Andrew's great. Yeah, Seth, have you seen any of Sethi Poker's Instagram reels? You must have.
No, I had to look him up, to be honest.
Really?
I
Dude,
I wasn't familiar.
No, he's absolutely, his content is great.
That's his main page, Instagram?
Yeah,
I'll
he's
check.
hilarious. Oh,
I'll
I'm
check it
assuming
out.
he's on TikTok, but I'm too old for TikTok.
Yeah, me too. I'm almost too old for Instagram.
You on Facebook, are you? That's where you're most active.
I get most of my content from LinkedIn.
Guilty.
It's looking like a limp calling hand for Samau. Wants to keep pots manageable.
Let's get some pumpkins.
Felipe is making that difficult.
Let's get some pumpkins. These guys, all of it.
Jaffe saying to Yuri, let's get some pumpkins. Meaning the orange chips. So this was a limped pot here from Samau. Wojnowski with the pressure. 3.2x pre. Such a tough board to find to continue on with the ace-jack, but let's see. He does check back in position.
Yeah, I think one major concern for Boyanovsky is that Samau is going to limp call a lot of suited hands. It's actually quite easy for him to have flopped a flush within a tighter range, and when he doesn't flop a flush, he flops a whole lot of nothing on King 4 deuce monotone. So kind of a, I don't know, polar range for Samau here in a weird way on this lockdown board. Makes sense for Boyanovsky to approach it by checking back medium strength stuff like this. 6 of hearts doesn't do much. Expect this to continue towards showdown and maybe a chance, especially on the 5 of diamonds river, for Joao to take his shot at this one.
He's going to wave the white flag.
Yeah.
I guess this is like byproduct of that really well-rounded defensive strategy that we've spoken about, where even when we get to this river and it's gone check, flop, turn, that Boyanovsky is so well balanced in that defensive part of the range that he's still going to show up with hands here that can call against river probe. So,
and he can also just call on the end. Like, let's say Joao bets 500K on the river. Ace-Jack is not going to hit the muck immediately. Like, Ace-Jack's going to sit there and think about Joao's range and consider bluff catching. So, like, I think Samau just reading the board well there to recognize, like, there's this huge gap between the king and the 6. I would limp call a bunch of cards that are like queen, jack, 10, 9, 8. Any 2 of those without a diamond is trash. You just have to give up some of those bluffs. Feels bad, though. Feels bad to not try to win the pot.
Chris, 250,000.
Pocket fours. For Samau, opening on the button. Almost a little bit uncomfortable to open this hand with the chip leader in the small blind, but he does get this one through. Was it Big Lee Poker, Henry? The other Instagram content creator you sent my way?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Shout out. He's got some hilarious stuff, too.
Shout out Big Lee Poker, yeah. Anyone, like, I mean, his content is fantastic. That sketch of the being an employee for the river department.
Yeah, that's the one you sent me.
I'll tell you what, he's been dealing some favorable ones here at Triton. That's for sure. There's been some big rivers. Big Lee's been busy in the river department for the Triton Super High Roller Series. Maybe he can do a part 2. Big Lee, do a part 2 of you in the river department. Grab a couple of clips from the streams from some of the rivers you've been dealing out here in the Bahamas.
It's the other way, right? We've angered the gods.
Button jam. Kind of stuff that's going to develop more and more as
He even gave us a chance for the pumpkins to put up.
Felipe
just as he knows we
builds.
want them. Yeah. He must have had a good hand. I think it was queens.
Those are pretty sweet.
Good read. They are.
Water, please.
Yeah, water as well, please.
I would take a steak. Can we get is food still available? What time? It's too late, right? Got it. Yeah, very close. Yep. Okay. I'll take a water.
I'm messaging him now.
Yeah, thank you.
To make the video.
I want a water and some fruits if it's possible. Fruits?
There you go, chat. It's done.
Yeah, I think I want some fruits too.
Video's incoming.
Yeah,
Well, the most handsome man I've ever
fruit,
met
fruits.
in my life, Andy Tillman, just walked into. Are you allowed in this part of the building?
All right, a fruit.
Não, tá tudo bem, obrigado.
I think I got it.
Andy Tillman from the WSOP. He's been dealing with Cabral for the last, what, 8 hours?
3 years?
Yeah. Well, no, longer. I mean, Tillman was doing, we met WSOP Europe 2018. That's the year Cabral won the 100K at WSOP Europe. And I'm assuming that Tillman had been there long before that as well. So, yeah, some of us, you know, have known Cabral for quite some time. And yeah, he's, well, you know, put him and Alan Kessler in the same room, and Tillman's got a migraine from both ends. So, yeah, congratulations to all the WSOP team, of course. Doing pretty well here. That 25K. We'll be picking that up in a couple of days' time.
Zivalevsky going to attempt to steal on the button here. King 5 suited off of 15 bigs. Danny will defend his big blind. And both flopping a small piece on ace king jack. Against the tight opening range that I suspect Zivalevsky has on the button in this spot, it's not exciting to continue, even having flopped a pair for Danny. Just so rare that this is going to be like one and done with some marginal pair or unpaired hand that doesn't keep firing. Danny will take his price. Obviously, good things can happen if he improves. Let's see if Yuri wants to maintain aggression with a weak second pair. It's a little uncomfortable. At a final table, 5 left to keep firing with middle pair, but at the same time, it's hard for Danny to have much better. He could have king 10, some other king that has a kicker. Obviously could have turned 2 pair. It was kind of interesting for Danny on a 4-liner. Jack 8 looking like bottom of range to me.
Is he going to go for it? Is that what you're saying?
It's very credible. He's checked. And he immediately says probably should have bluffed, yeah. You recognize that when your opponent snap checks back and you're like, oh, shoot, I forgot. Sometimes he doesn't. You know, have the 2 Broadway cards. The queen's not that good of a river. It does improve Yuri's range a lot on the button. I understand kind of seeing the queen as a bad card. But it's just a good card for Danny. Probably a missed opportunity there.
Were you or every
Oh,
street? Put a bruise on his hand. For Team Non-Brazil. It was a tough one for Team Non-Brazil.
Oh, it was good for the USA team.
Sounds like that tax law that was going to be passed in America that a lot of people were upset about, perhaps not going to be going through, as per my sources. My sources being anonymous accounts on X. But I did see it circling the last 24 hours that apparently the president is considering eliminating taxes.
I think I would have left your hand on the river. That's how off I am on that hand.
Interesting development there.
I think I have other stuff to.
Are you saying American poker is saved?
Huh?
I just think nobody checks a 10.
No, I don't, yeah.
I'm saying Brazilian poker is going to be saved if
I just think you're getting a lot of 2-pair folds.
one of these 3 close this out on the back of a second place finish in the main. Zhao's flop the joint. Felipe has enough of a piece. We could see a big pot play out here.
Mixture. People, different styles against that.
Yeah.
Very dangerous spot for Boyanovsky.
I don't know.
And he is starting with a bet.
I just second, but I think I was thinking that I had worse hands to do it.
Producer just threw me off completely. I've got the laptop open on the break desk, and he's asked if I'm grinding the nightly 215 or 109 or whatever it is.
Samao just gonna check call with the 9-8 suited. Might miss out on some action. 8-7 suited was not gonna fold to a check raise. This is kind of the leverage I was speaking about earlier that chip leaders end up getting afforded. Felipe just betting relentlessly here and betting with a marginal pair plus straight draw on the flop, not getting punished for it. Less likely to face check raise from Samao, who's number 2 in chips. Although I do think that 9-8 of clubs is, if you're going to check raise anything, I mean, let's build a pot with number 1.
With the absolute nuts is what you're saying.
Yeah, I think you just generally want to slow play less against the chip leader when you're covered. Counter argument is that there's a flush draw on board and your 9-8 could not end up being the nuts anymore by the river, as it no longer is on the Jack of Diamonds. Still, I think Samao is going to want to look for value here. Unblocking pairs. Boyanovsky could just have some random king or 7 or under pair to the king. Wow, he's checked it over.
Always 9-8 suited.
Yeah. That's my range.
Always the same reaction. Yeah, each time disappointed.
I was balanced
He's
my
always
reaction.
disappointed.
From 9 high to
With the
straight.
nuts and with zero equity, both disappointed.
Adanat.
Huh?
Adanat.
Adanat.
Fuck. Cornered everywhere.
Felipe gets off easy there.
Oh,
You know what that means?
Did you throw the glitter at me?
No.
What?
It just came up.
Came from the sky?
That it's a signal.
Get Ponikovs over here.
No, not that.
Oh. Thank you.
Everyone except of me. Yeah. Everyone except of me.
Yes. Oh, there's 3 fruits. Okay, yeah. We'll figure out in chair. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. That actually is very ominous for me. There were only 3 fruits. Gary's already folded.
You were the first to get it, though.
Yeah, I'm not supposed to fold that.
Which is our share? Yeah, 2 forks, please.
Why did Jeffy say he's not supposed to fold 10-6 of spades?
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Jeffy's an absolute weapon.
Will be like that? You guys will leave me with this nightmare?
Mm-hmm.
I fold.
My first,
Sorry, man.
my first ever exposure to Jeffy was him and Brian Kim at the feature table in Vietnam, 2023.
I would call.
Both
Really? Snap.
screaming the word penis whenever the camera wasn't on them, to the point
He's got
where
the 5 of clubs that unblocks your bluffs.
we thought we were hearing things in the booth because the sound was getting picked up. It's like a final table. Everyone's super tense and it's like when you walk down the Vegas Boulevard and you hear, certain things being said and you're like, hang on, am I tripping? Like, am I hearing these things? It was the same. And it took us about 3 or 4 days to realize that it was Jaffe and Brian Kim taking it in turns whenever the camera wasn't on them to just kind of scream absurdities into their mic.
They were playing the penis game.
They were playing... Well, now that you put it like that, Kevin, yeah, they were.
Wow.
You never heard of it?
Well, up until then,
You learned it. You learned it from 2 of the greats.
2 of the greatest
I've been abandoned on this trip.
players.
Not my wife.
To ever play the game.
You never know.
The one saying I don't speak British, was that weapon endearing or weapon insult? It was endearing, yeah. It was definitely endearing. Jaffe he's an absolute weapon.
Nothing gonna happen without a win.
One of the funniest guys on tour.
Yeah. I mean, not very close.
They get to work quick.
Who are you? What? Sorry?
Said they get to work quick. See 'em
A lot of love in the chat
taking
for
apart
Brazil,
already?
of course.
I'm kind of lonely.
Right on it.
Oh my god.
No reason to work another day.
Don't talk about that, you make me sad.
That means you're good.
And Danny's down to 2 million. And it's not.
It's usually the best one.
It's not because he's made blunders. He's just been dealt absolute trash.
Danny has been pretty card dead. He did skip that bluff with the Jack-8 that might have worked. We won't know because Yuri obviously capable of calling a bluff with second pair.
My closest is...
He'll get some back here though.
Played the 100K.
Ooh.
Whatever
Can
King
I get a
Jaffe
shout
was
out
dealt
from
was not
one
good
of
enough.
one of you guys in Portuguese to all the Brazilians watching. If you want to see the Alison Ponikovs,
Came for the 100K.
I can't say the name,
First try,
but GTO Lab YouTube. If they want to see the Brazilian podcast,
I started watching.
excellent.
A few days ago.
A few days ago?
In the
Okay.
Bahamas.
Nice.
Awesome.
Yeah, it's a good dude. Yuri's good with the announcements. Yeah, the PSA.
Why not?
We need it in Portuguese for that. There's
Well,
a
I'll tell you what,
Portuguese
Jaffe.
channel for Triton, right?
I'll do it for you after I do this shout out. Guys, you can head on over to the Triton Poker Plus app. highly, highly recommend it. It's the ultimate streaming partner. Not only is it amazing for watching along with the live streams, we've got hundreds of hours of nosebleed stakes. We're talking 1K, 2K, 4K, $1 million pots, $2 million pots, $3 million pots. Some of the biggest gamblers, some of the biggest degens, some of your favorite players. All available over on the Triton Poker Plus app. Now, over there, you can vote for your player of the day.
So I wanted,
Head on over, cast your vote.
Yeah.
Enjoy.
No.
Pia Kosovitz.
Huh?
Did I say it right?
Poker player, yeah.
Oh, the poker player. I thought you said the football player. Like Allison, the goalkeeper.
Same name, different person. Do you believe that?
Super
Possible to
confusing.
Different people with the same name? You and my son, for example.
Yeah. Daniel Simão.
Beijo, Dani. Te amo, meu filho.
And
Brazilian table.
as promised,
Really?
go and
Oh, them
check out
pumpkins.
Really?
Jonathan Jaffe's podcast. He recently interviewed the Brazilian Alison I'm going to butcher it like he did, Ponikovs. So GTO Lab on YouTube. Enjoy Jaffe
YOLO.
interviewing one of the Brazilian bests
YOLO?
as he calls it off.
Oh, my.
Okay.
YOLO 2.
Oh my God.
Shit.
Wow.
Didn't want that.
Oh, wow, I'm behind. Oh, wow, what a spot for you.
O que você tem?
Yeah, 4-4.
4-4?
Danny covering Jaffe here.
This is a big one.
Dude.
If Boyanovsky holds,
3 of them.
How
We'll be
about
three-handed.
no 4 and then we settle for that at first. Yeah, just no 4 on the flop. It'll be very boring. Us
Just
two stand away,
deuce
you know.
3-5.
Nothing for the TV. Don't
2,
do
3,
that,
4,
yeah.
all spades. We can agree on that.
Yeah, I think it's interesting.
Yeah. For some.
What an insane spot. Felipe just needs to hold. Just needs to hold. He's going to eliminate 2 players. He's going to ladder 500K and
mutual
change.
friends.
Yeah, I agree.
996 does present
Is it your
additional
first
outs
Triton?
for both DT and JJ.
It is? Oh, God. Extra outs, please, on the turn. 9.
Come on. Understate or overstate, sorry,
On
the
the
importance
river.
of this
King
spot.
of spade. You feel it? I know you don't want it, but you feel it?
I mean,
Ace, King, Jack, 10,
King of
6
spade.
needed.
King of spade. Boom. Wow. King.
Gentlemen.
How about
GG.
the 4 of
Pleasure.
spades, Danny?
Pleasure, brother.
Good luck,
For
the Brazilians.
Felipe.
Pleasure. Very well played. Nice call.
May I ask, am I 4th?
You're ahead of me.
Good game.
Yes.
GG, bro.
I like what
It's
he
like he's playing. Is he playing his first ever tournament?
Guys, who wanna do a swap? I have 0 swap. Swear, but maybe now.
Brasileiro. Que loucura.
Congrats, guys.
Congrats, guys.
Brasil.
Vamos!
Why I don't
Brazilians
have a clue, guys.
crushing it here in the Bahamas. Jonathan Jaffe, the host of the GTO Lab podcast, wanted a shout out. We'll give him one. It's one of our favorites.
É, essas horas eles pedem um
891K for him. Career best year for JJ. Cash in for over 3.5 million here in the Bahamas over the course of the last week. And of course, Hong Kong's Danny Tang made us flinch there in the booth. You see the cameraman flinched a bit. He's out in 4th. He'll collect 1.1 million for his efforts. We're down to 3. Everyone's guaranteed 1.4 million. Let's go.
we're just doing double eliminations this tournament.
Why not?
You'd think Juno Barra is out there collecting mystery bounties. After that pot, Boyanovsky has, what is this, 60% of the remaining chips?
I want some fun.
75 big blinds for Felipe, 32 for Joao, 16 for Yuri.
Cara, isso é muito épico, cara.
Meu Deus, surreal.
Muito épico.
Top 3
And he's
Brazilians.
just dealt a premium first hand of three-handed.
Porra, aí você me quebra.
What did you say?
Espera a sua vez, cara.
É big sozinho.
Se você tem
Oh, sorry.
ética, vai foldar, né? Porque essa three-handed é foda.
I'm sorry.
That's fine.
I'm really sorry. Of course I.
That
Because
is
I
a
look at the
confusing
button,
one.
like three-handed, I was like, I'm first to act.
Yeah, there's no small blind this pot, so Zivalevsky there,
Sorry, guys.
believing he was first on the button.
Yeah, no, 100%.
Very understandable mistake.
Ah, yeah. Mouse. Só olhei o button, fiquei empolgado por um momento.
Totalmente compreensível depois
I
dessa
am
situação,
saying I
tem
have to
menor
say I'm not a
chance de
fan of
desconfiar
downloading
por maldade,
apps.
né? Tá
Too
todo
many
mundo,
apps,
pô,
not enough
three-handed
time.
do caralho,
But this
Brasil.
Triton Poker Plus app is top tier.
Mas se puder errar a meu favor, eu agradeço.
Really appreciate that, my man. Glad you're enjoying it. May 7967 saying brush up on your Portuguese. That's what we're going to be hearing for a bit. Yeah. And yeah, one of the upsides is you're able to keep track of all of the tournaments, you know, outer table action when there is outer table action with your favorite players. You can even add players to your favorites. So if you are busy, you can just click on your favorites tab and it'll just give you a direct oversight of, you know, how your favorite players are getting on.
We might have a collision. This is an offsuit ace in the big blind against a button raise. Yuri started this hand with 16 bigs. Very reasonable 3-bet hand, but Boyanovsky just calls. Yuri was not going to be folding pocket sevens to a jam pre. Not a mandatory bet.
I checked.
Zivalevsky might want to take this one toward showdown cheaper.
Oh, hello. 10 high straight on the turn.
Great card for Yuri, not just because he's improved to a straight, but Boyanovsky might get in trouble bluffing at this board. So easy to make a big hand out of the big blind on this kind of texture. He checks though. It isn't great having an ace. Of all possible bluffs, you'd rather not have the ace in your hand. Make it a little more likely that Yuri's got ace high on the button. Wow, another check.
I like this. This is really crafty.
The story that Yuri's telling is that he's got some kind of marginal pair. Or maybe ace-king high. Really hoping that Felipe is going to take his shot at this pot. And of course, on the clean 5 of spades river, I think pocket 7 strong enough to raise against most bets. More of that defensive strategy stuff that you were talking about earlier, Henry. Just recognizing the spots where you have an overall weak range, check back a lot, put some strong hands in there, find more delayed raises, more delayed aggression. Felipe is not taking the bait.
450.
There is that double delayed stab. Yuri takes it down. With Sam Flag says Brazil, name says Eastern Europe. Yeah, I was thinking that earlier on.
Yep.
Yuri Zivalevsky, and the name Boyanovsky. They're not exactly the names you think of. are they, when you think Brazil? I think Pereira, Max Pereira, Pantoja, insert any UFC world champion. Those are the names that go through my mind. Bottom third, you can see what we've got coming. That Triton 1 early March, 3K Genesis, 8K Triton main, Triton 1 main.
It's looking like a longer Triton 1 festival too. Wasn't it like 1 week this year? 10 days this time.
10 days followed by 18 days of the Super High Roller Series.
18 is kind of typical for the Jeju schedule, right?
Yeah.
Because they do the short deck events. But 10 days of Triton 1 also. They must be sneaking some new stuff in there.
Yeah, they said,
oh boy,
Hold'em, PLO, and short deck.
Having an offsuit ace, blind versus blind, is often going in sub 20 bigs, three-handed.
5 seconds.
Against a raise as well. It's just a very attractive jam. Zivalevsky's going to think about it. Maybe doesn't want to jam every single ace he has. Calling also an option. I just know if I was on the other end of this hand, I'd be jamming more often than not. Players these days so aggressive bluffing out of the small blind.
Raise 770.
Okay, how about door number 3? A small 3-bet. It's a little awkward for pocket 10s, but probably beating some value in this line. Yuri might take pocket 9s, ace-jack suited, a few other strong hands. I'd like jam there. I think that makes sense compared to flatting. Maybe a hand like pocket 8s wants to flat there because it doesn't beat value as much.
Not to state the obvious, but that's a huge one uncontested, just chipping away at Zivalevsky's stack, taking away a third of his 2.4 million without even having to see a showdown. Fantastic news for Zhao, who's comfortably in second. Career best score for all three. 1.4 million locked up, 2.1 million for second, 3.1 million for first. One more ladder and Yuri Zivalevsky will cross the $10 million earning mark. He's number 1 on Brazil's all-time money list.
All in.
Players all in. Pass.
Oh, big jam here. Samao's got 30 bigs in the big blind, but this kind of stuff so effective when you've got the kind of lead that Felipe has right now. Once Yuri folds in the small blinds, Samao is so handcuffed in the big.
The last time at this level, the next time you raise the blind, then we'll be playing 13.
If Felipe wins this, he's going to move up to second on Brazil's all-time money list. Yuri needs one more ladder to cross that 10 million territory. I'm surprised because the Brazilians are known for being some of the best in the world. But I think they're mainly known for their online prowess.
Yeah, these guys have won so many titles and so many dollars online over the years. And Brazilians overall have dominated so much of the online leaderboard.
Raise 400.
I do think that the numbers we're used to seeing from the super high roller regulars of the last decade are obviously eclipsing.
Yeah. No, they
by
are.
a good margin, but head-to-head online numbers, I think Brazil in the lead.
Do you think if we continue saying really nice things about Brazilian poker that we'll get adopted by Brazil and maybe give us like Brazilian residency?
Is that how it works?
I don't know. I feel like we're doing a good job.
If so, I'm going to keep doing it. That last hand shows the pressure that Samao's under right now from Felipe. He found a pretty crafty little click back himself. I don't know. These guys, they introduce the re-click in so many spots that you don't see from a lot of other contingents. It seems to just be part of the, I don't know, the meta.
Yeah, and they do it so fluidly as well. Do you know what I mean? Like, it seems to come naturally to them.
Yeah, like the spot identification is natural. I'm going to hold that thought because I think this is an all-in and call, blind versus blind. Under 10 bigs.
Here we go.
Queen 9 suited, a qualifier.
The hand that Felipe eliminated both Jaffe and Danny Tang with. Off to the races then. As Jam watches on and potentially ladders 700,000. Looking likely with 2 cards to come. Ooh. Add 4 outs to the equation. Queen 10-9 needed. And the 4s hold.
Yeah.
Hand of the tournament so far. Boyanovsky just, what was that, 15 minutes ago? Not even. Had a double KO with the pocket 4s, and now here he is. Fellow countryman, blind v blind. He's out. Yuri Zivalevsky, #1 on Brazil's all-time money list. Out in 3rd. That $10 million in live earnings threshold will have to wait for him, but he does extend his lead atop of the Brazil all-time money list. So, GG's to him. We're going to be taking a quick, 5-minute break? 5 minutes or so to set the stage for this heads-up match. Got some Brazil on Brazil violence. That was a clean dap at the end there. Well pointed out. So, GG's Yuri. He's going to head to collect very impressive 1.4 million, a career best score for him. And with that, we're down to 2. Both players guaranteed 2.1 million. For 3 million for first. We've got a 3-1 chip lead for Boyanovsky. Game plan, Kev? I guess we're just going to see some straight up poker at this stack depth.
Yeah. Yeah, still a good number of chips to play. 27 big blinds for Samao. That'll be the effective stack. But Boyanovsky, 3-1 favorite. Coming off of, I just saw WSOP Millions 50K winner 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Came straight here in his first Triton series, and he's on track to win 2 million plus. Great spot for Boyanovsky.
Yeah, it just seems like a lot of these Brazilians have been winning everything online, and they've showed up here, and now they're showing us that they're willing to step in the arena, play the higher stakes, and win everything in the live circuit. We're stepping away for 5 minutes. Don't go too far. When we come back, we're playing down to a winner. We'll see you shortly.
I mean, he just read his opponents perfectly. They're not willing to call off a lot of chips without a nutted hand, and the truth is on ace, queen, 4, 7, how many nutted hands does small blind actually have? Ace, queen probably 3-bet you at a high frequency too. That's just brilliant poker from Wang Ye.
You know, it's funny because we call it brilliant when they both fold. Do we still say that about it if the ace-10 calls? And by the way, does he bring barrel number 3? Let's say it gets down to heads up. I don't know.
I actually think he follows through with a third barrel in that spot. I really do. Assuming it's not like a
Jack
card.
of clubs
Yeah,
or something
like
on the
that.
end, right. Well, meanwhile, we're sitting here trying to unpack the glorious outcome for Wang Ye, and Clemens Reuter looking for a little glory of his own here, dominating with ace-jack against Padilla, who jammed and found a Reuter call. 10.7, and the fate of the Austrian. Looking up at 10.75. The number 8 floods the chat right now. The Brazilians trying to lay a bad beat on Clemens, who picks up
their defensive strategies. Like really disarming their opponents from giving them opportunities to play aggressively. And it's something I'm just noticing in a lot of good players.
So you're talking not only about like playing out a position, but also like building out better check back strategies.
Yeah.
Yeah. Having strength in the check back. I would agree. I think that's something that got overlooked for a long time by a lot of players. Samau is not going to overlook his chance to jam ace queen here. 17 bigs from the small blind. Oh. Okay. Is there any better sight in the big blind?
Well, Coleman knows a thing or two about this.
You are carrying a lot of weight.
10 left. It went Coleman open, bring Kenny jam, Kerry Katz jam over the top. Coleman aces, cool.
It's like
just waking up with the blades.
Who has aces? You have aces?
no aces left in the deck. Boyanovsky folded ace-8 of clubs.
6% is not.
Oh.
Wow. Okay. I see how it's going to be today.
That is.
Art. Don't root for it.
Oh my word. King of diamonds on the turn. Panucci doesn't know it, but he's drawing dead. There's no outs. It says ace of clubs. We already saw that folded. Jao Samal's up to 2.9 million, and more importantly, secured himself a very healthy ladder. $145,000 ladder between 6th and 7th.
Sorry. Did you have the last out?
Oh God, thank you very much.
Okay, I think I thought of one better feeling than waking up with aces in the big blind.
Is flopping trips and your opponent being drawn like dead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's better.
Brazil is enforcing its will on America.
Said Jaffe.
Jaffe needs to calm down.
Trombei com rei as asas.
I think Jaffe needs to write your lines.
Deixa eu puxar uma, gente.
Who was your toughest opponent, do you think?
That's a good question. The toughest ones, we had like a mutual didn't play each other. There's a guy named Saphosis from, Saphosis was good. Alian Baki or something. I don't know how you say his name exactly. I thought he was very strong.
Did Ike ever play those?
Oh yeah, so okay. When Ben showed up, 86, and he was a little about it, and then he crushed me. We haven't played much, but like I knew he was better.
Yeah, I heard you talking in the podcast a bit about it.
VBV, when VBV showed up,
Coleman's going to be all in here.
I was past my prime, and he was.
Tritons, right?
Yeah. Yeah, he was really.
10K WSOP 1.025.
What a year this man's having.
Yeah.
Skilled Socks had my number. He kicked my ass.
693 guaranteed
He was
here.
a very stats-oriented player, and I was all about outfoxing.
Won 3.1 million the other night.
Use a HUD, so it was like gonna get crushed by that.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I was using.
He's got something.
What we got? Looks
Two
like
paint.
a pair. Jacks?
We go.
Yeah, I was just like a guess field player as I was going, so like, yeah, and when their short stack game just got so
King Jack.
Defaulted.
Well, a very warm welcome back to the final table, or the heads up I should say. I was going to say the grand finale of the Triton portion of this Triton and WSOP collaboration here in the Bahamas. So yeah, we're going to be throwing it down for the grand finale, Kev. This is it. I mean, heads up, Brazil against Brazil. We got 51 big blind average heads up match, and I got a funny feeling, you know, these guys are going to just enjoy the opportunity to play this stage of the tournament for this much money.
Yeah, I'm excited. I, have been pointing out the creative play of both of these players in the lead up to this, the kind of play that really makes life difficult for your opponent in a heads-up match. Joao Simão got in a limp 3-bet like 2 or 3 hands ago already against Ponikovs. That kind of stuff is going to make for a really difficult challenge on the other side, where both players kind of just get dealt a lot of nothing in general in a heads-up match. It is more of a, like, who can take down the pot with air, who can put in the last bet kind of challenge. I think these two are up for it.
And at this stack depth, I mean, one of the things that I like kind of keeping an eye out for early in these heads-up matches is, are we going to be seeing aggression on the button early, or are we going to be seeing a lot of limps?
Yeah.
And to the naked eye, sub 30, again, untrained I should say, I'm expecting more limping than raising, but what are you thinking?
I would agree on average, but we're deep enough at 27 blinds, I think, to see some even like slightly oversized raising. A lot of players using 2.5, 3x raise sizing in these spots to balance for the fact that they're also going to be limping with some middle stuff.
All right, well, let's throw it down. No whispers of a deal, by the way. $860,000 heads-up match between these two Brazilians. It's Bojanovski with a 3-1 chip lead over Joao Simão. And, yeah, pretty gangster. The fact that there's not even been a discussion.
Felipe is just here at his first Triton series, second Triton event.
Is it really?
It's like, I'm just gonna go for all 3 million. I've already got 2.1.
Well, hang on.
Why bother making a deal?
It's saying, it's not showing that he played the main, but I assume that's wrong because it's showing that he's got 185,000 in Triton earnings. I'm assuming that came from the main event, because how do you come here and not play the main?
I do suspect, because the main only just finished, that wasn't added, but good eye there. So this is his third event.
I can check now. Yeah, he min cashed the main. Sorry, more than min cash. He came 28th for 185,000. Well, we can just fire whichever Latvian we need to fire that's responsible for that part of the Triton Poker Plus app. It's fine. We'll get rid of him.
I don't think we have the power to fire Alex Ponikovs.
Is it Gattis by any chance, James, that we need to get rid of?
Check.
That will be updated very soon. Jumping back into the action here.
Guys, if Henry goes quiet at any point tonight, it's because of what he's just said a few moments ago. Bojanovski did raise the button here. First hand with ace-9 off. Flops very well. Now Simão, I think, Might be used to check raising hands like this from time to time in your typical tournament setting out of the big blind, low pair, low visibility, but this hand very good in heads up. I like this check call. No need to think about turning this into a bluff.
1.2 in the middle. Rough spot for Samao, who needs to get something going sooner rather than later. Coming into this one, 3-1 chip deficit.
Third low card on board. And Draw's thinking about a small lead. This is for value. Pair of fives with a gutter. Hoping to charge 2 overcards to the 7. Some gut shot. Let's see if Felipe decides to play this one as a raise. His hand is strong enough to stack off.
5 seconds.
But
1.2.
it is basically the worst top pair he can have because all weaker kickers would have a straight draw to go with it. Even still, Felipe raises. I like this, and I don't think Joao can fold his hand. It's pretty strong to have pair and gutter. Getting 3-1.
Can we ever consider bluff jamming this now? Or are we never getting top pair to fold?
Yeah, I don't love that just because we don't expect value to fold at the good price, like less than pot behind. And we beat every bluff with our pair of fives. Felipe is never turning like pocket sixes into a bluff. He's probably never even got something like 4 deuce or 4-3. He'd just be bluffing with some unpaired gutter, unpaired open end or whatever. So I think we call and keep those hands in.
5 seconds.
Cool, keep those hands in and try and spike an 8-6 or a 5. Otherwise, Samao's going to be down to 14 bigs. Bink.
What a nice sight for Samao.
What a final table for him. Ace, queen against aces. Came queen, queen, 8. Now was 1 card away from playing 14 bigs. And instead, he's found value on this river. 100% check mark.
500K.
This is a nice lead. I was wondering if Samao would even just think about lead jam. I mean, his hand is very strong, obviously. And if he arrives at river with something like, I don't know, 5x of clubs, it would be tempting
5 seconds.
to turn those into a bluff and put pressure on top pair. I think at this cheap price, he's kind of claiming to have like a total airball. Just enough at the time. Laying 8-1. It's so hard to fold.
What are the airballs, like jack deuce?
Yeah, it has to be clubs, right? It has to be like, yeah, jack deuce, 10 deuce of clubs. Maybe like jack 9 of clubs or jack 10 of clubs.
Wow. Gets paid. It's interesting because, you know, Boyanovsky chewed on that for as long as he did. And it feels like Samao sized it to perfection. Had he gone for the jugular and asked for the entire, you know, the entire all-in, maybe he doesn't get paid.
Yeah, I think 1 pair would be able to get away against jam. Nice find. And that's the kind of stuff I was talking about pre-match. Just like all these creative lines, all the extra little bets that these guys are putting in, and then because you know it's part of their game, you know that they're thinking of ways to figure out how to bluff in these lines as well. So you feel that obligation to pay it off when you have a real hand. $40 big blinds deep now. Fortunately for Samau, should make ace deuce less of a cooler here against the ace king. We can probably get away from 3-bet. Let's see what sizing Felipe comes with.
Five seconds.
925.
Raise 925.
It's on the small side. 925 is just over 6 big blinds. The original open to 2.3. It's actually kind of hard to fold any ace, I think, to this sizing. Joao's 40 big blinds effective. This may be like a slightly small mistake with sizing. Joao does end up folding regardless, so no damage done, but I think just stacks changed quite a bit last hand, and you only have so much time to recalculate and figure out how much you're playing effective now. That 6 big blind 3-bet feeling a little bit small. Let's see if that remains to be the choice going forward, or if it was just a one-off adjustment.
Just looking at Felipe's Hendon.
325.
Bit of a slow year this year compared to last year. Only cashing for 400,000 this year compared to 1.5 in 2024, but that's all going to change here. He's already locked up 2 million. Career best score for him. The bulk of his profits from last year came in 2 high rollers. EPT Monte Carlo, where he cashed for over 900,000. A win here today would see him move up to second on Brazil's all-time money list. He would overtake Bruno Volkmann.
Bet 225.
How about this flop? Top pair against bottom 2.
This looking like a great candidate for check raise from Samau. We saw him missing a check raise with the nut straight earlier, but that was under ICM pressure. Now bottom 2. He's happy to fast play in the heads up environment. And Jack 8 suited is kind of in bluff catching mode already. I mean, from time to time, Samau's going to check raise a weak Jack, or even like ace 5 with the intention of checking later. So I think it's wise to just flat here with the Jack 8, see what happens next.
Man, Samau is running hot today. 4 on the turn. Does complete a couple of the gut shots. It just seems inevitable that Felipe is going to lose at least another couple of million here. Samau might just be the chip leader at the end of this hand.
Yeah, I'm curious how he'll size here on the turn. He goes 1.5, which is big, clearly setting up stacks. Clearly, I think, delineating value as like a strong Jack or better. So Boyanovsky not obliged to stick around, but it's so hard to fold top pair on the turn. Usually we get to river with these kinds of hands. Call he does. This will be a chip lead pot in either direction.
Clean run out for Zhao.
Think nothing to do but jam at this point. When you unblock a jack, even unblock a queen. Felipe could have queen X of clubs. Those are the hands you're targeting for value, so we want to bet. We don't want to check and let those hands check behind.
All in.
Players all in.
And it's kind of gross. Nothing great about Felipe's hand in terms of blocker qualities. The 8 of spades may be a slightly negative card, as Joao might check raise a hand like 8-6 or 8-7 from time to time on the flop and then barrel through when he picks up the straight draw on the turn.
Well, he gets away from it.
Yeah,
that's not an easy fold, heads up.
No, I think a lot of players get dealt top pair for 30, 35 big blinds heads up, and it's just, all right, if you got it, you got it.
Well, what do you know? Zhao Simao, who came in the 3-1 chip deficit, has taken the chip lead after, what, 4 hands of heads up, Kev?
Yeah, that was very quick. I think just 3 hands even. Felipe started on the button. I was even noticing we haven't seen a limped pot yet. It's always gone raise from the button.
What are you looking at?
Just gave me a look. That was like...
You seen if Phil Hellmuth's put out any more WSOP tweets?
No, I'm not.
You know,
not looking at socials.
Oh, okay. I thought you were keeping tabs on what Phil Hellmuth's been putting out.
No, I was looking up a few online screen names. People in the chat were asking about these guys, since we've spoken so much about the Brazilian success online. Quick Google search. Felipe, you might know as Lipe Piv. Online.
And Zhao?
Zhao, you might know as I Need Masari.
Okay.
These are PokerStars names from some old articles.
Did not know either, personally. Bear Totem 7597 saying, who is this smooth talking commentator? That's Kevin Rabichow.
You sure I was the one? Could have been you.
Gang Taylor saying, I'm just glad send your tilt sat this one out to let the others win. Yeah, Sam Kiki. What a character. Fresh saying, last event for Triton. The WSOP still has the 25k main going on. Shout out Triton for this amazing series. Shout out to all of you guys. Over the last 8 days, was it? Yeah, 8 days we've been streaming. It's really been a memorable trip. Some of the most insane final tables I've ever had the pleasure of calling the action on. Triton trophies up for grabs, WSOP bracelets up for grabs. This is a collaboration that I hope continues. And yeah, thanks for your support and getting involved in the conversation in the chat. Next Triton series will be in March 2026.
Let's see if we get a button limp here. I feel like there's always a little dynamic around who wants to make the first limp, or, you know, the first raise, the first whatever. What the other player might read into that. Felipe Just limping in weak here with a hand that probably wants to limp and fold to a raise. And I'm not sure on 6-4 suited. Joao might raise this one to clear out some like offsuit higher cards. 6-4 suited plays just fine when called. Nice pick up there. Like the sizing too. You want to go big out of position with big blind ante in play. At least 5 blinds. At 40 effective. Seems good to me.
Final Triton trophy is guaranteed to be going back to Brazil, as is the bracelet, as is the 3.1 million that comes with it. Big old payday guaranteed here for both.
Yeah, I mean, really all 3.1, 2.1, and 1.4 headed back to Brazil.
Yeah, plus second place in that main. I mean, these guys have backed up the truck for about a combined 11 million, if I'm not mistaken.
Including the 100K main.
Yeah.
From today's payouts.
3.2 million for Pedro in that one.
Look at this 3-bet, by the way, from Boyanovsky. 10-7 off. Polarizing pre-flop right away. Samau has a callable 8-6 suited in position. Headed to a flop with over 2 million chips out there. Mentioned it at the top of heads-up play. It's a game of 2 players getting dealt nothing and seeing who can win. 10 high has 70% equity right now. Let's see who can win.
Well, how can you win with nothing, Kev? You just keep betting.
Betting is one way to do it.
That's what I normally do. I just keep betting until my opponents fold. But the problem is that they don't fold. So what am I doing wrong?
Samau's chewing on this with 8 high diamonds, which looks fringy to me and maybe just a fold on Queen Jack 3, but like I like that he's in here thinking about it with margin. Oh my God, he's reaching for raising chips. This is so good. This is going to get through, I think. I mean, 10-7, even though it's got 70% equity, is just like a worse hand than 8-6 of diamonds on this board. It has no prospects. No suit. Single card backdoor.
What is going on?
That was an awesome hand.
Explain that one to me. What, just purely on the strength of backdoor diamonds?
Yeah, I think the way I would think about the bluff raise, which I find, you know, just a little bit light, but I like when I see players going after it a little bit too light in heads up, because I think it works, is if Joao's hand was just a little bit stronger, like if he had, I don't know, let's call it 10-7 of diamonds, or like obviously 10-8, which is a gutter, but just a slightly higher backdoor flush draw, he probably thinks he can call in position and continue in that way. So oftentimes when these players get dealt a hand that's just a little bit not quite good enough to call with, they're thinking, okay, well, I hate folding, so let's bluff raise. Next best option.
Well, in the 6 hands of heads up, Zhao's gone from a 3-1 chip deficit to a 2-1 chip leader. He continues at this pace. This will be over in the blink of an eye.
Battle of nothing, round 7. Felipe has some excuses to bet at this flop. Queen 8-5 is kind of good for the big blind that checks pre. Samao is going to raise with a lot of the highest cards and a lot of the lowest cards. So when it runs out sort of middling like this, he's got a number of strong hands in rage. And Felipe, with that information, I'm sure he understands. He's just going to size full pot with his bluff here. No one big blind messing around, just bombs it. He gets a gutter with backdoor diamonds to fold. That's a great result for Boyanovsky.
Now I'm even more confused. Why is the gut shot folding with 10 high diamonds?
I think Samao could have continued there, but
Mas é interessante puxar pote.
facing full pot naturally just discourages you from playing back light. Still, I'd rather continue the 10 high draw and maybe adjust there by folding like a bad pair with no redraw.
Yeah, it just feels like clean outs to the nuts. Plus backdoor equity. I like drawing to the nuts, Kev. I don't normally get there, but I like the fact that I'm drawing live.
And that's the idea. In 4 card. And kind of in 2 card.
1 million.
1 million. Felipe coming with the 25% of my stack bluff raise. Kind of thing you do with the absolute worst hands pre-flop. I can't believe Samao. I mean, he has queen 3 off. That's absolute garbage. Should be a snap fold, but I feel like what was going through his head there was, I think this guy has so many bluffs. Can I click it back? Like, I feel like that's the way these guys are thinking in this heads-up match, is every play they see, it's like, well, I don't believe you, so could I rebluff? Is like the baseline mindset. Queen 3 off, facing 7 big blinds, and it's just like, well, maybe I could make it 2 million.
Yeah, you're full of shit, I'm full of shit, so I'm gonna raise you. I love it. These guys just bring different style, different energy. Bear Totem saying the pressure these guys put on each other is unreal. I agree.
Well, at the same time, Samao passing up the 4-3 off against a raise. A little bit of discipline on display.
Yeah, no deal made, by the way. See a few of the viewers asking about deal details.
Some real hands dealt. Well, one real hand. Let's see if Felipe has 2 different ISO sizes. He made it 1 million a couple hands ago with the 6-3 off. I'm not certain that he'll go quite as large with queens.
500.
And here we see, this is a 2-size strategy. I mean, the game plans these guys come with are so complex. But the end of that is 10-6 suited getting an excellent price in position. Wow. Did Samao just make a dead read on that size? I mean, he just folded 10-6 suited for 3 blinds.
He's getting what? 350 to call, 800 in the middle.
It's a snap with any suited hand, in theory.
In theory.
I think Samao just made a dead read on that size.
Wow. Kevin's getting excited here, guys. Kevin's coming from a heads-up background.
It was great stuff.
Absolute soul read. Should have gone for a milli again. Maybe a milli would have worked.
Well, I get the idea, right? It's just I feel like it'd be so hard for me to pull the trigger on the fold. But he's like, well, you just made it $1 million 2 hands ago. If you got dealt a bluff here, you'd make it $1 million again, right? To switch your bluff to 500K takes a lot of presence of mind. That's a nasty fold.
If those guys are going to be making folds like that, maybe we're going to be here for a while.
Felipe checking back on the king high board. Could have stabbed at this one pretty light against big blind check pre-flop. King high definitely in his favor. Ace high though just has showdown value. Nothing wrong with checking back. Let's see if Sabao wants to bluff at this one. It's not that exciting with no heart to start firing out of position. Ten of hearts is a fun one. Samao has showdown value here, and the best hand. Ponikovs might be inclined to bluff this. Given the board development, it's somewhat challenging to be unpaired, no straight, no flush on a texture like this. And when you play every hand pre, you've just got stuff that contains the deuce of hearts or any jack, and all these hands can value bet. Looks like he shut it down. No chance to see if Samao would put on the cape with third pair.
Who've you got, Kev? I know we're very early into this heads-up match, but just given that it could be over in the blink of an eye, Zhao just seems to be very comfortable here.
Yeah, I mean, it depends so much on what gets dealt over the next little while. Samao has shown the most willingness to step out and play on instinct. I like what I'm seeing out of Ponikovs, though, like from a technical perspective. I like the variety in sizings. What he's doing pre-flop looks well prepared.
Those orange chips worth $500,000 a piece, black chips worth 100K. White chips worth 25K. Got 2 more hands left on the level.
All in.
Nice find here from Ponikovs. Big jam, but pocket 4s against the limp. 3 big blinds out there to win. Definitely the right price to take that risk. And again, just points out how complicated the strategy he's trying to execute is. Against limp, he's got 3 different raise sizes. It's making it 3.5x sometimes, 7x sometimes, all in sometimes.
He went over. Oh yeah, that's right.
So much to juggle.
Sorry.
I wonder how many Brazilian stables are going to be reviewing this final table. Brazil going home 1, 2, and 3. just imagine there's going to be so many young, up-and-coming, talented Brazilian players that are watching this and dreaming one day they could be in this spot. Playing for a bracelet, a Triton trophy, and $3 million. Limped pot here. We got ourselves a little mystery hand. First one of this final table. You know what that means? Guaranteed fireworks. Zhao starting off with a check. Ace-3, ace of diamonds. Gut shot to the wheel. Pot.
I don't know. Let's see on 10 high. Yeah, Felipe does go for pot. Calling back to what we saw on Queen 8-5. This time, the gut shot with backdoor diamonds has to be too strong to fold for Samao. Ace high. Never behind a bluff. Back up as necessary. Boyanovsky for value, pretty quickly representing a 10 or better. Maybe from time to time a hand like 5x or pocket 7s.
Pot turn. I mean, it makes sense. Pot, 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 right? Set
Yeah,
up
the
stacks
king,
for the river.
The king could connect with Joao's range a little bit. Although limp check pre, Joao probably doesn't have king jack or king queen in range. So it should be a pretty safe turn for Felipe to keep firing with that 10x jacks queens. When he checks back though, that's kind of where his value range sits, I think. The pot flop check back, the overcard on the turn is sort of saying my hand used to be really good and now it's mid. So maybe that's like a jack 10.
Well, now 10's feeling really comfortable on this run out. So we know Zhao's going to check it on over.
Yeah, ace high, very showdownable, still beats all the same bluffs.
1.35 in the middle. We're going to see something.
Yeah, we might be in for a spicy overbet here. If Felipe reopens the action, he's kind of just saying, I've got trips.
2 million. 1.5x pot.
2.1.
He only did that to troll me.
Whatever Henry said, +1. This is pot and a half. And I guess Samao's gonna give it real thought. I mean, he's got a viable bluff catcher.
I think he has a great bluff catcher.
Ace of diamonds should be clean and out of the way, and we also block ace 10. 3 of clubs might interfere with some bluffs.
What do you think? Bluffing or value? Zhao's made the call.
Wow.
What a hero.
Nice pick off.
What a hero call. Boyanovsky with 8 deuce. No suit interaction.
Pure air. Felipe was getting a little out of line there. On flop more than anything else, really. I mean, I know the majority of that pot built on the river as he tried to represent trips. Somehow sniffed it out.
That was somewhat disrespectful, not gonna lie. Like he found the call pretty quickly.
Does feel like Zhao's reads are just on point today. In this heads-up match, at least. Got away from a hand pre where Felipe had pocket queens. Quickly calls the end with ace high when it sure looks like Felipe was over bluffing it.
That was a fun mystery hand. I enjoyed that one.
Min raise from Samau is interesting here. You don't see much of this in theory when you're under 15 big blinds effective. Preferred play is more in the category of limp or open jam. Still supposed to play almost any hand. 7 deuce of diamonds folding. I mean, pretty big fold against min raise. Again, maybe like just feeling kind of spooked about the sizing choice in that moment, but Samau a step ahead again in the leveling war.
Oh, he's now got a 4-1 chip lead over his fellow countryman. Cruising along. Felipe's down to 13 bigs. And there you go. Once more, for those of you that missed the official announcement earlier, 2026 is going to be a big year for the Triton Super High Roller Series and Triton 1. 18 days in Jeju, the highest stakes, followed by 2 weeks in Montenegro.
If I go out to that stop, Henry, I'm going to try to set a record for most burgers eaten at Smokehouse. You tried that, right, in September?
I did, yeah, that was Bryn Kenny's introduction.
Incredible.
5 seconds.
They've got like other stuff on the menu too.
Yes, 500.
Somehow just relentless. 10-3 off, raise versus limp. We're 12 big blinds effective now. Still meant to play 100% of hands on the button. That 5 deuce off limp. Very typical for Boyanovsky. But just every opportunity, Samau is jumping on it. This could be trouble.
Yeah, Boyanovsky's only got 10 bigs in the big blind.
Oh boy. Joao stepped right into it.
Putz. 9-7 contra par de rei.
Cuspy one here for 10 bigs, the 9-7. Could have limped, could have open jammed.
Hey,
Joao's got the
hey, 9-7.
wife on the rail. Watching on as a man goes to work. He's got the worst of it with the 9-7, but look, 17% of the time, he's going to be lifting a trophy and a bracelet.
Wait.
Okay.
Wait.
Add some outs here. Clean outs for Joao. Needs an 8. That's a queen. Felipe turning the straight. Could chop it. Felipe confident that the king's not coming. Wow. I'll tell you what, it's good news for Felipe fans that that queen did come, because the 8 of spades made an appearance.
2-1-7-5.
Cooler. Straight versus straight.
Bora.
I agree with Fresh in the chat. Nice. We get more hands. May the game continue. 22 big blinds effective now. See if that's enough to get Felipe to bounce back from that start. It's tough when he's even seen some showdowns that kind of indicate to what extent Samao's gotten the best of him in this heads-up match. Not just coolers, but actual decision-making. Feels like he's being outplayed in some way. Samao just checks pre with the king 5. Was a candidate, I think, to jam against limp. Nothing wrong with checking this hand class as well. Both players with a backdoor wrapped around that queen jack of diamonds.
Yeah, I'm glad we're going to get a bit of a battle here to end things.
That's 500K.
King high, king of diamonds against the pot bet. That seems to be the strategy from Felipe on a lot of these boards.
Yeah, he's sticking with the strategy. And I kind of like it from the point of view that, like, if he was dealt a real hand right now, he would be so inclined to continue using this big sizing because it just matches recent history. Samao's going to get sticky, though. I think he's feeling himself. I mean, few iterations ago, he folded nut gut shot with a backdoor flush draw to pot. Now he's peeling king high backdoor.
Like a boss. Confidence peaking. Just got a kiss from the wife. Real-time assistance. Is that allowed, by the way?
I think that might be team play.
Yeah. You got the wife watching. Can you not feel confident?